Chapter 21:16. The firmament strange tree, seals the four poles, and suppresses the void. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Qin Yu nodded. According to the ancient records, the firmament tree takes root in the void, and its yin and yang chaotic force permeates the heavens and earth, trapping the heavens and earth. It's that amazing? Yang Kai was shocked. Qin Yu smiled slightly. It's just a record, so there's no way to verify whether it's true or not. However, the thing Master described before is somewhat similar to the firmament tree. Maybe it has something to do with the firmament tree. The question you asked me before, the firmament tree is a tree that seals the heavens and earth, and its yin and yang chaotic force has great power. If the strange tree showed the sealing power in the picture Master saw, then the firmament tree probably really exists. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook violently. Wasn't the gold and silver exotic tree planted in the sealed world bead a perfect example of its sealing power? Even the demonic sense and demonic chi of the ancient great demon were sealed in his abdomen by the golden and silver strange force. It was obvious that it was closely related to the legendary firmament tree. The azure tree's yin-yang chaotic force has the power to seal everything. Qin Yu continued. It's no wonder that this item appeared in the remnant will of the ancient giant demon. It's probably extremely afraid of the power of the seal, which is why it still remembers this item even after so many years. That should be the case. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, and was happy to let Qin Yu misunderstand. Master, I was fortunate enough to fulfill your request. I wonder if Master is satisfied with this little girl's explanation. Qin Yu asked with a smile. This Yang admires Miss Qin's knowledge. This is your explanation. I am very satisfied. Master, you flatter me. Qin Yu blushed slightly, paused, and said, An old ancestor seems to have something to discuss with Master, so you, will take her leave for now. Saying so, she opened the barrier of the secret room, turned around, and walked out. Just as she reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, Master, old ancestors matter. If you feel it is difficult, just refuse. Don't worry too much. After saying so, she pushed the door and left without waiting for Yang Kai's response. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Qin Yu's last words meant, but, from her words, it seemed that she wanted Yang Kai was Yang Kai's request. Regarding this point, Kai Yang was already mentally prepared. Last time, Qin Zhao Yang had already hinted to him in advance. Now, it seemed that this favor would not be easy to help. A moment after Qin Yu left, Qin Zhao Yang pushed open the door and entered. Old Sir Qin. Yang Kai smiled at him. Calm. To Yang, S. Qin Chaoyang didn't speak again. Instead, he frowned, as if he was weighing his words in his heart. Seeing this, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. Old ancestor Qin, from Miss Qin's appearance and aura, is there something wrong with her body? Qin Chaoyang sighed. Her's body hasn't been very good, Brother Yang. I'm sure you've already seen it. Previously, it was me who spent my energy every day to stabilize her body, but this time, what's wrong with Miss Qin's body? Yang Kai asked. He instinctively felt that the help Qin Chaoyang wanted from him this time should be related to Qin Yu. Since Brother Yang asked, then I'll say it directly. Qin Chaoyang gritted his teeth, and said, is exceptionally talented. She was born with the fated fortune heavenly pupil, the divine technique. Fated fortune heavenly pupil. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's a kind of eye technique. As for its specific power, her's cultivation is too low, and she's also young, so I haven't studied it thoroughly. Her's performance now seems to be able to see one's fate, foresee one's future, and see through illusions. This is a very useful divine technique. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Yang Kai had long guessed that Qin Yu had the eye technique. This little girl had displayed her divine technique in front of him more than once. However, Yang Kai didn't know what the eye technique was called, and what its power was. After hearing Qin Chaoyang's explanation, he finally understood. If it's just the fated fortune heavenly pupil, it's fine. This divine technique doesn't do much harm to you, herself. It's just that every time she uses it, it'll put some burden on her body. But you, not only has the fated fortune heavenly pupil, but she also has the heaven and earth body. Heaven and earth tribulation body? Yang Kai frowned. Qin Chaoyang nodded. When you, was 5 years old, an expert passed by Maplewood City. He saw that you's physique was different from ordinary people, so he did a little investigation. It was this expert who told me that you had the heaven and earth tribulation body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so clearly. This heaven and earth tribulation body. What are the disadvantages? Qin Chaoyang sighed. The heaven and earth tribulation body is also a special physique. That expert said that as long as a person with the heaven and earth tribulation body is still in this world, their vitality will be cut off by the world, and they won't live past the age of 18. 18. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, "May I ask how old Miss Yu is this year?" "In 8 months, she'll be 18. Qin Chaoyang's expression dimmed. "Doesn't that mean?" Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Miss Yu can only live for 8 months." "That's right." Qin Chaoyang nodded solemnly. Yang Kai was stunned. Generally speaking, if a person was born with a special physique, they would be blessed by the world. Not only did Qin Yu have a special physique, but she also had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, a divine technique, which was a 1 in a million chance. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth tribulation body was not a good physique, and it cut off her vitality. No wonder when he saw Qin Yu just now, he felt that her breath was weak. It turned out that she was nearing the end of her life. She had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, which could see people's futures. She might not be able to see where her end was, but she didn't seem to panic at all in front of people. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt heartfelt admiration. Not everyone could be so calm in the face of death. Old Mr. Qin and I have a private conversation. It must be because of Miss Qin, right? Old Mr. Qin, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to tell me, Yang Kai said seriously. Little brother Yang, are you really willing to help? Seeing that Yang Kai took the initiative to mention it, Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. Although I haven't had much contact with Miss Qin, I still need her to answer my questions. I don't want to see her die young. Many thanks, little brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang suddenly stood up and bowed to Yang Kai seriously. Old Mr. Qin, there's no need to be so polite, Yang Kai said with a wry smile. Qin Chaoyang said, little brother Yang, you should know that this isn't so easy to help. Although there's no danger of death, it's definitely not an easy thing to do. If little brother Yang wants to refuse, this old man can understand. This old man won't force you. Yang Kai smiled and said, it seems, it's really dangerous. Old Mr. Qin, tell me about it. Qin Chaoyang nodded and said, back then, that expert not only checked Yu's physique, but also told this old man the solution, which is to find a kind of heavenly treasure, the tribulation fruit. As long as Yu takes this tribulation fruit before she turns 18 years old, she will be able to survive this crisis safely. In the future, not only will she be able to grow up steadily, but the true power of the heaven and earth tribulation body will also erupt, allowing her to have a smooth future. The tribulation fruit. Yang Kai was shocked. Little brother Yang, have you heard of it? Qin Chaoyang looked at him in amazement. I have. If it was a year ago, Yang Kai might not have heard of this thing, but since he obtained Gong Sun Mu's jade slip inheritance at the bottom of Yuan Furnace Mountain, he naturally became familiar with all the exotic flowers and fruits in the entire star boundary. The tribulation fruit was indeed recorded in the jade slip left by Gong Sun Mu. It was the main material to refine a kind of spirit pill called the tribulation origin pill. The tribulation origin pill was not a good medicine, it could barely be considered a kind of poison. It was colorless, tasteless, and easily melted in water. Even if a master of the emperor realm accidentally took it, the source chi in his body would be completely frozen, and he would become a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, which master of the emperor realm would drink water? Therefore, although this kind of spirit pill was very powerful, it was basically useless and could be considered a chicken rib. The tribulation origin pill was a poison pill, and the raw materials used to refine it were obviously very poisonous. The heaven and earth tribulation body could only be dispelled by this kind of poison fruit, it was a bit like fighting poison with poison. In this regard, Yang Kai was not in a position to express his opinion, because he could not determine whether the tribulation fruit was really useful to Qin Yu. However, the tribulation fruit grew in extremely cold places, perhaps under 10,000 years of ice, and was extremely rare. I forgot that little brother Yang is also an alchemist. Qin Zhao Yang seemed to have recalled something as a faint smile appeared on his face. Back then, when the master asked him to search for the tribulation fruit, he spent a lot of effort to find out the shape and effect of this spirit fruit. He did not expect that when it came to Yang Kai, he would immediately know everything. Since the master said so, did he tell you where to find this spirit fruit? Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang said in a low voice, the Four Seasons realm. What kind of place is that? Qin Chaoyang suddenly looked at Yang Kai strangely and said, the Four Seasons realm is the most famous secret territory in the entire southern territory. Every time the Four Seasons realm opens, countless elite disciples from various sects will enter to search for treasures and opportunities. Yang Kai's expression became awkward, knowing that he was being ignorant again, so he said, since it is a secret territory in the southern territory, doesn't that mean that anyone can enter? Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly, if that is the case, then that is good. However, since ancient times, the Four Seasons realm has been controlled by the great sects in the southern territory, and each sect has a specific quota of disciples who can enter. It is impossible for people like our Maplewood City to have the opportunity to enter. Then what should we do? Yang Kai frowned. Use this. Qin Chaoyang said as he reached out and took out a token from his chest. When the token was taken out, Qin Chaoyang's old face turned slightly red. Yang Kai took it suspiciously, but after glancing at it, his body trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Brother Qin, where did you get this thing? Does your Yu know that you are so disrespectful? Chapter 21:17. Generally speaking, the token would be engraved with some patterns or words to show the origin and purpose of the token. The token that Qin Chaoyang gave to Yang Kai was no exception. There were no words on the token. On the front, there was a picture, a vivid and lifelike picture, a picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water. Although the pattern was stiff and rigid, at first glance, the jade maiden on the front of the token seemed to have her own life. She was slowly getting up from the clear pool of water. Her delicate body was beautiful, causing people's imagination to run wild. Her facial features were delicate and charming. The private parts of her upper body were faintly discernible under the splashing water droplets and her beautiful hair. The most important thing was that her lower body was naked. The mysterious place between her beautiful legs and her lower abdomen was submerged under the water. It made people itch unbearably. There was a kind of hateful feeling that couldn't be called out. People couldn't help but want to reach out and pull her out of the token to see what was going on. Hateful. Yang Kai looked for a while and cursed loudly. His mood was ruined to the extreme. The person who drew this picture was definitely a dark person, but he knew the heart of a man. He deliberately did this, making people gnash their teeth in hatred. Yang Kai turned to the back. It was also a picture. In the picture, there was a disheveled person with ragged clothes curled up on the ground. There was a broken bowl in front of him. There was nothing in the bowl. This was actually a picture of a beggar. Compared to the picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water on the front, it gave people a completely different feeling. Looking at this picture, Yang Kai seemed to be able to feel the cold wind blowing and see the beggar's shivering appearance. This beggar. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself, "It looks like a person." When he said this sentence, Li Yundong was stunned. A wretched figure involuntarily popped up in his mind. This was given to me by that expert. Qin Chaoyang weakly explained. Brother Qin, are you sure that person is an expert? Not a liar. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. The material of this token seems to be a piece of ordinary wood, right? Although the portrait must have been made by an expert, but what kind of expert would take it so lightly? This is not an ordinary piece of wood, Qin Chaoyang said seriously. I've examined it carefully. This is a piece of 100-year-old elm wood. Is there a difference? Yang Kai asked. The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched. There doesn't seem to be any difference. As long as it was a command medallion. It was definitely a symbol of authority, a substitute for status, and a manifestation of power. Therefore, the material used to forge the token was definitely not the 100-year-old elm that could be found everywhere. For example, the Dragon Island token in Yang Kai's hand was made of a material that Yang Kai couldn't recognize at all. But the material of the Jade Lady Beggar command in his hand was actually an ordinary item. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious, as he felt that Qin Zhaoyang had been deceived in some way. Brother Yang, I know what you're thinking, Qin Chaoyang said solemnly. But, try and see if you can break this token. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Qin, are you sure you want me to do this? What if I break it? Then it means that I've been deceived. It's not a pity even if it breaks. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, I'll try. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the token in his hand tightly. He pushed it with brute force. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. However, a faint smile appeared on Qin Zhaoyang's face, as if he had already expected this. The sound that was heard was not the sound of the token being broken, but the sound of Yang Kai's finger joints. The token was safe and sound after being grasped by him. How could this be? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The material of the token was very common wood at first glance. It wasn't some special treasure. How could it be safe and sound under his brute force? Yang Kai didn't believe it and increased his strength, but no matter how hard he tried. The token was not damaged at all, and it didn't even deform. Brother Yang, can you confirm it now? He's really an expert. Qin Chaoyang laughed as he watched Yang Kai make a fool of himself. This old man has suspected it many times over the years, but no matter what method this old man used, he couldn't destroy this token. If not, why would this old man take it out? This is indeed an expert. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what kind of power the mysterious expert had added to this token, but it made this ordinary wood hard and indestructible. It was impossible for ordinary people in the Emperor realm to do this. At this point, Yang Kai no longer had any doubts. He solemnly handed the token back to Qin Chaoyang and asked, How can you enter the Four Seasons realm with this token? Qin Chaoyang said, The expert told me to go to Azure Sun Temple and ask for a place to enter. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Azure Sun Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Southern Territory. Whether it was strength or prestige, it was only second to Star Soul Palace. Such a sect must have a lot of places to enter. Qin Chaoyang used this token to exchange for one of them, which was reasonable. What he didn't know was the relationship between the owner of this token and Azure Sun Temple. Is the Four Seasons realm about to open? Yang Kai asked. It should be. Qin Chaoyang nodded and pondered for a while before saying, This old man suspects that all of this was expected by the expert. When you was 5 years old, he gave me this token and told me to go to Azure Sun Temple in 12 years. Whether the Four Seasons realm is about to open or not, this old man doesn't know. After all, we can't get any information about this in Maplewood City. But now it seems that this should be the case. Brother Qin wants me to go to the Four Seasons realm for you to look for the tribulation fruit. Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. If this old man had half of Brother Yang's strength, I wouldn't bother you, but this old man knows his own situation. Although I am also a Dao Source realm cultivator, I am still far behind the elites of those sections. If this old man really goes in, I'm afraid I won't be able to come out alive. It doesn't matter if I die, but you, I can only ask you for this matter. When do we leave? Yang Kai asked bluntly. Qin Chaoyang was stunned. Brother Yang, you agree? Yang Kai grinned. Why wouldn't I agree? Since Brother Qin is willing to provide me with this rare opportunity, how can I not seize it? I also want to see the sealed world in the Southern Territory. Speaking of this, Yang Kai showed a look of yearning. This time, it was Qin Zhaoyang who had entrusted him to enter the Four Seasons realm to find the tribulation fruit, but if he thought about it from another perspective, it was actually an opportunity. The elite disciples of the major sects were all rushing to enter the sealed world, and there were obviously a lot of good things inside. Not to mention the precious treasures hidden in it, just the countless young talents alone were worth Yang Kai entering and taking a look. This was an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Great! Qin Chaoyang didn't expect Yang Kai to agree so readily. Originally, he was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to persuade him at all. Overjoyed, he said excitedly, because I don't know when the Four Seasons realm will open, but I'm afraid that things will change if we delay. If Brother Yang has nothing else to do, how about we set off tomorrow? It will take more than 10 days to get to Azure Sun Temple. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and got up. Then I'll go back and prepare first. I'll come to you tomorrow. Then it's settled. After a short while, Yang Kai left the Qin family and returned to the Zhang family. Not long after Yang Kai left, Qin Yu suddenly came to the secret room again. Looking at Qin Chaoyang's face, he understood and asked in a low voice, "Old ancestor, Lord Yang, did he agree?" He agreed very quickly. Qin Chaoyang said happily, I didn't need to say anything at all. Brother Yang is really a straightforward person. Then did old ancestor tell him about the risks of entering? In there, killing and stealing treasures is normal. The disciples of the major sects fight openly and secretly, and no one forbids them. Although Lord Yang is strong, he is only a first-order Dao Source realm cultivator. What if? Qin Chaoyang heard this and fell silent for a while before saying, I don't think Brother Yang is a short-lived person, since when did old ancestor learn to judge people's appearance? Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed and said helplessly, there is no other way. In Maplewood City, there is no one in the Qin family that can be trusted. Besides Brother Yang, I can't think of anyone else. How about old ancestor go alone? Qin Yu's face darkened and said, if old ancestor goes personally, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. The Qin family has just taken over the Jiang family's business. If you leave, who can maintain the current situation? After a pause, she said, forget it. Old ancestor, give the Qin family's myriad sword and the method to use it to him. Myriad sword. Qin Chaoyang's face changed drastically when he heard this, that was passed down by the Qin family's ancestors. Knows that the myriad sword is of great importance, but there is no one in my Qin family who can use this emperor artifact now. Senior Yang's cultivation is a little lacking, but I think that with his strength, he should be able to display a little of the myriad sword's power. Perhaps it will be able to help him in the Four Seasons realm and turn misfortune into fortune. Since Lord Yang is willing to risk his life for the Qin family can't just stand there and do nothing. If we do, I will feel uneasy. Since you said so. Forget it. When he comes tomorrow, I will give him the myriad sword. I hope he can understand your painstaking efforts. Qin Chaoyang sighed and finally compromised. On the way back to the Zhang family, Yang Kai explained a few things to Zhang Ruoxi, telling her that he was going out for a while and that she should cultivate well in the family. Zhang Ruoxi looked reluctant, but she agreed without saying anything. However, Yang Kai could see that this little girl seemed to be holding back a strong desire to enter retreat and improve her cultivation. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai changed his mind and asked, "Do you want to come with me? Sir is willing to take me with you." Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked in surprise. "There's no problem with taking you with me, but you can't follow me," Yang Kai said. "Sir, I'm confused." Zhang Ruoxi showed a puzzled look. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand, wrapping her in source qi and bringing her directly into the sealed world bead under Zhang Ruoxi's exclamation. Chapter 21:18. The next day, Yang Kai arrived at the Qin family's residence early in the morning. Qin Chaoyang was also prepared. Seeing that Yang Kai had come as promised, he was naturally overjoyed. After exchanging some pleasantries, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, before you leave, this old master has something to give you." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang gestured to the side, and Qin Yu, who had been waiting respectfully, slowly walked over with a wooden box in his hands. He stood in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at the wooden box and found that it was long, about 4 feet long. The material of the wooden box was extraordinary, and there were some mysterious patterns engraved on it. Inside the wooden box, however, there was a unique energy fluctuation being emitted. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively feeling that the item inside the wooden box was extraordinary. He looked at Qin Chaoyang, and the latter nodded at him, indicating that he should open it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly reached out to open the wooden box. A sword light suddenly appeared, so bright that Yang Kai squinted his eyes. When he saw the item inside the box, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is," saying so, he reached out and took out a long sword from the wooden box, whispering, "An emperor artifact." This long sword was more than 3 feet long and 4 fingers wide. The blade was thick and heavy, and both sides were smooth and clean. Only the hilt was engraved with 2 small characters. Million. One sword, one can block 1,000,000. This is the myriad sword left behind by my Qin family's ancestor. Qin Chaoyang explained with a solemn expression. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Myriad sword? What a domineering name." As he spoke, the sword soared into the sky. He circulated his source qi. The long sword buzzed and trembled. As if a heroic spirit that had been sleeping for countless years had been awakened, a halo of light flowed around the sword, and sword qi sizzled. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with some disappointment and shock, "Little brother Yang's strength is really not something this old master can compare with. To be able to activate the sword's power without even refining it. This was an emperor artifact, and even if it had been dormant for countless years, it was still not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could activate. Even if Qin Chaoyang poured all his source qi into the sword, he might not be able to trigger any reaction. What surprised Qin Chaoyang even more was that Yang Kai did not show the slightest surprise or excitement after learning that this was an emperor artifact, as if it was just an ordinary object in his eyes. "Brother Qin. What does this mean?" Yang Kai casually swung his sword a few times and turned to look at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass." Before he could say anything, Qin Yu shot him a rebuking glare. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed. He said seriously, "Little brother Yang, take this sword for self-defense. The 4 Seasons realm, is not a peaceful place. Yang Kai said, Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that I will run away with it? Qin Yu said from the side, if Lord Yang really does so, it will be its honor. This sword has been passed down from our ancestors to our Qin family generation and has been buried for countless years. I think, it also hopes to find a better master to start a new journey and show its brilliance. Yang Kai glanced at her, secretly thinking that this little girl was quite clever and knew how to chat. But after hearing Qin Yu's words, even if he had the heart to do so, he would be too embarrassed to take it away. What's more, he had no intention of taking it for himself. Although Emperor artifacts were rare, it was not like he did not have any, and there was more than one. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I will take the myriad sword for now. When we leave the Four Seasons realm, I will return it to your Qin family. Qin Yu smiled and handed over a jade slip, saying, this is the secret method left by our ancestors to refine the myriad sword. Maybe it can help Lord Yang. Yang Kai nodded and took it. Without looking at it carefully, he directly put the jade slip and the myriad sword into his space ring. Then, let's go. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand. Yang Kai nodded and rushed out with him. Lord Yang. Qin Yu shouted from behind, your safety is the most important thing. Yang Kai did not turn his head and just waved his hand from afar. After leaving Maplewood City, Yang Kai directly summoned the ship artifact he obtained from Flying Saint Palace. After boarding it with Qin Chaoyang, he urged the artifact to fly forward. Maplewood City originally had a space array, but after the demonic Qi siege last time, it was completely destroyed by Drunkard and could not be rebuilt in a short time. This matter must be reported to Star Soul Palace or other great sects and ask them to send someone to arrange it. Of course, Yang Kai could help, but he was not willing to do so. His strength was still low, so the fewer people who knew about his mastery of the Tao of space, the better. The ship flew at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang took turns to control the direction, so it was not difficult for them. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang found time to tell Yang Kai the details of the Four Seasons realm, as well as some things to pay attention to, which Yang Kai secretly committed to memory. According to Qin Chaoyang, the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a valley in the Southern Territory. It would open on its own every once in a while, and each time it would only open for 33 days. Once the 33 days were up, all foreign cultivators would be repelled by the power of the sealed world and would be teleported out. The reason why the Four Seasons realm was called the Four Seasons realm was because the environment inside was extremely strange. It was divided into 4 large areas corresponding to the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring territory was perennially fragrant, the summer territory was scorching hot all year round, the autumn territory was cool and refreshing, and the winter territory was covered in snow. In the Four Seasons realm, there were many precious treasures and spirit grasses that were rarely seen in the star boundary, and there were even some other opportunities. When the disciples of the various sects entered, they could search and investigate a certain area of the territory according to their own cultivation methods and needs. Since Yang Kai wanted to look for the tribulation fruit, he naturally had to go to the winter territory, because only the cold environment of the winter territory was suitable for the growth of this spirit fruit. The opening of the sealed world, the Four Seasons realm, was not only an opportunity for the various sects in the southern territory to obtain rare resources, but it was also an opportunity for them to secretly compete with each other. Therefore, they would allow their disciples to fight and kill in order to test the results of their cultivation. For this reason, even if the disciples sent by the various sects were not the best, they were all elites. Every battle was unimaginably fierce, and the casualty rate often exceeded 40%. Qin Chaoyang did not come from a great sect, nor had he entered the Four Seasons realm. Everything he knew was recorded in various ancient books by Qin Yu, or information passed down by word of mouth. Therefore, if Yang Kai really entered, the specific situation would be determined by him. The journey was peaceful. In addition to chatting with Qin Chaoyang, Yang Kai was comprehending the jade slip for refining the myriad sword. He had gained something. Although he had a lot of emperor artifacts in his hands, the myriad sword was a sword after all, and it was an emperor artifact. Comprehending and refining it might give him some insights. 5 days later, above a wilderness, a ship was flying quickly. Yang Kai, who was sitting in one of the rooms refining the myriad sword, seemed to feel something, and his heart jumped. He opened his eyes and looked at a certain spot in the void. Immediately afterwards, Qin Chaoyang also seemed to have noticed something and controlled the ship to stop midair. Immediately, Qin Chaoyang's shout came from the front, "Dare I ask who your excellency is and why you are blocking our way?" While he was shouting, Yang Kai had already rushed over from behind and fixed his eyes on the ship, only to see a fiery red figure about 1,000 meters in front of him, its back facing the direction he had come from. This figure was like a burning flame, and although Yang Kai could not see her face clearly, judging from her beautiful figure and long hair, it was obviously a woman. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Qin Chaoyang shook his head. "This woman suddenly appeared in front of us. I don't know if she was already here or if, enigmatic." Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his expression changed slightly. Because when he swept the area with his divine sense, there was no one there. If not for his eyes being able to see the figure of the woman in red, he would not have noticed her at all. "This is, the Emperor Realm?" Qin Chaoyang exclaimed, a chill suddenly rising from the bottom of his heart. "And it's not the Emperor Realm." Yang Kai swallowed hard. When he was plagued by the demon spirit, he fought against the 3 first-order great emperors, so he had some understanding of their strength, but this woman in red gave him a feeling that even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be able to match her. In other words, this woman in red was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and most likely, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart sank. No matter what this woman was doing standing in front of them at this moment, if they made her unhappy, both he and Qin Chaoyang would have to die here. "Brother. Brother Yang. Do you know her?" "How could I know her?" Yang Kai curled his lips. After thinking about it, he raised his voice and asked, "May I ask the name of this master, and why are you standing in front of us?" As soon as he shouted, the woman slowly turned half of her body and looked in his direction. A jade-like nose, red lips, picturesque eyebrows, fine black hair fluttering in the wind, a graceful figure, a perky bosom, skin as white as snow, untainted by a speck of dust, especially those watery eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. Being stared at by her, even someone as old as Qin Zhaoyang could not help but be stunned, becoming slightly absent-minded by the beauty of this girl. "You're really slow," the woman muttered. Although Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's cultivations were not low and their hearing was good, they did not hear what she said, so they did not know if she was using some kind of mysterious power. After she finished speaking, the corners of the woman's mouth curled up as she looked towards the ship with a faint smile. Yang Kai's body suddenly stiffened. For no apparent reason, Yang Kai felt that the woman's gaze had penetrated the void in the ship's barrier and landed directly on his body. This caused him to become vigilant and he secretly circulated his source qi in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At the same time, he rapidly pondered in his heart. When had he met this woman and where had he offended her? Chapter 21:19. No matter how he thought about it, Yang Kai couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. He hadn't been in the star boundary for a long time and had only come into contact with a few people from the Emperor Realm. If he had really seen this woman before, he would definitely have an impression of her. Then, there were only 2 explanations for the current situation. First, the other party was handling some matters here and he and Qin Chaoyang accidentally broke in. Second, the other party was waiting for him and Qin Chaoyang here. The second situation was basically impossible, so it should be the first one, right? Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, the woman in red suddenly opened her mouth and said in an ethereal and pleasant voice, speaking to this queen while hiding in this ship, "You're quite bold." The corners of her mouth were full of smiles, but her eyes were bone-chilling cold. Speaking up to hear, she raised her hand slightly and snapped her fingers. A scorching force suddenly appeared and a fist-sized fireball suddenly appeared in front of her. After a slight tremor, it shot directly towards the ship. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's expressions changed greatly at the same time and they flew out without thinking. Boom! With a burst of sound, the huge ship was directly engulfed in monstrous flames. Qin Chaoyang was hit by this terrifying wave of power and directly fainted, falling from mid-air onto the grass. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai also felt a burning pain on his back, as if several of his ribs were broken. He regained his footing and looked back, only to see the entire ship wrapped in raging flames and burning. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes. "My artifact!" Yang Kai shouted. His heart ached to death. He finally had a flight artifact that could be used as a means of transportation, and its grade was also quite good, but he didn't expect that the first time he went on a long journey, it would be destroyed by this inexplicable woman from the Emperor realm. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the woman in red raised the corners of her mouth again and an imperceptible smile flashed across her cold eyes as she said lightly, "Boy, instead of worrying about your artifact, shouldn't you be worrying about it? Shouldn't you be more worried about your own life? Senior, who are you? Why did you attack us?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and shouted. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. The other party was a master who was at least a second-order Emperor realm master, yet she had destroyed his artifact just because of a disagreement. Moreover, from her tone, it didn't seem like she was willing to give up and even wanted to attack him. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't bear it any longer. "Who am I? You don't need to know." The woman in red smiled. That smile was enough to turn all living things upside down. It was unknown what kind of divine technique she had used, but in just a few steps, she had arrived within 10 feet of Yang Kai. Then, she gently raised her jade-like hand and pointed it at Yang Kai's position. Then, she continued, "It's just that this queen doesn't like the sight of you." At this point, her jade-like hand slapped down. The laws of heaven and earth suddenly froze. Under the boundless pressure, Yang Kai's bones began to creak. It was as if he was about to be crushed into a meat patty by the terrifying pressure. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that he would one day encounter such an unexpected disaster. Just because the other party didn't like him, she wanted to kill him. As he spoke, the source chi in his body surged and a four-fingered sword appeared in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Million swords, one man holds the pass." Sword light flashed. Sword chi hummed. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk at this moment, the myriad sword seemed to have turned into countless swords. They densely surrounded Yang Kai and shot into the sky like a swarm of locusts. "Oh! An emperor artifact?" A look of surprise flashed across the woman in red's beautiful eyes, but she didn't take it to heart. She just ridiculed, "With such a weak cultivation, how much of the emperor artifact's power can you display?" Asterisk hong 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 hong, asterisk as she spoke, dazzling lights burst out in the sky. It was the collision between the countless sword chi and the invisible pressure. However, Yang Kai had only refined the myriad sword for a short time, and his cultivation wasn't very high. So, although the countless sword chi seemed fierce, it was actually weak inside. As soon as it came into contact with the boundless pressure, it dissipated. The terrifying pressure continued to press down, directly covering the place where Yang Kai was standing. "It doesn't matter how much of its power I can display. What's important is, I didn't expect that sword to block your divine technique." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded behind the woman in red. He held the sword with both hands, pushed his brute force, and slashed at the woman in red's slender neck. The woman in red seemed to be taken aback as she cried out, "Teleportation? Space Force? This is really interesting." As she spoke, she actually turned around and stared at Yang Kai with a smile. She had no intention of dodging. That sword had directly cut through her neck and cut her body into two. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy after succeeding. Instead, he retreated as if he had been stung by a scorpion. At the same time, the woman in red appeared next to where he was originally standing and pointed at his afterimage. "You can dodge that?" The woman in red frowned and murmured, "This queen has underestimated you." As soon as she finished speaking, her face changed slightly and she frowned as she looked around. A dark black hole had appeared where she was standing, and a terrifying suction force was coming from it. On the other side, Yang Kai formed a seal with his hands and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Exile." With these tricks. The woman in red smiled indifferently, "You want to deal with this queen?" With a wave of her hand, the black hole disappeared. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and stood in place without moving, simply putting away the myriad sword. "What? Giving up resistance?" The woman in red looked at Yang Kai with interest and ridiculed. "I can't beat you, so what's the point of fighting?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. "Then are you ready to die?" The woman in red giggled. Yang Kai said, "Meaningless resistance will only increase the pain. Senior, please give me a quick death. But before that, I want to ask, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to offend you? Didn't I tell you? This queen just doesn't like you." The woman in red replied. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai said bitterly. PFFF. Somewhere in the void, a hidden figure was leisurely sipping tea. Hearing Yang Kai's words, he immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. And almost sprayed it onto the face of a young girl opposite him. The young girl didn't notice it and just looked nervously at Yang Kai and the woman in red, anxiously begging, "Uncle Lee, can you let me go? I'll go back to the island with you obediently. Why are you looking for trouble with Big Brother Yang? He's only in the First Order Dao Source realm. How can he be your opponent?" No. The man called Uncle Lee by the young girl shook his head slowly and corrected, "It's not Uncle Lee looking for trouble with this little brat. It's your Auntie Fong looking for trouble with him. It has nothing to do with Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee is just here drinking tea. Why? Auntie Fong has never seen Big Brother Yang. Why is she looking for trouble with him?" the young girl asked anxiously. "Shao Qi." Uncle Lee showed a weathered look and said earnestly, "The outside world is very complicated. The men outside are also very cunning. Your Auntie Fong is doing this for your own good." Mo Shao Qi heard this and pouted. "I don't care. Uncle Lee, if you don't call Auntie Fong back, I will. I will tell Auntie Fong that you peeked at her bathing." Hearing this, Uncle Lee's expression changed drastically. His face suddenly turned pale. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead as he said, "Little Seven, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Your Uncle Lee is a righteous man. When have I ever done such a despicable thing? All right, it was only that one time. However, I didn't see anything and was dragged back by you. Little girl, you have a good memory. You were only 4 years old at that time. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you, do you agree or not?" Mo Shao Qi snorted. "If you don't agree, I will have to tell Auntie Fong about that incident in dozens of sections and slowly tell her about it for a few days. Great aunt, please spare me." Uncle Lee's face turned bitter, "Please let me go. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? You agree?" Mo Shao Qi looked at Uncle Lee coldly. Uncle Lee sighed, "If it was just now. Uncle Lee might have been able to help you, but now what? That little brat dared to call your Auntie Fong a crazy woman. He's dead. Uncle Li gloated. Ah. Don't. Mo Xiaoqi was startled and turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw Auntie Feng's angry appearance, her beautiful eyes blooming with a cold light. Mo Xiaoqi was most afraid of seeing Auntie Feng like this. Little brat, what did you just say? The woman in red seemed to be smiling sweetly, but Yang Kai could feel the bone-chilling coldness in her words. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai was ready to throw caution to the wind. If this woman really dared to kill him, he would just release the gold and silver seal on his abdomen and give her a big surprise. At that time, even if he was no match for her, he could still run. He didn't know if he could escape. It was just that at that time, he wouldn't have the power to seal the demonic sense and the boundless demonic qi again. The sealing power contained in the firmament tree also needed time to accumulate. Crazy woman. Yang Kai raised his head slightly and glared at the woman in red. Ha! The woman in red laughed instead of getting angry. In the next moment, her voice suddenly became sharp. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Oh. That means, you don't want to kill me. Speaking of this, his expression relaxed and he smiled, then I find it strange. You are a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but instead of doing business, you came here to block my way. What do you want? I have never seen you before, so I don't have any deep hatred for you. The woman in red sneered, You think you're so smart. However, Yang Kai's next words caused her expression to change drastically. Hello, Auntie Feng. A look of surprise immediately appeared on the woman in red's face. She didn't expect Yang Kai to expose her identity. She hurriedly looked at a certain spot in the void, where Uncle Li spread his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Auntie Feng, right? Although Yang Kai was asking, his tone was basically affirmative. At the same time, he glanced in the direction the woman in red was looking at and waved to the void, shouting with a smile, Xiaoqi. Chapter 21-20. Up in the void, Uncle Li, who had hidden himself, looked at Yang Kai down below with some surprise and whistled frivolously, This little brat, he's quite thoughtful. Big brother Yang knows I'm here. Mo Xiaoqi was also stunned. Looking at Yang Kai, who was greeting her not far away, she hurriedly responded, but no matter how hard she tried, her voice could not reach Yang Kai's ears. The void was sealed by a powerful force, isolating them from the outside world. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly became anxious. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and said, Xiaoqi, it's good that you can see me. Go home obediently, if fate wills it, we will meet again. Oh. Mo Xiaoqi nodded, okay. She had originally felt a sense of loss because she had not been able to see Kai Yang one last time before she left, but after hearing this sentence, all of that disappeared. She smiled happily. Yang Kai turned his head again and looked at the woman in red, Auntie Feng. Who is Auntie Feng? Who are you calling Auntie Feng? The woman in red looked at Yang Kai coldly. Senior, try calling me that again. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, Master. I probably know why you are blocking my way, don't think you're so smart. The woman in red coldly snorted, interrupting Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was stunned for a few breaths before frowning, You still don't want to admit it. In that case, then, at this point, he suddenly looked up into the void and declared softly with a tender look on his face, Xiaoqi, go home obediently and wait for Big Brother Yang to collect the betrothal gifts. Then he will come and marry you. The woman in red's face suddenly changed. She shouted, Boy, you dare. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly seemed to realize something and ground her teeth, You're very treacherous. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai's words just now had not reached Mo Xiaoqi's ears at all, but had been deliberately said to her, and her reaction had obviously confirmed his previous guess. Yes. This consort is Little Sevens and Feng. The woman in red saw that she had failed to play the fool, so she admitted it directly. She stared at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, I don't care where you are from, and whether you have a bright future or not, but Shao Qi is not someone you can covet. Remember this. Master, are you here to warn me not to be a toad that wants to eat swan meat?" Yang Kai said calmly. "If that's the case, you should have said it earlier. At least you have some self-awareness." The woman in red snorted. "Since you're so sensible, this consort doesn't want to bully the weak. Remember this consort's words. If there comes a day when you have any improper thoughts towards Shao Qi, this consort will definitely make you regret being born into this world." Master's threat, it's so soft and weak. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "But Master, please don't worry. Little Seven and I are just friends. That would be for the best." The woman in red nodded in satisfaction. Yang Kai smiled again. He said, "Compared to young and inexperienced girls, I prefer beautiful and mature women, such as... Milord, you really make me drool." Pfft. In the void, Uncle Lee spat out another mouthful of tea. His jaw seemed to be dislocated as he opened his mouth wide. After a while, he came back to his senses. With a face full of cold sweat, he said, "She was molested." Ninth young lady was molested. Saying so, he couldn't help laughing out loud. A little brat actually dares to take liberties with ninth young lady. If this matter were to be known to the great emperors would definitely laugh to their heart's content. "Big brother Yang, how can you say that?" Opposite him, Mo Shaoqi also blushed and spat, "You're too shameless. You like someone like me?" The woman in red's expression was slightly strange as she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, "Based on your presumptuous remarks just now, this queen can pull out your hateful tongue. But..." She suddenly changed the topic and smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes overflowing with charm as she said softly, "This queen likes your straightforwardness very much. When your cultivation surpasses mine one day, this queen may give you a chance to pursue me." "Huh, then it's a deal." Yang Kai laughed. The woman in red stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before she sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she suddenly disappeared. "Hey, Master, you destroyed my flight artifact and just left like this, isn't that a bit unkind?" Yang Kai shouted into the void. Just as he spoke, a blue light suddenly flew over from the distance and stopped in front of him in a flash. Yang Kai looked over and found that the thing wrapped in the blue light was a miniature wooden boat about 3 inches in size, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao Source grade artifact. "You really compensated me?" Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he didn't refuse and directly put the wooden boat into his space ring. Then, he stood in the void and waited quietly. After a while, he suddenly shuddered, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In an instant, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his whole body was like a fish out of water. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath. Although the confrontation with the woman in red wasn't thrilling, it was definitely not peaceful either. After all, she was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. She was many realms above Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai really released the gold and silver seal on his lower abdomen, he wasn't completely confident that he could escape from her hands. So, he could only take a risk. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he suddenly guessed the other party's true identity. It wasn't difficult to figure this out. He had no grievances with this woman in red, but she, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, deliberately came here to find trouble with him. Obviously, there was a reason. As for Yang Kai, he could only think of Mo Shaoqi. Before Shaoqi left Maplewood City, she left a jade slip to tell Yang Kai that Auntie Feng had come to catch her. With Mo Shaoqi's third-order origin king cultivation, how could she escape from Auntie Feng's pursuit? She would definitely be caught and brought home. After catching Mo Shaoqi, Auntie Feng might have learned of his existence from her. Auntie Feng deliberately stopped here to test him. Yang Kai could understand Auntie Feng's approach. A young girl who was ignorant of the world often mentioned a strange man. As an elder, Auntie Feng naturally had to come to see Yang Kai's character and see if Mo Xiaoqi was deceived by a shameless person. The next step was simple. Since he knew the other party's identity, Yang Kai naturally understood that Mo Xiaoqi must be hidden nearby. As for the woman in red, it was absolutely impossible for her to kill him. However, when she said those words before she left, she seemed to have used some kind of soul secret technique, and he was almost fooled by her seductive charm. Fortunately, Auntie Feng also underestimated the power of Yang Kai's soul, so he was able to use the power of the soul-warming lotus to resolve the situation. Otherwise, if Mo Xiaoqi really saw his embarrassing state, she would probably never have any contact with Yang Kai again. She should be gone, right? Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was a little exhausted, but he still hurried in the direction of Qin Chaoyang. After a brief investigation, he found that Qin Chaoyang had only fainted. There was not a single wound on his body. It seemed that Auntie Feng had deliberately knocked out Qin Chaoyang with the first blow to create an opportunity for her to talk to Yang Kai alone. In the distance, Uncle Li used the great divine technique to carry Mo Xiaoqi and Auntie Feng through the void. Mo Xiaoqi wore a sullen look. The two masters from the Emperor realm ignored her. From time to time, Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. It seemed that she had something to say. What do you want to say? Just say it. What are you looking at? Auntie Feng glared at Uncle Li angrily. The latter laughed awkwardly and said, I'm just curious. How did that boy neutralize your soul summoning technique? How much of your strength did you use? 10%, or 5%? Auntie Feng was silent for a moment before saying, 20%. Are you kidding me? Uncle Li's eyes widened. Auntie Feng said, that boy's soul power is a little strange. He only has the cultivation of the first-order Dao Source realm, but his soul power is comparable to the third-order Dao Source realm. And what? He seems to have some powerful artifact to protect himself. Most of my soul summoning technique's power was offset by that thing. Even you didn't notice what kind of artifact it was. It exists in his knowledge sea, unless I break open his head and take a closer look. Can you stop talking about such a scary topic? I'm right here, Mo Xiaoqi interjected from the side. She was proving her existence. And that boy. Auntie Feng didn't pay attention to Mo Xiaoqi at all. Instead, she looked at Uncle Li with interest and said with a smile, his attainments in the Tao of space are not low. He can actually use a secret technique similar to a black hole. I remember that even you couldn't do this back then. What are you trying to say? Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng smiled tenderly, it's rare to find a suitable one. Haven't you thought about accepting him as your disciple? In all fairness, this boy is quite good. Even the top sect in the star boundary may not be able to cultivate such a talent. Tisk, Uncle Li sneered. What's so fun about having a disciple? After taking him in, I still have to spend a lot of effort teaching him. I still have to worry about him, afraid that he will die young and whatnot. If he was a beautiful girl, I might consider raising him. Unfortunately, TSK, that's because he doesn't have this blessing, Auntie Feng smiled. That's right. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly clapped her hands and said, Uncle Li is proficient in the Tao of space, so is big brother Yang. Uncle Li, why don't you accept him as your disciple? He can also inherit your mantle. I refuse. Uncle Li didn't even think about it. Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him, then turned to look at Auntie Feng and said, Auntie Feng, when I was 4 years old, Uncle Li, oh. Uncle Li's face changed as he clapped his hands and shouted, this king suddenly feels that taking in a disciple is not a bad idea. If I'm in a good mood, I'll pull him over and teach him, if I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him, and if I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. Uncle Li, do you really think so? Mo Shaoqi looked at him excitedly. N. Uncle Li nodded seriously. When Uncle Li sees him next time, he will definitely accept him as a disciple. At the same time, he secretly thought, when this king returns, I'll enter retreat for 1,000 years. Shaoqi will definitely forget about this matter by then. Chapter 21-21. It took 2 hours for Qin Chaoyang to wake up. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted. His expression changed drastically as he looked around. After finding that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, he was very curious about what the woman in red wanted to do and what had happened while he was unconscious. Yang Kai didn't tell the truth. After all, this matter involved the origin and identity of Mo Shaoqi, so he casually made up a story, saying that the woman in red mistook him for someone else. Qin Chaoyang was skeptical, but since both of them were unharmed, he didn't get to the bottom of it and continued to fly in the direction of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's ship artifact was destroyed. Yang Kai didn't have time to refine the small wooden boat artifact that the woman in red gave him before she left, so Qin Chaoyang could only summon his own flight artifact. It was a carriage-like artifact, a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Although it wasn't as big as Yang Kai's ship, its speed wasn't much slower. Yang Kai took the time to refine the wooden boat artifact. The woman in red was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the artifact she gave Yang Kai was a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, there were many barriers attached to it. Although it had no offensive power, its defense was impregnable, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. He was going to enter the Four Seasons realm, so he would definitely need to use a flight artifact, so he seized the time to refine it. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and after more than 10 days, the two entered the sphere of influence of Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple was a famous sect in the Southern Territory. An orthodoxy temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the other two sects were equal in status and strength, second only to Star Soul Palace. Their headquarters was located in a continuous mountain range, and there were tens of thousands of disciples and countless masters. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang didn't know why that master had appointed Qin Chaoyang to come to Azure Sun Temple in exchange for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but since the other party had said so, it probably had some relationship with Azure Sun Temple. As soon as the two of them stepped into the Azure Sun mountain range, they were shocked by the spirit chi contained within the mountain range. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed towards him. With the fragrance of flowers and plants, it made people feel refreshed. The effects of cultivating in such a good environment would definitely be extraordinary. Yang Kai estimated that there should be a lot of good earth veins under the Azure Sun mountain range. Even the best earth veins should exist. Otherwise, there would not be such a rich world energy. Moreover, this was merely the periphery. If one were to go deep into the center, what sort of scene would it be? He was looking around. He was secretly shocked by the heritage of Azure Sun Temple, but was surprised to find that Qin Chaoyang was a little nervous and reserved. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. After all, this was the headquarters of the top sect in the Southern Territory. Qin Chaoyang, the patriarch of a small family in Maplewood City, may be regarded as a top figure in Maplewood City, but here, he may not even be as good as an ordinary disciple. Naturally, there was a lot of psychological pressure, fearing that he would make a mistake or lose his manners when he met someone. After all, he came here to ask for help, so naturally, he was very nervous. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed to have no pressure at all. It was as if he was on a scenic tour, taking in the beautiful scenery along the way. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and said, "Brother Qin, someone is coming." Ah! Qin Chaoyang seemed to be a little distracted and was shocked when he heard this. He also stopped and stood quietly in place. After a while, two streams of light suddenly shot from a distance and landed accurately not far in front of the two people, looking at them coldly. One of them had a fat head, big ears, and a simple and fat body. The fat on his face was piled together, and it was almost impossible to see where his eyes were. The other person was a man with a blue face. He didn't know if it was his original skin color or because he cultivated some kind of secret technique. In any case, he didn't look like a normal person. The cultivation of these two people was not high. One was a second-order origin king, and the other was a third-order origin king. But as a patrolling disciple, such cultivation was enough to show the powerful heritage of Azure Sun Temple. Who are you, and why are you trespassing into my Azure Sun Temple? The fat man didn't show any signs of fear because of the difference in cultivation. On the contrary, he had an arrogant look on his face as he ordered Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang around. Yang Kai's heart moved, thinking to himself that a great sect was a great sect. If it was elsewhere, an Origin King realm cultivator would be trembling in fear in front of a Dao Source realm cultivator. But here, these two guys didn't show any fear. Instead, it seemed that their cultivation was lower than theirs. Qin Zhaoyang was also a little surprised, but thinking that this was Azure Sun Temple, he was relieved. He quickly lowered his posture and cupped his fists. Greetings, two little brothers. This old master is the patriarch of the Qin family in Maplewood City. This is, before he could introduce Yang Kai, the fat man frowned and said, Maplewood City? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. The blue-faced man also looked impatient and said contemptuously, it's probably some remote village. Senior brother, you're right. The fat man touched his double chin with a look of approval. In the blink of an eye, he shouted at Qin Zhaoyang, Bumpkin, why don't you stay in Maple Leaf City? What are you doing in my Azure Sun Temple? Bumpkin. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked at the time. This fat man actually called him that in front of him. No one had ever called him that before. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, but now that he was under the eaves, he had to bow his head. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and smile apologetically, it's Maplewood City, not Maple Leaf City. Isn't it the same? The fat man said. It's the same. The blue-faced man also nodded. You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing in Azure Sun Temple? If you don't answer quickly, you will be regarded as invaders. Don't blame my brother for being ruthless. As the fat man spoke, he opened up an attack posture with an agility that didn't match his body shape. We brothers are very powerful. Hurry up and tell us why you've come. The blue-faced man also struck a pose at the right time, as if he was about to start a fight if there was a disagreement. Wait. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked. The two Origin Kings dared to take the initiative to show their intention to attack them. Although they were a little overconfident, this was the headquarters of Azure Sun Temple. Once a fight broke out, there would be masters coming. At that time, he and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if they had the means to reach the heavens. He chose his words carefully and said, two little brothers, don't be nervous. Brother Yang and I are not enemies of your temple. Whether we are enemies or not, brother and I have our own judgment. The fat man shouted in a low voice. Yes, it's not up to you to decide. Although the blue-faced man was the brother, he didn't seem to be a person who had his own opinion. Whatever the fat junior brother said, he followed. Qin Zhaoyang sighed and said helplessly, this old master came here to ask for an audience with your temple's temple master when. Hearing this, the fat junior brother and the blue-faced brother were both taken aback and were silent for a while. After a while, the fat junior brother turned to look at his brother and said, Brother, did I hear wrong? This bumpkin just said that he wanted to see the temple master. Brother also heard it. The blue-faced brother nodded. Presumptuous. The fat junior brother suddenly became angry and shouted, You bumpkin, I gave you 3 points and you want to open a dye house. How dare you use this uncle as an example? Take this. In the blink of an eye, the chubby junior brother's body trembled as he formed a seal with both hands. Activating the power in his body, he pushed it forward, causing a surge of power to surge out and strike towards Qin Zhaoyang. The Blue-Face brother's reaction wasn't slow either. He directly took out a long sword artifact and with a flash of sword light, he went straight for Yang Kai's face. His moves were big and wide. To put it bluntly, they were full of flaws. "What are you two doing, little brothers?" Qin Zhaoyang was shocked. Pushing his source chi, he directly dissolved the fat junior brother's attack. He didn't expect that the other party would immediately kill him after he said what he came for. Fortunately, the strength of these two people wasn't high. With his Dao Source Realm cultivation, there was no need for him to be afraid. On the other side, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the blue-faced man's fierce-looking long sword in his hand. Both of them just broke each other's killing moves and didn't fight back. Ah! Seeing this scene, the fat junior brother exclaimed, "Not good, brother, these two are Dao Source Realm cultivators, retreat quickly." It seemed that only now did he understand that Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang's cultivation was higher than his. Oh! The blue-faced brother also came back to his senses at this moment. Using some kind of movement skill, he ignored his long sword artifact and quickly retreated to the junior brother's side. Great enemies. "Brother, leave quickly, these two aren't easy to deal with." The fat junior brother looked a little flustered. After he finished speaking, he immediately ran away. The blue-faced man followed closely behind. In the distance, the fat junior brother's voice came from the other side, "If you have the guts, just wait for me. When the masters of my palace arrive, they will teach you a lesson." This. Qin Zhaoyang was stunned, standing in place with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai's face was also full of black lines. After thinking for a while, he held the long sword between his fingers in the palm of his hand. "Little brother Yang, we." Qin Zhaoyang's expression was flustered, as if he wanted to retreat. "Let's go inside. If it's as expected, we should be able to see the real deal soon." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Is this okay?" Qin Zhaoyang was hesitant. "If we really escape, it will be like yellow mud falling into our crotch. Once we are wanted by Azure Sun Temple, I'm afraid you and I won't be able to establish ourselves in the Southern Territory in the future. It's better to take the initiative to meet them and explain to them. Brother Yang's words are reasonable, but I'm afraid they won't believe us." Qin Zhaoyang said worriedly. Yang Kai laughed and said, "The two we met before, their way of thinking, is a bit unique. I guess the others in Azure Sun Temple should also be aware of it. If we explain it well, they should be able to understand." "I hope so." Qin Zhaoyang nodded. After thinking about it, the tension and fear in his heart disappeared a lot. He moved forward again with Yang Kai. Chapter 21-22. This time, Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang didn't go far before they noticed that there were Dao Source Realm Masters coming over. They should be the helpers invited by the two Azure Sun Temple disciples before. These people were extremely fast, and there was more than one. There were 4 or 5 of them, and the leader was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai waited quietly and didn't move forward. Qin Zhaoyang also looked nervous. Not long after, a light flashed and a group of cultivators appeared in front of the two. "Deacon Tao, these are the two guys who trespassed into my Azure Sun Mountain range and talked nonsense. Brother and I were no match for them, so we retreated in shame. Look, that person is still holding brother's long sword in his hand." The fat junior brother and the blue-faced brother who appeared before were also among these people. As soon as they appeared, the fat junior brother explained to a semi-old man while pointing at Yang Kai. The semi-old man looked about 50 years old. Half of his hair was white. He wasn't tall, but his eyes were shining. He looked very capable. This person should be the Deacon Tao mentioned by the fat junior brother. A second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator only served as a deacon in Azure Sun Temple. The higher positions of protector and elder should be held by a more powerful cultivator. Yang Kai thought secretly in his heart. As soon as the fat junior brother's voice fell, the blue-faced brother also shouted, "Hey, country bumpkin, return this uncle's artifact to me, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard this. He didn't have the intention of taking the other party's artifact for himself. This long sword was just an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. The reason why he held it in his hand. He wanted to return it to this blue-faced man when he saw him again. But when the other party said this, he was in a dilemma. He couldn't return it, but he couldn't not return it. If he returned it, it would seem too cowardly. If he didn't return it, it would be an obvious provocation. This made Yang Kai feel a headache coming on. He couldn't wait to tear that green-faced man's mouth open. "Don't be rude." Fortunately, Deacon Tao seemed to be a reasonable person. He didn't blindly believe in his own sect's disciples. He probably knew the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother very well and knew that their style of doing things was somewhat different from ordinary people. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. Suddenly, he had an idea. Although the cultivation of the two first-order Tao Source Realm cultivators wasn't high, it wasn't low either, compared to the cultivator outside. A Tao Source Realm cultivator was still considered a master. This deacon already has a rough understanding of what happened. "I wonder if the two of you have anything to say?" Deacon Tao asked. Qin Chaoyang hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "The head of the Qin family in Maplewood City, Qin Chaoyang, greets Deacon Tao. Brother Yang and I took the liberty to come to Azure Sun Temple, not to cause trouble. It's just that the two disciples of your temple suddenly took the initiative to attack. Brother Yang and I were forced into a corner and could only defend. Deacon Tao, please understand. Maplewood City." When Deacon Tao heard this, his brows suddenly frowned slightly, and he said lightly, "Recently, this deacon seems to have heard the three words Maplewood City often." The other two Tao Source Realm cultivators standing next to him also gently nodded. First, the divine spirit Wan Feng appeared in clear Jade Mountain near Maplewood City, then the ancient great demon seal was broken, the demonic chi besieged the city, and so on. These things were not secrets, and those who were interested could naturally find out. "Did something happen in Maplewood City again?" Deacon Tao asked with some surprise. He thought that Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang were messengers from Maplewood City who came to ask for help. Hearing him say so, Qin Chaoyang immediately understood that the other party did not know the purpose of his visit. It must be because the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother did not explain. Qin Chaoyang said, "It's not about Maplewood City. This Qin is here for personal matters." "Personal matters?" Deacon Tao frowned slightly when he heard the words, and asked, "Who do you have a relationship with in my Azure Sun Temple?" "No." Qin Chaoyang shook his head. "Then you want to join my Azure Sun Temple?" Deacon Tao asked again. "Not really." Deacon Tao suddenly became a little impatient. At this moment, the fat junior brother leaned over and whispered in Deacon Tao's ear. A cold light flashed in Deacon Tao's eyes. He stared at the two people opposite him and nodded, "So that's how it is. Such shameless boasting, no wonder they would attack you." After a pause, he said, "It's not easy for you to cultivate to the Tao Source Realm, and it's your first offense. Each of you leave an arm and leave." Qin Chaoyang's body trembled. His eyes widened as he looked in front of him in disbelief. Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that things were a bit difficult. Although Deacon Tao's thinking was normal, his style of doing things was straightforward. He did not give them a chance to explain at all. Deacon Tao saw the look on their faces and chuckled, "Why? Reluctant? If you can't bear to, this deacon doesn't mind helping you." "Deacon Tao!" Yang Kai shouted suddenly. "What else do you have to say?" Deacon Tao turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Is Deacon Tao asking us to break our arms just because Brother Qin and I want to see Temple Master Wen? What kind of logic is this? Is this how Azure Sun Temple treats its guests? The top sect in the Southern Territory is really better than seeing it once." His sarcastic tone made several people on the opposite side glare at him angrily. Deacon Tao even sneered and said, "You trespassed into my Azure Sun mountain range, so this deacon took your lives. Now that you are not dead, you should be grateful and leave an arm behind. If you continue to be long-winded, you don't have to leave." He had a confident expression on his face. It was not surprising. He was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's cultivation in the first-order Dao Source Realm were obvious at a glance. Deacon Tao did not feel that they were his opponents. What's more, he had two first-order Dao Source Realm companions by his side. Yang Kai said, "Just because of our request?" "Yes. That's strange. Is there a rule in your temple that says outsiders are not allowed to see Temple Master Wen?" "Of course not, but, what qualifications do you have to ask to see Master Temple Master?" The Azure Sun Temple Master, Wen Zishan, was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He was a figure standing at the peak of the martial Dao. Not just anyone could see him. If you wanted to see him, you had to be at least in the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai, a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, made such a request. It was simply unbearable. It was like a sloppy beggar asking to see the noble empress of a country. Those guards would naturally rather kill the beggar. They could not let him tarnish the eyes of the empress. "Since Brother Qin and I have come here from afar, we naturally have a reason to see Temple Master Wen." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "How about this, Deacon Tao, you report this matter to Temple Master Wen. As for whether he will see us or not, it is up to him." Presumptuous. Temple Master Wen Zishan is busy every day. How can he see a nobody like you? Deacon Tao snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at him with great interest and said, "Deacon Tao, are you saying this because you can't see Temple Master Wen, right?" After saying that, he did not wait for him to deny it. Yang Kai looked like he was enlightened and said to himself, "Yes, with Deacon Tao's status, it is not so easy to see Temple Master Wen. How about this, Deacon Tao? You go and report to the elder or protector that you can speak to. How about letting them tell Temple Master Wen? I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Deacon Tao seemed to be a little angry. Obviously, Yang Kai was right. Yang Kai remained unmoved and said indifferently, "Deacon Tao, old Brother Qin and I came here not only to ask to see Temple Master Wen, but also because we have something to rely on. Are you sure you want to drive us out of the Azure Sun mountain range?" When Deacon Tao heard the words, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Yang Kai gave him the feeling that he was too calm. It was definitely not what a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could show. It seemed that the Temple Master would really meet them. If they really brought any important information to the Temple Master, he would be driven out and driven out. Yet, Zhang Xian had stopped him here and chased him out. If the Hall Master were to find out about this matter in the future, he would not be able to get away with it either. Thinking of this, Deacon Tao suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said, "What do you two rely on that the Temple Master must see? Let me hear it. If this is the case, I will report it for you." Yang Kai heard the words and glanced at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang knew that things had come to this point. He had to come up with something, otherwise he couldn't even enter the gate of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai reached out and took out the Jade Maiden Beggar token from his space ring. Using a little bit of his strength, he tossed it to Deacon Tao and said, "Sir Deacon only needs to pass this thing to Temple Master Wen and he will naturally understand." When he said this, Qin Chaoyang was still calm, but he was secretly praying in his heart. He prayed that the master he met back then was not joking with him. If this Jade Girl Beggar token didn't work, then he and Yang Kai would really be doomed today. What is this? Deacon Tao reached out and took the token, put it on the palm of his hand and looked at it carefully. The other two Dao Source Realm Masters also leaned over to take a look. Soon, Deacon Tao's face changed from the initial bewilderment to puzzlement. Then, he was stunned and angry. He shouted, "How dare you? Do you think you can deceive me by randomly carving a nondescript token? I think you are not awake yet." Deacon Tao's reaction was completely within Yang Kai's expectations. Anyone who saw this token would have doubts in their heart. When he first saw this jade beggar token, he also didn't take it seriously. Only after he personally tested it, did he know that the one who made this token was indeed an expert. Moreover, it was an expert beyond his imagination. There was no reason for such a master to play with Qin Chaoyang, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so Yang Kai felt that this token should be real, symbolizing identity and status. So he smiled confidently and said, "Deacon Tao, although this token is a bit strange, it was not casually carved by me. It was made by a peerless master. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, I believe Master Temple Master will understand." "Good, good, good, you two bastards, do you really think this deacon is so easy to talk to? I wonder if you will still think so after your limbs are cut off and your scalps are peeled off." Deacon Tao's face suddenly became ferocious, and as he spoke, he gripped the token fiercely. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Gotcha, the token broke. Chapter 21-23. The Jade Girl Beggar token, which was unscathed by Yang Kai's brute force, and Qin Chaoyang couldn't damage it at all, was easily crushed into 4 or 5 pieces by Deacon Tao. It was effortless. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stared at the front in a daze, and his mind was in chaos. Qin Chaoyang also looked like his jaw was dislocated. His mouth was open, and his eyes were wide open. His mind was in a mess. "Oh." Deacon Tao sneered and threw away the pieces of the token in his hand. He said, "This kind of garbage, I can carve a few hundred pieces. How can garbage be used as a token? It's the biggest joke in the world. You two scums, what else do you have to say? Brother Qin." Yang Kai whispered, turned to look at him and said, "What's the situation?" He expected Qin Chaoyang to give him a reasonable explanation. Qin Chaoyang didn't respond. He stood there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. "I've been played." Kai Yang's heart was filled with anguish, as he cursed this so-called expert to his heart's content. That token didn't have an accident earlier or later, but when it was in the hands of Deacon Tao, it was obvious that the power attached to the token had disappeared. Otherwise, with Deacon Tao's strength, it was impossible to destroy the Jade Maiden Beggar token. Now, the token was broken, and the token was gone. They couldn't explain it clearly. Yang Kai was already considering whether to leave the southern territory after escaping from the Qinyang mountain range. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be targeted by such a huge monster sooner or later. "All disciples, listen to my order. Follow me to kill these two treacherous people on the spot. Let's show the power of the divine hull." Deacon Tao couldn't wait to give orders. The 2 first-order Dao Source Realm disciples responded and rushed forward aggressively. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother seemed to have found a good time for revenge. They ignored the gap in cultivation and followed closely behind. "Brother Qin, let's go!" Yang Kai shouted. Qin Chaoyang was still indifferent. He just stood there with his lips squirming. He muttered to himself as if he had lost consciousness, "Broken. Broken." It seemed that the scene just now was quite a big blow to him. What was broken in front of him was not only a token, but also the only hope to save Qin Yu's life. At this critical moment, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared out of thin air. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. In the sky, the clouds rose, the wind, and the thunder. The ripples of energy slowly spread out from the clouds in the sky. At this moment, Yang Kai, Qin Zhaoyang, Deacon Tao, and the others all felt a terrifying pressure. Not only them, but all the martial artists in the entire Azure Sun mountain range felt it. They trembled in fear because of this pressure. This is. On the main peak of the Qingyang mountain range, in a palace, a middle-aged man in a purple shirt who seemed to be in his 40s seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. However, at the moment when the pressure fluctuated, he immediately opened his eyes. His eyes were overflowing with light. He suddenly looked in one direction. His eyesight seemed to be able to penetrate the void. He saw the scene that happened thousands of miles away. His face was dignified. After sensing for a moment, his face was a little shocked. How is it possible? At the same time, on another mountain peak, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. The environment was serene, as if it did not belong to the human world. It was magnificent. In the mountain peak, a dignified beautiful woman also stood up suddenly. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance. Her pretty face changed slightly. Without thinking, her delicate body shook and disappeared from the place. On the other side, an old man was sitting cross-legged. In front of him were many elite disciples of the Divine Hall. They were listening to the old man explain the martial Tao and heavenly Tao. Suddenly, the old man's voice stopped abruptly. He raised his head and looked in one direction. After a while, he slowly got up and flashed away, leaving a group of disciples bewildered. Similar scenes happened everywhere in the Azure Sun Temple. Those powerhouses of the Emperor realm, whether they were in seclusion or not, all sensed this terrifying power gathering. They rushed to the place of the incident from their residences to find out what was going on. At the edge of the Qingyang mountain range, the 7 people present, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling. This had nothing to do with courage and will, but a complete suppression of power. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother had weak cultivation. Their bones creaked. After holding on for a while, they both fainted. As for the 4 first-order Tao Source Realm cultivators present, they were also pushing the power in their bodies to resist the inexplicable pressure. Deacon Tao was the same. His face was filled with difficulty, and his body, which was not tall to begin with, seemed to be pressed under a mountain, his waist completely bent. What is this? What kind of power is this? Deacon Tao shouted in horror. Qin Chaoyang and the other 2 Tao Source Realm cultivators of the Azure Sun Temple were also full of awe and horror. Yang Kai's eyes rolled around, looking around. He wanted to release his divine sense to perceive the source of this power and pressure, but he found that his divine sense couldn't leave his body at all. This space seemed to be completely imprisoned. Hong, in the sky, a beam of light suddenly cast down, and a person appeared strangely. The light dissipated, and the person was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The person was wearing a wide bamboo hat on his head. The bamboo hat was slightly slanted, covering half of his face. His specific appearance couldn't be seen, but there was a jagged stubble on his chin. Coupled with the languid gaze that was faintly discernible through the edge of the bamboo hat, this person seemed to have a magical charm. The person was also dressed very ostentatiously. He was obviously a tall man with broad shoulders, but he was wearing a gaudy robe and a pair of deerskin boots on his feet. He looked a little out of place. As soon as this person appeared, Qin Chaoyang's eyes suddenly widened and he said in surprise, "Master." Yang Kai heard him shout and immediately understood that this person should be the owner of the token. Sure enough, as he guessed, this person's strength had reached the peak. He was definitely a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. The feeling coming from him seemed to be stronger than that of Andi Feng. The most important thing was, this person was not a real person, but just a projection. Who is it? Deacon Tao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. If it weren't for the fact that he was in his own territory, he would have fled long ago. Even so, he was trembling all over. When he shouted, he didn't dare to look at the person for fear of angering him. Azure Sun Temple. The mysterious person raised his head slightly and glanced, then muttered to himself. He didn't mean to pay attention to Deacon Tao at all. Instead, he turned to look at Qin Chaoyang and said, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you look so old. It seems that you have worked hard all these years." Master, Qin Chaoyang's eyes were full of tears, and after saying a sentence, he choked up and couldn't say anything. "Since you are here, then feel free to make your request." The person smiled slightly, and his eyes suddenly fixed on Yang Kai. He said in surprise, "You are here too." Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Master, do you know me?" He. That person laughed but didn't say anything. He pretended to be profound, which made people angry. Moreover, this projection of his only lasted for a few breaths of time before it showed signs of dissipating. "Time's up, what a pity." With that said, the projection really disappeared in front of everyone. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. As soon as the projection disappeared, the various heavenly phenomena disappeared as well. Naturally, that sensational pressure also vanished without a trace. In the jungle, there was immediately the sound of people gasping for breath. Pa pa pa. There was the sound of something falling on the ground. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads to look. They found that the thing that fell on the ground was the token fragments that Deacon Tao had crushed before. There were as many as 4 or 5 pieces, and they fell in the place where the mysterious expert disappeared. Seeing this scene, Deacon Tao's face turned pale. How could he not know that he had made a big mistake? The token that was crushed by him obviously had a great background. Otherwise, it would not be used as a medium to project the figure of such an expert. Perhaps the expert had already poured power into the token when he made it. Once the token was destroyed, a projection would appear. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Deacon Tao was panicking like a stray dog. He rolled and crawled, and he even fell on the way. He finally ran to the token fragments and reached out to pick them up. But the moment the token fragments were in his hand, they turned into powder and flowed through his fingertips. The wind blew, and the powder scattered. "It's over, it's over." Deacon Tao saw this and his whole body stiffened. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air came one after another, and figures suddenly appeared around the crowd. These figures were old and young, male and female, and they came from different directions. Each of them looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. After arriving at the scene, they scanned with their divine thoughts, but their faces were full of doubts. Because the energy fluctuations and coercion they had sensed before were completely gone at this moment. Ah! The other 2 Tao Source realms of Azure Sun Temple hurriedly bowed when they saw these people. Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors. These people were all masters of the Emperor realm, the top fighting force of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's gaze swept through these people, and after seeing a dignified and beautiful woman, his neck couldn't help shrinking as he cursed in his heart. That person was none other than Gao Shueting, who he had fought with before. Although Yang Kai had predicted that he might have a chance to see this beautiful woman again when he came to Azure Sun Temple this time, he didn't expect it to be so soon. The two had fought before. Even though Yang Kai was wrapped in demonic qi at that time, and his face couldn't be seen, it would be over if Gao Shueting noticed something. Yang Kai didn't want to see this woman the most. Who has been here? An old man who looked about 70 or 80 years old suddenly asked after sweeping his majestic gaze across the crowd. This old man's aura was as deep as the sea, and he was obviously much stronger than Gao Shueting. He was similar to Xiao Yuyang, whom Yang Kai had met before. He should be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Chapter 21-24. The old man asked, but the few disciples of Azure Sun Temple didn't know how to answer. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother had already fainted, so they didn't see the scene projected by the master. Deacon Tao was still muttering to himself in a daze. The remaining 2 first-order Tao Source Realm disciples couldn't say anything at all. "Are you all mute?" Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but snort coldly, looking displeased. "Tao Ming, what are you doing?" On the side, a middle-aged man in the First-Order Emperor realm looked at Deacon Tao and frowned. When the shout reached Deacon Tao's ears, it was like a sledgehammer hitting his heart. With a sudden shock, a mysterious force came out, causing Tao Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood. But with this, Tao Ming's slackened eyes finally refocused, and his frightened emotions calmed down. He looked around blankly, and after seeing the old man and the others, his body trembled and he shouted, "Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors. Don't be long-winded." The middle-aged man who used the soul secret technique to wake Tao Ming up shouted, "Tell me, what happened here, and who came here?" "Who came?" Tao Ming muttered as the terrifying and shocking scene from before abruptly appeared within his mind, and then he recalled the scene of the command token transforming into powder that flowed through his fingertips. He was shocked to the point his countenance couldn't help but go pale, and he directly knelt on the ground as he said in terror, "Lords, spare my life. This subordinate didn't do it on purpose." Seeing this, the old man slowly shook his head. "Let me do it." On the other side, a girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old suddenly spoke up. Of course. She just didn't look that old. But she was a genuine master from the Emperor realm. It was unknown what kind of mysterious power she used, but her body was strangely suspended in mid-air. As she spoke, she slowly floated in front of Tao Ming. Her expression was as gentle as water. She stretched out a jade hand, patted Tao Ming's head across the air, and said, "Don't be afraid. Just tell me what you've seen and heard." As soon as these words were spoken, Tao Ming's trembling body and frightened emotions seemed to have been comforted by something, and he immediately calmed down. He stared blankly at the sky and said, "Master, it's like this." He didn't add fuel to the fire, nor did he fan the flames. He spoke truthfully about everything that had happened before, and it was extremely detailed. Seeing this, Kai Yang was secretly startled. He knew that the young girl from the Emperor realm must have used some kind of soul secret technique. This kind of soul secret technique should be able to guide Tao Ming to tell the truth without damaging his soul. When he heard a strange figure descending from the sky, the old man shouted in a low voice, "What does that person look like? Tell me clearly." "I couldn't see clearly," Tao Ming said. "The person was wearing a wide bamboo hat. She covered her face. However, his attire is extremely strange. He's clearly a man, but he's wearing a gaudy gown." When the old man heard this, his expression changed and he asked in surprise, "What about the token? What does it look like?" Tao Ming described the situation truthfully. The old man was silent for a long time. The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a strange expression and asked, "Vice Temple Master Chiu, do you know who this person is?" The others also looked at the old man curiously, waiting for him to give an answer. The old man had no intention of answering. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. It was only at this moment that someone looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang for the first time. The two didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The old man nodded lightly and asked, "Did you bring that token?" Qin Chaoyang said, "Master, it was this Qin who brought the token." "Good." The old man said, and then said lightly, "Come with me, this is not the place to talk." After speaking, the old man rolled up his sleeves. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang felt a gentle force wrap around them, and then they flew forward involuntarily, following the old man closely. The others from the Emperor realm looked at each other and followed the old man closely. After everyone left for a while, Tao Ming seemed to come back to his senses. His body shook, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. His face turned pale all of a sudden. "Deacon Tao. The other two Dao Source Realm Masters hurried forward and paid attention to him nervously. I'm fine. Tao Ming waved his hand with lingering fear and said, fortunately, Master Chen Qian showed mercy, otherwise I would have become an idiot. But when he remembered that the crucial token was destroyed in his hands, Tao Ming felt uneasy, fearing that the sect's higher-ups would blame him for the mistake he made. Azure Sun Temple Main Peak, Myriad Saints Peak. In front of the palace, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang stood there, looking at each other. There was no guard at the entrance of this palace. After the old man brought the two here, he left them here without asking. As for the others, they all went into the palace. There were many barriers in the palace, and the door was closed. With the strength of Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, they couldn't see anything at all. Although neither of them was restrained, they didn't dare to act rashly at all, so they could only stand there obediently. Brother Yang, do you think? Qin Chaoyang said with some apprehension. They won't. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish, and knew what he was worried about. He smiled lightly and said, if they really wanted to harm us, they would have done it long ago. How would we have a chance to resist? They brought us here and left us outside the door. It seems that they have to discuss it themselves before they make a decision. From what I heard from those people just now, it seems that many people don't know who the owner of that token is. This Qin still can't figure out who he is. Qin Chaoyang said with annoyance. It's normal not to know. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master may not have the ability to make Azure Sun Temple so afraid. That person, Brother Yang, you mean? Qin Chaoyang heard him say this and suddenly thought of a possibility, whispering, one of the 10 Master. That's most likely the case. Yang Kai nodded. See. Qin Chaoyang gasped. He couldn't believe that he had come into contact with such a legendary figure. Inside the palace, a man in a purple robe sat at the head of the table. His expression was dignified, and his aura was as deep as the sea. This man was the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Wen Zishan. The old man and the others from the Emperor Realm that Yang Kai had met before also came to the hall. They all held their breath and listened attentively to the old man's report to Wen Zishan. The token, the man in the flowery robe. Wen Zishan smiled when he heard this. His smile wasn't very good-looking, but it seemed to have a strange charm. When his smile bloomed, the entire palace seemed to light up for a moment. Temple Master, did you think of something? The old man asked. Old Chiu. Wen Zishan didn't act like a Temple Master at all. He addressed Vice Temple Master Chiu Ren very casually in front of everyone. This made the old man's veins bulge on his forehead, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Gao Xueting, whose temperament was as cold as ice, had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Since you thought of it yourself, why ask me? Wen Zishan said as he reached out and picked up a bunch of spirit fruits next to him. He raised it above his head and bit off one fruit, then another. His mouth was full of saliva. Temple Master. Chiu Ran couldn't help but shout. Okay, Wen Zishan mumbled. He put down the unfinished spirit fruit in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up, saying, in this world, who would carve a token that symbolizes their identity into a beggar on one side and a jade maiden on the other? What kind of person would wear such tasteless clothes and parade through the streets? There is only one answer. In the main hall, everyone held their breaths and focused their attention on Wen Zishan. At this moment, Wen Zishan's temperament suddenly changed. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the void. He said in a deep voice, wandering the mortal world, playing in the world, the great emperors of the mortal world. Gao Xueting suddenly cried out. Oh! Little Xueting is very smart, you guessed it right away. Wen Zishan glanced in Gao Xueting's direction, and the dignified face from before suddenly disappeared. He showed a bright smile and said softly, "What reward do you want? Uncle can satisfy you." The corner of Gao Shueting's mouth twitched slightly. "Temple Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. I am no longer the little girl from back then. I have long passed the age of needing rewards. And I am already more than 200 years old. 200 years old. That's still very young." Wen Zishan smiled and said with some disappointment, "I still prefer the way you were when you were young. Now that you have grown up, you are so cold, humph." Gao Shueting snorted coldly and turned her head to the side, showing a "I can't be bothered with you" expression. "Temple Master, let's get down to business." The veins on Qiu Ran's forehead throbbed even more violently. He looked like he couldn't bear it anymore, and his robes fluttered even though there was no wind. All right. When Zishan heard this, turned his face, and said as if nothing had happened, "The great emperors of the secular world is the most mysterious person among the 10 great emperors. That old thing has always been elusive and elusive." Old thing, everyone in the emperor realm was shocked, and their faces twitched. What kind of people were the 10 great emperors of the secular world? Yet, in the mouth of their own temple master, they had become an old thing. Temple Master, is it okay to call him that? What if that master finds out? One of the middle-aged men interrupted in horror. When Zishan smiled, "Don't be fooled by that old thing. He is actually a very good person. He won't get angry over such a small matter," he casually explained, then continued, "and very few people have seen his secular world token. Even in the emperor realm, very few people know what the secular world token looks like, but I happen to know. On the front, there is a picture of a beautiful woman in water, and on the back, there is a picture of a beggar begging. Also, the material of the token can be found everywhere. It is definitely not something precious." Chapter 21-25. Judging from the information you brought back, the 2 Dao Source Realm brats brought the bustling world token without a doubt. Anyone can imitate the bustling world token, but the power attached to it is not something that anyone can imitate. When Zishan smiled and said, "But then again, who would want to imitate that kind of token? How could these 2 have the bustling world token of the great emperors of the bustling world?" Qiu Ran frowned. When Zishan shrugged and said, "The master's style of doing things. No one can guess it. It's not surprising that those 2 have the bustling world token. Maybe one day, there will be many beggars and prostitutes coming to my Azure Sun Temple with the bustling world token." Everyone had a look of indifference on their faces. "You don't believe me?" When Zishan said, "Back then, when this king founded Azure Sun Temple, a group of prostitutes came to this king with a bustling world token to ask for money. Well, at that time, none of you were here. Only little Shueting was by my side, so naturally, I didn't know. There's such a thing." Everyone was shocked. Qiu Ran looked speechless and murmured, "The bustling world token actually fell into the hands of that kind of woman. This master is really, how treacherous. So unpredictable. The great emperors of the bustling world live up to their reputation." At this time, the girl Chen Qian, who had been quietly floating in the air after using the soul's secret technique on Deacon Tao, suddenly said lightly, "Speaking of which, why does this subordinate feel that the temple master's style of doing things is somewhat similar to that of the great emperors?" As soon as she said this, everyone fell into deep thought. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. Lord Temple Master is also acting strangely all the time. He's not serious at all. He also wears such tasteless clothes. He has no self-respect. This king is right here. You are talking about this king in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf?" When Zishan said with a straight face. Qiu Ran glanced at him and cupped his fists. "Master, this subordinate heard that when Temple Master was young, he was adopted by the great emperors of the bustling world for a period of time. I don't know if this is true or not." "Absolutely not. This subordinate has also heard that the great emperors of the secular world have imparted knowledge to the master. Wind from an empty cave. Ah! Many people were shocked when they heard this. There's such a thing. Master of the temple has such a relationship with the great emperors of the secular world. I see. I understand. Wen Zishan looked at the group of people below and said helplessly, "What do you understand? Are you trying to say that my character was influenced by that old thing?" Nonsense. I am not related to that old thing at all, so why would I be affected by him? Then why does the red dust token appear in my Azure Sun Temple so frequently? Xiao Ran asked. Counting this time, the red dust token had appeared in Azure Sun Temple twice. However, he had never heard of any other faction receiving a Hongqian writ. Well, this king is very curious about what those two want to do in my Azure Sun Temple with the red dust token. Let them in. Wen Zishan suddenly said seriously. Xiao Ran sighed deeply, feeling more and more that his master of the temple was somewhat similar to the great emperors of the secular world. However, he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he opened the door of the palace and sent a message to the outside. Outside the palace, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang looked at each other and walked inside side by side with solemn expressions. After the two walked into the main hall, the palace door closed again. There was a group of people from the Emperor realm in the room. Even if these people did not deliberately release their power, the omnipresent pressure was still not something the two first-order Dao Source realm could withstand. Yang Kai was better off. Although he felt a little difficult to walk, at least he did not make a fool of himself. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, was trembling with fear. Along the way, he left clear water marks on the ground and his clothes were soaked with sweat. When they got closer, the two cupped their fists and bowed to the surroundings. The rest of the people just looked at them quietly and did not speak. Wen Zishan waved his hand and an invisible force radiated out, making Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang feel a lot more relaxed. Thank you, Temple Master Wen. Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked the person on the high platform. Although no one introduced him, since he could sit in the main seat here and wear a symbolic purple robe, there was no doubt that he was the Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. After this Temple Master's verification, the tokens you two brought are correct. Wen Zishan's expression was serious as he looked down and said, "This king asks you, why did you bring this token to my Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai glanced at Qin Chaoyang beside him, but found that he was cowering, as if he did not dare to speak. In desperation, he could only say, reporting to Temple Master Wen, "The two of us are from Maplewood City. That token was given to Brother Qin by a mysterious master 12 years ago, and instructed him to come to Azure Sun Temple 12 years later to ask Temple Master Wen for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm." Four Seasons realm? Wen Zishan was a little surprised, and the others also had strange expressions. They thought that the two of them came to Azure Sun Temple with the Hongqian token to make some special requests, but who would have thought that they only wanted a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm? Wen Zishan's divine sense swept over Qin Chaoyang and said lightly, "This old man doesn't look like a talented person, then why did the old master let him enter the Four Seasons realm?" Although the Four Seasons realm is not a great secret territory, because of the limited number of people who can enter, only the elites of the major sects and clans can enter to explore opportunities and opportunities. Is there any reason why you must go in? Qin Chaoyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, reporting to Master, "It is for a grandchild of this little old man. She suffers from a chronic illness and is congenitally deficient, which can only be cured by a kind of spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm." Back then, that lord saw this, so he gave this Qin a token and instructed me to come to Azure Sun Temple 12 years later. So that's how it is. Wen Zishan nodded and did not intend to ask in detail, but said, "Since the master said so, then this temple master can't refuse, it's just a matter of a spot." Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang could not help but show a look of joy. He thought that this trip would be difficult. Not to mention who the owner of the token was, whether or not Azure Sun Temple would give him face, and even if they did, whether or not they would give him a spot. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang was worried. But things went unexpectedly smoothly, and the spot seemed to be at his fingertips. He was pleasantly surprised. But when Zishan changed the topic, this matter has always been handled by an elder of my temple. Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked to the side. Little Xueting. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Xueting glared at him fiercely. Ahem. Elder Gao. Wen Zishan quickly corrected himself. Subordinate is here. Gao Xueting stepped forward and replied solemnly. You heard what I said just now, how about you arrange this matter? Wen Zishan said. Gao Xueting heard this and could not help but show a difficult expression. What's so difficult about it? Wen Zishan observed her expression and asked curiously. Qin Chaoyang could not help but feel nervous. Gao Xueting glanced at Qin Chaoyang and said, the Four Seasons realm will open in a month, and the spots have already been determined and the disciples have been informed. If one of the spots is taken away now, there will definitely be people who will not be willing. That's true. Wen Zishan showed a thoughtful expression and muttered to himself, entering the Four Seasons realm is something they have been looking forward to for a long time. It is indeed unfair to suddenly revoke one of their qualifications. But after all, this is the master's intention. Well, this is difficult for this king. Gao Xueting said, actually, this subordinate has a suggestion. Oh. Let's hear it. Wen Zishan's eyes lit up. Gao Xueting said, I just heard this elder say that he entered the Four Seasons realm to obtain a spirit fruit to cure his grandson's illness. This subordinate would like to ask this elder, what kind of spirit fruit do you want to obtain in the Four Seasons realm? If it's convenient, you can tell me. Maybe my Azure Sun Temple already has such a thing. If that's the case, you don't have to take the risk to enter. To be honest, with your strength. She paused for a moment as if she was thinking of the right words, but in the end, she said, you may not be able to come out alive. Qin Chaoyang listened and felt that this was indeed the case, so he immediately replied, Elder Gao, this old man only wants a tribulation fruit. Tribulation fruit. Qiu Ran could not help but frown. Gao Xueting also showed a difficult expression. Wen Zishan turned his gaze to the girl named Chen Qian and asked, Elder Chen, you have been in charge of my temple's storehouse. Is there a tribulation fruit in the treasury? Chen Qian said, this subordinate needs to check. How long? A quarter of an hour. Wen Zishan nodded and closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Chen Qian took out a communication artifact and sent her divine sense into it, apparently to convey some orders to the disciples below. For a moment, the main hall was silent. Only Qin Chaoyang waited anxiously, his heart thumping wildly, worrying about his gains and losses to the extreme. Yang Kai was originally standing in place with nothing to do, but suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look to the side. Over there, Gao Xueting was looking at him. When she saw him looking over, she did not have any intention of avoiding his gaze. Instead, she looked at him more attentively. This made Yang Kai's heart skip a beat. He secretly felt that something was wrong. Most of the people present were from the Emperor realm, so this scene quickly attracted the attention of others. Everyone could not help but curiously look at Yang Kai, wondering what he had that Gao Xueting was so interested in. Wen Zishan quietly squinted his eyes, watching all of this with great interest. Elder Gao, what can I do for you? Yang Kai felt that it was not a good thing to be stared at all the time, especially when the other party was from the Emperor realm. It made him feel uneasy, so he simply spoke up. Where have I seen you before? Gao Xueting asked, I keep thinking that you look familiar. Ha 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 ha. Before Yang Kai could answer, Wen Zishan, who was above, laughed loudly. Gao Xueting frowned and glared at him unhappily. Chapter 21-26. When Zishan said, Elder Gao, these words have always been said by a man to a woman, and in a special atmosphere and environment, and with ulterior motives and intentions. If this little brother had said these words to you, this king could still understand, but if you took the initiative to say these words, there seems to be something wrong. Shut up! Gao Shueting shouted. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Qin Chaoyang was also dumbfounded and looked at Gao Shueting with a strange expression. Although Gao Shueting was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, she was just an elder in Azure Sun Temple, while Wen Zishan was the Temple Master. As an elder, she dared to ask the Temple Master to shut up. Wasn't this disgraceful and heinous? What shocked Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang even more was that Wen Zishan really did shut up. Looking around, the others didn't seem to be surprised by this scene and didn't blame Gao Shueting at all. Instead, a few people cast disdainful looks at Wen Zishan. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. The first thought that popped up in his mind was that the Wen Zishan sitting on top was an imposter. That was why Gao Shueting didn't give him any face, and even the others could stare at him. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't very likely. When Wen Zishan waved his hand just now, he clearly felt the fluctuations of power in his body. This guy was definitely a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, he was the only third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he wasn't Wen Zishan, who else could he be? Yang Kai was confused. He felt that there was something wrong with the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple. You haven't answered my question yet. Have I seen you somewhere before? Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai again. She asked relentlessly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. I am from Maplewood City. Elder Gao went to Maplewood City last time to help Master Xiao Yuyang open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. At that time, I was also present and even entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Perhaps this is why Elder Gao finds me familiar. I see. Gao Shueting muttered. She felt that what he said made sense, so she nodded and said, maybe. After saying that, he then ignored him. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. If Gao Shueting were to recognize him as the demon cultivator she had fought with before in this situation, Yang Kai reckoned that his end would be very miserable. Everyone waited quietly in the hall for a moment, and Chen Qian's communication compass suddenly fluctuated with divine thought. After checking for a while, she raised her head and shook her head at Wen Zishan, Temple Master, there is no such thing as a tribulation fruit in our treasury. How disappointing. Wen Zishan murmured. Qin Chaoyang also showed a disappointed expression. After all, it would be best if they could get a ready-made tribulation fruit, so Yang Kai wouldn't have to take the risk of entering the 4 Seasons realm. But now, Azure Sun Temple didn't have such a thing, so they didn't know what the group of Emperor Realm Masters would do next. Since there is no such thing, Wen Zishan said, then you can go in and look for it yourself. As for whether you can find it or not, it will depend on your own luck. He said this to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Gao Shueting frowned slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but since Wen Zishan had already spoken, she did not want to interrupt. Many thanks, Temple Master Wen. Qin Chaoyang bowed to the ground. However, this Qin has another request. Wen Zishan smiled slightly. Let's hear it. If it is not too much. Qin Chaoyang said, this Qin requests that Temple Master give me the quota to enter the 4 Seasons realm. Give it to Brother Yang. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sure all of you can see that this Qin is already very old, and although his cultivation is only at the first-order Dao Source realm, I am well aware of my own strength. Just now, Elder Gao said that if I enter with my current strength, I may not be able to come out alive, so my death is a small matter. However, if I can't get the tribulation fruit. You mean to say that if he goes in, he can come out alive? Wen Zishan asked with interest. Qin Chaoyang said, Brother Yang, is much more powerful than this Qin. At least you have some self-awareness. Wen Zishan smiled gently, since you have made such a request, then this king will grant it. Anyway, the master only said that he would give you a quota. As for who the quota will be used on, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Temple Master Wen. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed and thanked him. Wen Zishan turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, This king doesn't know what relationship you have with this old man, but this king has to remind you that the Four Seasons realm is not safe. Although you are considered an elite with the richness of the source qi in your body, which one of those who enter that place isn't an elite? Be careful that you don't fall in there. Yang Kai grinned, I was just about to meet the elite disciples of the great sects. Young man, you are so arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The first order Tao source realm is only at the bottom of the Four Seasons realm. The masters of the Emperor realm in the hall began to talk. Wen Zishan smiled and said, It's good to have such an imposing manner. And, I hope you can maintain it when you enter. Alright, you two can leave now. When the day of departure arrives, someone will come to greet you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and before Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang could react, they were already outside the hall. They stood outside and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, a stream of light shot over from a distance. When it came close, they saw that it was Deacon Tao Ming whom they had met before. However, at this moment, Tao Ming was no longer as aggressive as before. He was sweating profusely and rushed forward in a panic. He cupped his hands and said, Please follow me. Saying so, he led the way, and Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang followed closely behind. Inside the hall, after Wen Zishan sent off Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, he turned his head and looked to the side, saying, Little Xueting, do you still have something to say? Gao Xueting frowned and said, Temple Master, if you do this, you will make it very difficult for me. Wen Zishan smiled and said, Isn't it just a quota? Just squeeze one out. Gao Xueting snorted coldly and said, Okay, I will pass the order later and say that the Temple Master will draw a quota. This matter has nothing to do with me. Okay. Wen Zishan nodded and said, If anyone disagrees, tell them to come to this king. He was so straightforward that Gao Xueting was taken aback. Chen Qian said, Actually, this subordinate thinks that we don't have to give them a quota. At worst, we can ask the disciples to help us look for the tribulation fruit when we enter. If it really doesn't work, let Sister Gao stay at the entrance of the secret territory and wait until the secret territory closes to find those who come out to buy it. Maybe we can get something. You should know that our Azure Sun Temple is not the only one who has entered the secret territory. Maybe someone has obtained that kind of spirit fruit. Wen Zishan said, Little Qian is right, but, this is the master's request. This king really can't refuse. This matter ends here. Give them a quota. At this point, he smiled evilly, as for whether they can keep it or not, it will depend on their ability. If they can't even keep a quota, then it's fine if they don't go. They will just die anyway. At that time, this king won't be considered to have gone against the master's wishes. Hearing this, Gao Xueting's eyes lit up and she nodded, this subordinate knows what to do. After Wen Zishan nodded slightly, his figure flickered and he disappeared. The others also gradually dispersed. In the end, only Chen Qian and Gao Xueting were left. Sister Gao, who do you want to make a move? Chen Qian asked. Gao Xueting thought for a while and said, What do you think of Shui? Shui? Chen Qian didn't seem to have much of an impression of this person. Hearing this, she thought for a while and said, He is a second-order Tao source realm cultivator. Can that young guy deal with him? Among the 20 people, Shui's strength is considered to be below average. If that young guy can't even deal with Shui, what's the point of going in? The Four Seasons realm is not a place to play, and the tribulation fruit is not easy to find. I'm doing this for his own good. Sister Gao's words make sense. Chen Qian nodded, but she still felt that something was wrong. Tao Ming brought Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang to a solitary mountain peak that was 1,000 kilometers away from the main hall. He then left alone after settling Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang in a palace on the mountain peak. Yang Kai checked a little and found that there was no one on this lonely peak. In other words, only he and Qin Zhaoyang were here. It was quite leisurely. After the two chatted for a while, they each found a room. Along the way, Qin Zhaoyang had also consumed a lot of energy. Naturally, he wanted to quickly recover his strength and return to Maplewood City. Yang Kai, on the other hand, needed to take this opportunity to refine the flight-type artifact given to him by Auntie Feng and the Myriad Sword Emperor artifact. The grade of the Myriad Sword was too high, so there was no need to think about how thoroughly he could refine it. He could only slightly strengthen his connection with it. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the refining experience left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, so he could avoid some detours. There wasn't much time left. After all, according to Gao Shui Ting's previous statement, the Four Seasons realm would open in a month, and considering the travel time, Yang Kai estimated that at most half a month later, someone would call him to set off. So, he was racing against time. 5 days later, Qin Zhaoyang recovered. After telling Yang Kai some things, he said goodbye and set off. Given the current situation, it was useless for him to continue staying. Since it had been decided that Yang Kai would enter the Four Seasons realm, it would be a waste of time for him to continue staying here, so he might as well return home. After Yang Kai sent him away, he was the only one left in the palace. On this day, he was in seclusion in his room when he suddenly felt two tyrannical auras coming from afar. They were rapidly approaching him. The newcomers had no intention of hiding themselves. One of them exuded the aura of the third-order Dao Source Realm, while the other was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Setting off so soon. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. He thought that they were sent by Azure Sun Temple to call him to gather. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and quickly got up, walked out of the room, and waited outside the hall. Chapter 21-27. After a short while, two rays of light flashed and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, revealing two figures. The person on the left was dressed in snow-white robes, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. He had an extraordinary temperament, exuding a sharp aura from head to toe, like an unsheathed sword. This person had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, causing Yang Kai to involuntarily take a few more glances at him. The aura of the other party gave him a faint pressure, as if the sharp aura could cut through his skin, causing him to be slightly shocked. As expected of an elite disciple of a great sect. Just the aura he exudes, intentionally or unintentionally, is not something an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator can achieve. The man on the right had a wide mouth and a chipped nose. He was burly and wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Black hair covered his thick calves and arms. At first glance, this person looked like an upright gorilla, giving off a strong visual impact. This person had a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. After the two landed, they both cast their gazes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai from Maplewood City greets the two of you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "How should I address the two of you?" The white-clothed man's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Kai Yang's words. Instead, it was the gorilla-like burly man who suddenly shouted, "Hey, you are that Kai Yang?" Yang Kai was stunned, but still nodded solemnly and said, "If there is no one else in the temple with this name, then it is me." "Very good." Seeing this, the burly man grinned. He looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was examining a prey. He said in a booming voice, "Boy, you stole this uncle's spot to enter the sealed world. I think you're tired of living." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that these two were not companions who came to welcome him to the sealed world. They were probably here to cause trouble. He frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand. It's a bit complicated for me to explain it unilaterally. Why don't you ask Elder Gao? I think she will give you a satisfactory answer." "Humph, there's no need to ask." The burly man snorted coldly. "Elder Gao has already told me that he wants to cancel my spot and transfer it to you. I refuse to accept this. Sir System's spot was obtained through the Sex Martial Arts exhibition, where he fought hard and fought for it. What right do you have to snatch it away?" Sect Martial Arts exhibition. Yang Kai frowned. At this time, the man in white who had not spoken until now suddenly said, 3 months ago, there was an internal competition among the disciples of my temple. Only the top 20 disciples in the competition were qualified to enter the Four Seasons realm. Shui Yi was ranked 15th. So it's Brother Shui. Yang Kai finally knew the burly man's name. He curiously looked at the white-clothed man and asked, "How should I address you?" "This is Brother Xiao Bai Yi." Shui Yi coldly snorted. "I'm curious. Brother Zhao's ranking in the Sex Martial Arts exhibition was?" Yang Kai asked tentatively. "Brother Xiao was ranked 2nd. Shui Yi spoke with a complacent expression. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly shouted sternly, "Bastard kid, don't even think about changing the topic. I asked Senior Brother Xiao to accompany me here today to tell you that if you want to snatch the quota from me, then you have to ask me first. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with Elder Gao's support. Be careful or I'll crush your head." As he spoke, he opened his big fan-like hand. He fiercely clenched it and threatened Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then what will it take for Brother Shui to agree to give up this spot?" "It's very simple." Xiao Bai Yi said lightly, "Our spots are all obtained through the Sex Martial Arts exhibition. In other words, the strong will get it. If you can kill Junior Brother Shui, then your spot will naturally be deserved. I don't think the others will say anything." "Yes." Shui nodded fiercely, "Kill me, or be killed by me. The person who lives will have the spot." "That's not good." Yang Kai showed hesitation. These two guys spoke so crudely that it made him feel uneasy. If he was killed by Shui, nothing would happen, but if he killed Shui, he was afraid that he would make a big mess. "There's nothing wrong with it." Xiao Baiyi's expression was still indifferent. "Or, are you afraid? Why is Brother Xiao trying to provoke me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Heh heh, if you are really afraid, it's not too late to leave Azure Sun Mountain Range now. With your weak first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, this Sir is really worried that he will accidentally kill you." Shui laughed arrogantly. "AI." Yang Kai sighed and said, "I understand why you two are here." He didn't expect that just asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm would cause such trouble. If possible, he naturally didn't want to fight with the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple. But seeing Shui so aggressive, he couldn't solve this matter even if he tolerated it. After all, he had promised Qin Chaoyang and used the Jade Beggar token left by that master, so he had to go to the Four Seasons realm. "Since you two are so kind, then this Yang will accept. Brother Xiao, please be a witness to the outcome of this matter." "Don't worry." Xiao Baiyi was a little surprised to see Yang Kai agree. He thought that if he and Shui came in person and threatened the other party, wouldn't they be scared witless and run away? But the result of this matter was not like that. He said lightly, "I agreed with Junior Brother Shui to come here this time to witness this matter. No matter how you two win or lose, or if you are in danger, I will not intervene. Brother Xiao seems to be a trustworthy person." Yang Kai grinned, "Then I'll have to trouble you. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't die too easily. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will not be good for the temple's reputation." Xiao Baiyi narrowed his eyes slightly. In the void, two beautiful figures were hiding, quietly watching the situation below. Chen Qian said, "This young guy, he's got guts." Facing Shui Yi, who is one realm higher than him, he didn't even flinch. Guts have nothing to do with strength. Gao Shueting said lightly. While speaking, she suddenly looked up at the void, curled her lips, and snorted, "You're not doing your job. Coming to watch the show for such a trivial matter, what a scandal." Chen Qian heard this and also looked in that direction, pursing her lips and smiling, "Temple Master, I'm afraid you're bored." At this moment, when Zi Shan's voice sounded in the ears of the two women, "Are the two beauties interested in drinking with this Temple Master? This Temple Master has specially prepared, not interested. We don't want to go." The two women didn't wait for him to finish his words and simply refused, leaving no room for discussion. When Zi Shan was stunned for a moment, looking heartbroken, and sighed deeply, "Drinking without a companion, life is not going to go your way. Be serious, or I'll go over and flip your table." Gao Shueting looked over there coldly. When Zi Shan slapped his face and said in despair, "How did I raise you to have such a cold personality? You're not like me at all." Gao Shueting snorted, "Are you my father or something? Why should I be like you?" When Zi Shan was speechless. The corner of Gao Shueting's mouth raised, revealing a subtle smile. "Brother Xiao, he agreed to fight me, right?" Shui Yi turned his head and asked. "He agreed." Xiao Baiyi nodded. "Then can I make my move?" Shui Yi asked again. He didn't wait for Xiao Baiyi to answer at all. As soon as he said this, he rushed directly in front of Yang Kai and threw a punch at Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was fast, he didn't expect this simple-minded gorilla-like man to be so cunning. In a moment of carelessness, the other party's fist had already arrived in front of him. The fist was raging, and a strong destructive force lingered on it, condensing at one point and blooming with a cold light. Startled, Yang Kai could only step back a few steps and retreat. Shui Yi's huge body showed an unnatural agility, like a maggot attached to a bone. He maintained a very close distance with Yang Kai and sneered, "Boy, if you can survive, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist slammed into Yang Kai's face. Accompanied by an explosive sound, a violent force raged out, and Yang Kai's body flew back uncontrollably, crashing directly into the wall of the palace, creating a big hole in the solid wall. Hong long long, a series of noises came from inside the palace, as if Yang Kai had been smashed into several walls. After a while, the noise gradually disappeared. "Boring." Shui Yi swung his big fist and snorted coldly, not even looking in the direction of Yang Kai, "Brother Xiao, let's go." Xiao Baiyi didn't move, narrowing his eyes as he looked forward, his gaze so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted, "It's not over yet, Shui Yi heard this and turned his head sharply. From the hole in the wall, a person slowly walked out. As he walked, he swung his two arms, grimacing in pain as if he was complaining about his pain. "You blocked it, in the nick of time." When Zi Shan squinted and looked down, praising, "Good reaction." At that moment, when Zi Shan clearly saw Yang Kai suddenly cross his arms and block in front of him. Shui Yi's earth-shattering blow directly hit his arms and did not hit his head. Otherwise, with his brutal strength, Yang Kai would have fainted even if his head was not blown off. His physique is very strong, this young brat. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes also narrowed. Qin Qian said, "I remember that Shui Yi cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body, right?" Gao Shueting nodded, he started cultivating it when he was in the Origin King realm. If I'm not wrong, he should have cultivated it to the 6th stage. In terms of physical strength, he is the best among all the Dao Source realm disciples, except for that person. He took Shui Yi's blow head-on and didn't seem to be injured. This young brat should have also cultivated a body-tempering secret art. Chen Qian said thoughtfully. Chapter 21-28. Little Xueting, how about we make a bet? At this moment, Wen Zishan suddenly transmitted his voiceover. What bet? Gao Xueting turned her head and looked over. Let's bet on who will win. Wen Zishan smiled slightly and pointed below. What's the bet? Gao Xueting asked coldly. Let me think. Wen Zishan showed a thoughtful look. Oh right, little Xueting, haven't you always wanted to enter the door of life and death? If you win, this king will allow you to enter. Are you serious? Gao Xueting's beautiful eyes narrowed as she shouted. On the side, Chen Qian, who heard the words door of life and death, also had a change in expression. When has this king ever lied to you? Wen Zishan showed a harmless smile as he spoke. Gao Xueting stared at Wen Zishan as if she wanted to see into his heart, but the other party still maintained that warm and dazzling smile. After a while, Gao Xueting finally moved her gaze away and said, Indeed, although you are always sloppy and don't do proper work, you don't have the temperament and demeanor of a sect master. Wen Zishan's face darkened as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After hearing your evaluation, this king feels useless. Gao Xueting changed the topic and said, but you really haven't lied to anyone. Is this the only good thing about this king? Wen Zishan looked dejected. Then what do you want if you win? Gao Xueting asked coldly. Wen Zishan chuckled as his bright eyes swept over Gao Xueting a few times. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze and her face was slightly red. She snorted, quickly put away your dirty thoughts. Be careful or I'll gouge your eyes out. What are you thinking? Wen Zishan laughed. Well, how about this, if I win, you promise me a small request that is not against your principles and is not too excessive. A small request, what kind of request? Gao Xueting asked warily. Well, I haven't thought about it yet, I'll tell you when I think about it, okay? Wen Zishan laughed. Sister Gao, don't be fooled. We don't know what the temple master is trying to do, Chen Qian kindly reminded her, afraid that Gao Xueting would be rash and fall into Wen Zishan's trap. I know. Gao Xueting nodded. As he spoke, he turned his head to look down and continued, but he has to win this bet first. Otherwise, there's no point in saying anything. While speaking, she nodded at Wen Zishan. Okay, I agree. It's a deal. Wen Zishan chuckled, don't go back on your word. You'd better prepare the pass to enter the gate of life and death for me first. Chen Qian sighed with a helpless look. She didn't think that Yang Kai could defeat Shui Yi, who was ranked 15th in the Tao Source realm in the entire Azure Sun Temple. However, she always had a bad feeling in her heart. Although the temple master was not serious in all kinds of ways, he was still very reliable at critical moments. Chen Qian did not think that Wen Zishan would really let Gao Xueting enter the door of life and death, so he should have a lot of confidence in this bet. Thinking of this, she hurriedly looked down. Below, Shui Yi looked at Yang Kai, who was walking over step by step, with a slight surprise, and grinned. Why can't you just lie there obediently? Why do you have to come out? You're courting death. Friend, you're quite insidious. I've learned my lesson. Yang Kai snorted. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Boy, do a good job and beat your opponent down. This king can promise you a request that is not too excessive. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was stunned. Because this voice was clearly the voice of the Azure Sun Temple Master, Wen Zishan. He had just seen this man a few days ago, so he was naturally familiar with his voice. Moreover, in this Azure Sun Temple headquarters, no one would dare to impersonate Wen Zishan and send him a message. In other words, the one who sent him the message was Wen Zishan himself. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense. He glanced around but did not find any trace of Wen Zishan. A sect master actually secretly sent a message to an outsider, asking him to work hard and beat the elite disciple of his own sect. If such a funny thing did not happen to Yang Kai himself, he would not believe it. Moreover, Wen Zishan actually said that he could promise him a request that was not too excessive. What did this mean? Even though Yang Kai was shrewd, he could not understand the whole story. And just at the moment when he was absent-minded, a fierce attack had already arrived in front of him. What are you thinking? You dare to be distracted in front of a great enemy. Don't look down on people. Shui Yi's words came along with the attack. It was still the same rough punch. The fist was wrapped in a strong wind vortex, as if it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. Great enemy. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at Shui Yi with cold eyes, revealing a kind of disdain. In the face of the earth-shattering blow, he did not dodge and met it with a punch of his own. Boom, a loud noise came out and the sky trembled. The ground where the two of them were standing suddenly caved in, forming a huge circular crater. The ground was torn apart, and spider web-like cracks crisscrossed the ground. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk above the fists, the source chi of the two collided, making a harsh sound. The surrounding gravel and dirt were affected and slowly floated into the air as if weightless. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the space was distorted several times. You've got some skill. Shui Yi's thick eyebrows rose slightly as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him. Just now, he sent Yang Kai flying with a punch, so he thought that his opponent was just a so-so, but now that they really fought, he found that his opponent was very strong. Although he was a minor realm lower than himself, it seemed that he would not be so easy to defeat. Not far away, Xiao Baiyi also showed a look of astonishment, his expression changing slightly. You also have some skills. Yang Kai replied, the corners of his mouth rising as he sneered, mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his other fist. It swung in an arc. It blasted towards Shui Yi's cheek. Shui Yi was not afraid. He just snorted coldly and raised his arm to block the attack. He did not stop at all. His arm flicked leisurely, taking advantage of the gap between Yang Kai's attack. He launched another attack. Yang Kai's reaction was naturally not slow. He retracted his fist into a palm and placed it in front of his neck. When Shui Yi's attack arrived, he clenched his fist fiercely, as if he wanted to crush his opponent's fist. Naive. Shui Yi sneered. His body leaned back slightly, and his foot shot out like a cannonball, kicking Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai's elbow slammed down. Before his attack arrived, it was dissolved. The two of them fought like a flash of lightning, directly in close combat, quickly probing, attacking, and counterattacking. Their movements were smooth and without any pattern. It was dazzling. It was breathtaking. A trace of solemnity finally appeared in Xiao Baiyi's eyes. Although he was ranked second in the sect's martial arts exhibition, if he were to fight Shui Yi in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But that Kai Yang was able to fight evenly with Shui Yi, evenly matched. In other words, in terms of close combat in the territory, his level was the same as Shui Yi's. What made it difficult for Xiao Baiyi to accept was that Yang Kai was only at the level of the first-order Dao Source realm. One minor realm lower than Shui Yi, two minor realms lower than him. Which corner did this guy pop out from? He and Shui Yi were the elites of Azure Sun Temple. Asterisk peng peng peng, asterisk in front of the palace, two figures crisscrossed, moving back and forth. They did not use any artifacts or secret techniques, only the collision of their flesh and source chi. The rough fighting style bloomed with a wild beauty, dazzling people who watched. Deep pits appeared on the ground one after another, and the void collapsed due to the violent power. The battlefield shifted several times, and the entire lonely peak was a mess. Sister Gao. Chen Qian was stunned. Although she was shocked that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability, she was more worried about the bet between Gao Shueting and the unscrupulous temple master. If this guy surnamed Yang really won, who knew what kind of shameful things he would ask Gao Shueting to do with his bad taste? Damn it, I misjudged him. Gao Shueting also gritted her teeth and glared fiercely in the direction of Wen Zishan, only to see him leisurely drinking wine and eating spirit fruits with an expression of victory on his face. This made her sullen mood even worse. Do you think you've won? Gao Shueting said coldly, in that case, don't blame me for using my trump card. Having said that, she stared down again and moved her divine sense slightly. Down below, Shui, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Kai, suddenly showed a look of horror and shouted, "No!" At this moment, he seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and his whole person showed a frightened expression. Yang Kai did not care what happened to him and directly punched him in the face. Shui screamed and his body flew high like a kite with a broken string. Blood flowed out of his nostrils in midair, and he fell heavily to the ground. Huh! Xiao Baiyi looked at this scene in amazement. He really did not understand what had happened to Shui just now. How could he be hit by Yang Kai in a situation where they were evenly matched? It seems like he's more of a hindrance than a help. Wen Zishan smiled at Gao Shueting gloatingly in the void. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, "Don't talk nonsense, just wait and see." Wen Zishan was rebuffed, but he did not care. After all, he had always been shameless. On the other side, Shui, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up. He stretched out his hand and wiped the bottom of his nose. He grinned and said, "I don't want to be locked up for half a year. Ancient Black Peak is not a place for people to stay. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you get beaten, silly?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "I just want to say, you're finished." Shui's eyes suddenly burst with an extremely dangerous light, and his whole body bloomed with a faint light. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now I might accidentally kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the light on his body suddenly became brighter, accompanied by a shocking roar. His exposed skin and flesh suddenly became as hard as steel, glowing with a metallic luster. Chapter 21-29. At the same time, Shui's aura was rising steadily. He was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but he was exuding a tyrannical aura comparable to a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Shui, who had changed greatly, and smiled slightly, body tempering technique. While speaking, he shot out 2 source chi bursts towards Shui. This was just a test. Shui obviously saw it and did not dodge. Asterisk dong dong, asterisk 2 sounds rang out. When the attack landed on Shui, it was as if it had hit steel, making a crisp sound. Not only that, but sparks also sputtered. "It's useless. In front of my Vajra Heavenly King physique, all your attacks are futile." Shui raised his head slightly and said to Yang Kai in a condescending manner, "Whether it's futile or not, you will know soon." Yang Kai did not want to waste time with him. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shui's eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. At that moment, he lost track of Yang Kai. The other party's speed was beyond his imagination. But as an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he did not panic. He instinctively stretched out a big fan-like hand and grabbed behind him. Over there, Yang Kai's figure appeared as expected. It was as if he had walked into a trap and slammed into his big hand. A smirk appeared at the corner of Shui's mouth as he stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled. Accompanied by a muffled roar, an earth dragon suddenly shot out from the ground and shot towards Yang Kai, intending to kill him. Above the earth dragon, the power of principle lingered. Obviously, it was a secret technique that Shui cultivated. The earth dragon was extremely fast. In a breath, It had rushed in front of Yang Kai. At this time, Yang Kai was standing in the air and was about to launch a sneak attack on Shui, so there was no time or space to dodge. The earth dragon opened its mouth and bit Yang Kai, then exerted force. Yang Kai's body was directly broken in two. Shui didn't feel happy or relaxed after he succeeded. Instead, he looked startled. In that instant, he didn't feel like he had been attacked. As he looked over, sure enough, the body that had been bitten in half had turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. It was just an afterimage. Not good. Shui shouted in a low voice as he hurriedly looked ahead. He didn't know when Kai Yang had appeared in front of him, lowering his body. His gaze was sharp and firm as he aimed at his lower abdomen. With a slight shake of his fists, he turned into countless afterimages. Bang bang bang, Shui's tall body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he kept retreating. Halos of power kept bursting out from his lower abdomen. A violent sound rang out. Vajra. Barrier. Shui suddenly roared. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared around him, wrapping around him like a cylinder. After using this defensive secret technique, Yang Kai clasped his fists together and smashed downwards. Boom, dust splashed and a huge crater appeared on the ground, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. More than 100 feet away, Yang Kai stood quietly with a thoughtful look on his face. After refining the true dragon's blood, dragon bone, and dragon pearl, my strength and reflexes seem to have increased a lot. Perhaps it is also the effect of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup. After all, although I drank it at that time, it was not completely refined and was only stored in my flesh and blood, he secretly thought. In the past, he would never be able to cause harm to an enemy like Shui in such a way, but now, on the opposite side, Shui seemed to be unscathed, but his aura seemed to be a little chaotic. There was even a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Xiao Baiyi's heart was in turmoil. In the sex martial arts exhibition 3 months ago, he had faced Shui head-on, so he naturally knew the power of the Vajra Heavenly King body. Even if he wanted to break through that impregnable defense, it would not be easy. That battle was still fresh in his memory. He had spent a full 2 hours and used all his means to defeat Shui. But now, Yang Kai was able to injure Shui just by relying on brute force. So, did he still have some strength left in the previous battle? When this thought came to his mind, Xiao Baiyi was almost confused. This person was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. He either hid his true cultivation or had an extraordinary background. Xiao Baiyi secretly guessed in his heart. Brother Shui, not bad. You've cultivated a good ability to take a beating. Yang Kai stood not far away and smiled at Shui. Shui had long lost his previous arrogance and carelessness. Since he was injured, he realized that the situation was not right. He had cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body to the 6th level, and even those in the Emperor realm and the sect praised his physical strength. Now, he was injured by an unknown First-Order Dao Source realm. If someone had told him that this would happen before, he would probably have just laughed it off. But the truth was right in front of him. However, Yang Kai said, his eyes sharpening again, "You can only take a beating, but you can't win against me. Don't boast so shamelessly." Shui became angry, the corners of his eyes twitching fiercely, and his expression suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, "If you really die later, don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious force burst out from his body, and his already burly figure suddenly grew taller. The muscles on his body bulged, and the metallic luster became more dazzling, blooming a dazzling white light. He stomped his feet and a light flashed on his fists. He summoned a knuckle-like artifact, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, and rushed towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the white light on his body spread out layer by layer, lingering around the peak, turning the whole world into a white world. Not good, he's really going all out. Wen Zishan narrowed his eyes and looked down, secretly preparing to intervene if the situation went wrong. After all, Shui was an elite disciple of the sect, and Yang Kai was a guest. No matter who died in this battle, it was not something he wanted to see. It's a bit surprising that this kid surnamed Yang could force Shui to this extent. Chen Qian was slightly surprised, he's also a talent. I wonder if Temple Master has any plans to accept him into the sect. It's not impossible to accept him into the sect. It's just that. Just what? It's just that I have a feeling that I've seen this kid surnamed Yang somewhere before, and he's very dangerous. Chen Qian looked at Gao Shueting in amazement, not understanding what she was talking about. At this moment, in the white world, a five-colored light suddenly bloomed. The five-colored light was dazzling. It was like a sharp blade that cut a hole in the white world. The power of the five elements. Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows, a look of surprise on her face. She felt the power of the five elements from the five-colored light, which countered and reinforced each other, circulating endlessly. The whole world seemed to be left with only the battle between the five-colored light and the white world. The hole that was cut expanded for a while, and from it came Shui's unwilling roar and Yang Kai's continuous groan. The battle between the two had obviously entered a white-hot stage. Xiao Bai, who was watching the battle from below. He had to use his secret technique to resist the impact of the terrifying power. He grew to this extent in 3 months. Xiao Bai was shocked, it seems that Shui is working very hard. He was sure that the current Shui was much stronger than he was 3 months ago. If he had such strength 3 months ago, it was possible for him to rush into the top 10. But even so, that kid named Yang Kai could still compete with him. Leisurely. A low voice sounded, million sword waves. Moon swallowing wolf chasing moon. As soon as these words fell, countless dazzling sword waves suddenly shot out from the sky. They were all five-colored and full of the power of the five elements, sharp and unstoppable. At the same time, an extraordinary energy fluctuation spread out leisurely. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the white world was suddenly destroyed, leaving behind only a ball of five-colored light, standing quietly in midair. Shui's body was full of wounds. He fell from the sky with a look of unwillingness and helplessness. His face was extremely pale, and his originally metallic body had lost its previous luster. The brass knuckles artifact on his hands were also dim. Seeing that Shui was about to fall heavily to the ground, Xiao Bai hurriedly swayed and came under him to catch him. He checked Shui's injuries and found that he was fine. He had just consumed too much energy, so he was relieved. Raising his head again, Xiao Bai stared coldly at Yang Kai in the air, his eyes fixed on the broad long sword in his hand as he coldly snorted, an emperor artifact. Yang Kai grinned. Relying on the suppression of an emperor artifact, what kind of skill is that? Xiao Bai said with a look of contempt. Yang Kai asked curiously, he can use an artifact, but I can't. If you have the ability, then fight junior brother Shui on equal footing. Xiao Bai's disdain deepened. In his opinion, the reason why Yang Kai could suddenly win was entirely because of the power of an emperor artifact. If he really relied on his own ability, he might not be able to defeat Shui. If you have the ability, then ask him to find an emperor artifact to fight me. Yang Kai said with a proud look on his face. Very good. Xiao Bai seemed to be quite angry as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, you win this battle. I hope you can come back from the Four Seasons realm alive. After saying so, he no longer bothered to pay attention to Yang Kai, carried Shui on his back, and flew off. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at the void and said, is this enough? In the void, a figure flashed and Wen Zishan appeared, staring curiously at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand and asked, boy, where did you get that emperor artifact? It's not something you can find on the streets. None of your business. Wen Zishan choked on his words and couldn't help rolling his eyes, but soon, his expression changed and he said solemnly, "You've put a lot of thought into this. You actually saw that the longer Shui was in this state, the more dangerous it would be. Perhaps he would lose his mind and directly use an emperor artifact to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, you were misunderstood. I just enjoyed the pleasure of being suppressed by an emperor artifact," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Heh heh, Xiao Bai is not as easy to deal with as Shui." The words he said before he left are very concerning. Perhaps he will attack you in the Four Seasons realm. Do you want this king to explain to him? Chapter 2130. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai curled his lips. Wen Zishan smiled and did not get angry. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then, do you want this king to help you refine this emperor artifact? I see that your compatibility with this emperor artifact is very low. You can't even unleash its power. You don't have much time left. If this king helps, I guarantee that you will be able to unleash 1/10 of its power after entering the Four Seasons realm. You will be invincible in the sealed world. What do you think?" He had an earnest expression on his face, as if he was going to give Yang Kai a huge benefit. Yang Kai shook his head and looked at him mockingly. "Temple Master Wen, are you so eager for me to make a request?" Wen Zishan heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, you saw through me." Yang Kai laughed. "This junior will consider your request carefully. When the time comes, I will come to Temple Master Wen to fulfill it." He understood that Wen Zishan was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Although this person gave him a somewhat unreliable feeling, such a master always kept his promises. He promised that he could make a request that was not too excessive after defeating Shui, so he would definitely fulfill it. Yang Kai did not have anything to ask for at the moment, so it was better not to mention it and save it for later use. Who knows, it might be of great help at a critical moment. This brat is too insidious and cunning. Wen Zishan said hatefully, but soon, he showed an indifferent expression and waved his hand. "Forget it. You deserve it. Come to Fallen Flower Peak in 7 days. When the time comes, someone will take you along." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists, and bowed. "See you off, Temple Master Wen." Wen Zishan smiled slightly and his body gradually faded. After a few breaths, he completely disappeared. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and glanced at the void on the other side. He had a blank look on his face. He had a feeling that there was someone hiding there, but he couldn't find out who it was. However, if the other party was from the Emperor realm, then everything made sense. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to show up, he was probably just here to watch the show. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. He turned around and walked towards the ruined palace. "This kid surnamed Yang, seems to have discovered us." Chen Qian stared at Yang Kai's back with some surprise and said softly, "It's probably just a suspicion." Gao Shueting said. "His senses are also unusually sharp. This person is very interesting. Sister Gao, do you think he came from that place?" Gao Shueting turned to look at her. Chen Qian said, "If he didn't come from that place, how could he have such strength? He even has an emperor artifact. He's only in the first-order Dao Source realm." Gao Shueting shook her head. "If it really came from there, there's no way we wouldn't know. However, they were the rising stars of this generation. There are really many capable people." Chen Qian heard this and nodded. "Yes. Princess Lan Sun perfectly inherited the bright moon phantom of the great emperors. I heard that she also advanced to the Dao Source realm more than a year ago. This time, she will definitely go to the Four Seasons realm. In Heavenly Martial Holy Land, there seems to be a yin-yang dual body. Although Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple doesn't have a special physique, he is talented and intelligent. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he has seen fighting above his realm as a common occurrence. He has made a name for himself at a young age and is now in the third-order Dao source realm. Although the two chambers of commerce are mainly businessmen, they have also recruited many outstanding talents in recent years. I suddenly feel that the Southern Territory is already their Southern Territory. I'm already old. Gao Shueting was silent. Obviously, she felt the same way. Yang Kai returned to his room and naturally sped up the refining of the Emperor artifact. Wen Zishan had already made it clear that they would gather at Luoying Peak in 7 days, so there wasn't much time left for him. While comprehending the insights left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, he strengthened the connection between himself and the myriad sword. Wen Zishan was right about one thing. Right now, he couldn't even display the slightest power of the myriad sword. Being able to severely injure Shui Yi in one move was mostly due to his own strength, and only a small part of it was due to the power of the Emperor artifact. Time passed slowly, and a few days passed by. On this day, Yang Kai was in secluded cultivation. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he opened his eyes. At the same time, an unusual tidal force surged between heaven and earth. This force was so powerful and mysterious that it was unpredictable. Listening carefully, he could vaguely hear some strange sounds. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he arrived outside the hall in a flash. The sky was dim, and the earth was hazy. A huge shadow covered the sky, as if a behemoth was flying above. Yang Kai looked up and was immediately stunned. In the sky, a huge white bird was flying slowly. The white bird's appearance was ordinary. At first glance, it looked like a pigeon that had been magnified countless times, but the pressure coming from its body was as heavy as a mountain. What is this? A divine spirit? Yang Kai was surprised and doubtful. Looking at the direction the giant pigeon was flying, it seemed to be flying towards the main peak of Azure Sun Mountain Range. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Naturally, they were all alarmed by this power. On the main peak, Wen Zishan's figure flashed and appeared strangely. He stared at the giant pigeon flying towards him, and a rare solemn expression appeared on his usually frivolous face. After a short while, the giant pigeon flew above Wen Zishan. With a flash of brilliance, the giant pigeon suddenly became the size of an ordinary pigeon, and the astonishing pressure and power fluctuations disappeared in an instant. The white pigeon did not stop and flew straight towards Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had no intention of stopping or moving, and just stood in place. When it was only about 10 feet away from Wen Zishan, the white pigeon suddenly burst into pieces, turning into spots of fluorescent light that wrapped around Wen Zishan's body. The fluorescent light slowly seeped into Wen Zishan's skin and gradually disappeared. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the people who followed the white pigeon appeared one after another beside Wen Zishan. They were the masters of the Emperor realm of Azure Sun Temple. Xiao Ran frowned as he stared at the changes in Wen Zishan's expression without saying a word. Chen Qian and Gao Shueting stood side by side, waiting quietly as if they knew something. One of the middle-aged men frowned and whispered to Gao Shueting, "Elder Gao, that thing just now, was it a message from the master?" Gao Shueting nodded, "It should be, but I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes." The middle-aged man looked shocked. "The master actually sent a message. It seems, there's a great change in this world." Everyone was indifferent and uneasy. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm, and if it were an ordinary matter, it would not be worth their worry, but the current situation was different. A message from the master had appeared in Azure Sun Temple. If there was no major event, the master would not have mobilized so many people. And now, the only one who could know the accurate news was Wen Zishan himself. So they all looked at Wen Zishan, wanting to know what had happened. But from the changes in Wen Zishan's expression, they could not see any clues at all. They were anxious but helpless. After a while, Wen Zishan let out a sigh and whispered, "There's such a thing." Temple Master. Chiu Ran was the first to speak up, but when he was about to ask, Wen Zishan interrupted him and explained, "The Master of Heaven's Revelations sent a message. This time, the situation in the Four Seasons realm has changed. Heaven's Revelations. Great Emperors." The middle-aged man who spoke before could not help but exclaim in excitement, "It's really Heaven's Revelations, Great Emperors." Among the 10 great emperors, except for a few who had founded sects and were in charge of their sects, most of them were elusive. For example, the great emperors of the secular world could transform into thousands of incarnations and play around in the world. Maybe a sloppy beggar on the side of the road in the cold wind was the incarnation of the great emperors of the secular world. If someone could gain their favor, they would have a great fortune. Heaven's Revelations, great emperors of the secular world were also unpredictable. Since he was called Heaven's Revelations, he naturally had skills that other great emperors did not have. Heaven's Revelations, great emperors, could see the past and see the future. Among all the great emperors, he was the most mysterious in terms of divine technique. Although many people in the world knew that he lived in the Heaven's Secret Valley, very few people knew where it was located. Even the territory of Heaven's Secret Valley in the star boundary was unknown. The Four Seasons Realm. Why would the Master of Heaven's Revelations come out? Chiu Ran looked confused. Although the Four Seasons Realm's secret territory was relatively famous in the Southern Territory, it did not involve the entire Star Territory. According to the nature of Heaven's Revelations, great emperors should not care about the opening of such a mid-level secret territory. So, the situation has changed. Wen Zishan frowned. This time, the Four Seasons Realm has a connection with the Shattered Star Sea. What? Chiu Ran exclaimed. Shattered Star Sea? Gao Shueting's pretty face also changed slightly. The Shattered Star Sea was also a top-secret place. Few people knew its specific location. Only the masters of the Emperor Realm knew that the Shattered Star Sea flowed in the space crevice of the star boundary and had no fixed location. The Shattered Star Sea was the burial place of the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. It could even be said that it was because of the death of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor that the Shattered Star Sea was born. It was rumored that the Shattered Star Sea contained the mysteries of becoming great emperors, as well as many secrets and divine technique of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Such a place was very attractive to the people of the Emperor Realm. Unfortunately, the Emperor Realm cultivator could not enter the Shattered Star Sea at all. It seemed that the masters of the Emperor Realm were repelled by the world principles there, so only Dao Source Realm cultivators could enter. Every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, the entire star boundary would become active. The great sects would send their disciples to enter in an attempt to find the mysteries and opportunities left behind by the great emperors, eager to achieve unprecedented achievements. The Shattered Star Sea was a secret territory that was much more important than the Four Seasons Realm. Chapter 2131. With Wen Zishan's explanation, everyone immediately understood why the mere opening of the Four Seasons Realm could alarm the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations. When the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was annihilated, the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations were also involved. It was thanks to his divine technique that he was able to calculate the whereabouts of the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor and see through his end. Otherwise, who would dare to act rashly in the face of the number one master of the star boundary? Wasn't that courting death? What did the Master of Heaven's Revelation say? Gao Shueting asked nervously. Wen Zishan said, "It's actually not that serious. It's just that the appearance of a star seal in the Four Seasons realm is a bit unpredictable." Star seal. Chiu Ran raised his eyebrows, the voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. But, I know what you want to say. Wen Zishan waved his hand. Over the years, the Star Seal has appeared randomly before the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, so we didn't expect that the star seal would appear in a certain sealed world. But this time, it's probably a coincidence that the opening of the Four Seasons realm happened. Anyway, it's something that appears randomly. Since we received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, let the disciples work hard to find it. The number of star seals is related to the number of disciples who can enter the shattered star sea in the future, so we can't be careless. Now that you mention it, Lord Temple Master, it does make sense. Xiao Ran thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, pass down the order and let the disciples work harder. By the way, Master, since our Azure Sun Temple received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, other forces. Those with a little strength will definitely get it, Wen Zishan said. In that case, in order to compete for the Star Seal, the Four Seasons realm will be in danger. This time, it's an experience for the Four Seasons realm. I'm afraid it will be several times more dangerous than in previous years. Xiao Ran couldn't help but show a worried look. Wen Zishan smiled and said, young sprouts will always have to go through trials and tribulations. They won't be able to grow if we give them too much care. Temple Master is right. Xiao Ran said respectfully. Alright, since things have changed, let's set off earlier. Pass down the order, everyone will gather and depart tomorrow morning. Wen Zishan turned to look at Gao Shueting. He said. Yes. Gao Shueting replied. Wen Zishan grinned again and said, Elder Gao, don't forget what you promised me. Gao Shueting's pretty face changed slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, do you really have to do this? Wen Zishan chuckled, what? Do you want to go back on your word? That's not good, a man can't live without his word. Gao Shueting said bitterly, I understand. I definitely won't call you master of the palace hall. I'm just disappointed. At the end of her speech, she looked like she was gnashing her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with accusations of blood and tears. I'll wait and see. Wen Zishan laughed, seeming to be in a good mood, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone cast puzzled glances at Gao Shueting, not knowing what happened between her and the temple master. Sister Gao. Chen Qian said worriedly. You don't have to say anything. We'll know tomorrow. Gao Shueting's mood was extremely bad, and her emotions were somewhat abnormal. Her chest was heaving violently, and she had no desire to explain herself. Alright, then. At night, Yang Kai received the news that they were to gather at Luoying Peak the next day. To his surprise, the person who brought him the news was actually Xiao Baiyi. After the other party left a cold sentence, he left immediately. He didn't even have the intention to talk to him. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this, but he vaguely guessed that the early gathering had something to do with what happened during the day. The next day, he woke up early and went straight in the direction of Luoying Peak. After a while, he arrived at the square on the peak. Many people had already gathered here, including Dao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. Xiao Ran and Chen Qian, whom Yang Kai met last time, were among them. Seeing him arrive, they just glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention to him. Those Dao Source Realm disciples, on the other hand, were looking at Yang Kai curiously. It seemed that the news of the battle between Yang Kai and Shui Yi had already spread, so everyone was very interested in him. After realizing that he was really only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, a few people couldn't help but change their expression slightly. Xiao Baiyi also stood in the crowd, not even looking at Yang Kai. Having never met these people before, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't ask for a snub, so he casually found a corner where no one was around and stood there quietly, waiting. Speaking of which, since coming to the star boundary, it was the first time he had seen a gathering of disciples from a large sect, but he boasted that he was not weaker than others, so he didn't feel inferior. Just as he was waiting quietly, he suddenly noticed that someone was walking towards him. He turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s, looking at him with a smile. Not only was this young man ordinary in appearance, but he was also dressed very casually, without any temperament. If such a person was thrown into a crowd, no one would pay much attention to him. But when he walked towards them, the disciples who were originally gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other, suddenly became completely silent, and all of them turned their gazes towards this direction. Even several masters from the emperor realm paid attention to this scene, and the girl named Chen Qian even showed a worried expression. The young man came to a stop not far from Yang Kai, looked him up and down, and showed a bright and gentle smile. "Are you the outsider who defeated Shui?" Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, and as he introduced himself, his divine sense swept over this person without leaving a trace. But what made Yang Kai's expression change slightly was that he couldn't detect the strength of this person's cultivation. After his divine sense swept over him, it was as if this guy didn't exist. If it weren't for the fact that he could see him with the naked eye, Yang Kai was afraid that he would think that there was no one in front of him. This guy was definitely not as ordinary as he looked on the surface. Combining the reactions of those disciples and the people from the emperor realm, Yang Kai secretly deduced. The young man smiled slightly. "So it's Brother Yang. And, my name is Xia Sheng. Brother Xia, are you looking for me?" Yang Kai skipped the greetings and went straight to the point, secretly vigilant in his heart. "Nothing, just casually chatting." Xia Sheng still maintained his bright smile. "I heard that Shui was in your hands, so I'm a little interested in you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Brother Xia, are you planning to avenge your fellow disciple?" "Ha!" Xia Sheng laughed loudly, as if there was no one around, and waved his hand. "Brother Yang, it's not good for you to think that way. I don't have such intentions, but, although Shui is a bit of trash, to be able to defeat him with a cultivation level lower than his, Brother Yang should have some real ability." At this point, Xia Sheng's expression suddenly froze, and his entire temperament and demeanor underwent a great change, becoming arrogant and confident. "People like you and me are destined to dominate this world in the future and become the overlords of this world. Let those old fellows eat shit." Yang Kai's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth kept twitching, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Sure enough, an explosive shout came from the side. "Bastard!" Xiao Ran looked like he was bristling with anger as he yelled at Xia Sheng, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, see if this seat doesn't tear your mouth." "Vice Temple Master, Master." Xia Sheng once again returned to his ordinary appearance and panicked. "Disciple didn't mean you, and that's not what I meant. Please calm down." Xiao Ran seemed to know this guy's nature, so he didn't really mean to teach him a lesson. He just cried and sighed. "The upper beam is not upright, the lower beam is crooked." Who was this upper beam he was talking about? Xia Sheng looked at Yang Kai again and smiled. "Let me introduce myself again. Hello, Brother Yang, my name is Xia Sheng, first place in this sex martial arts exhibition." "I guessed it," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Bai, whom he met last time, was second place in the sex martial arts exhibition, and Yang Kai felt that Xia Sheng was stronger than Xiao Bai, so naturally he was first. "You and I should have many opportunities to meet in the future, so, let's work hard together," Xia Sheng said. "Good. I hope Brother Xia won't fall too far behind." Yang Kai smiled evilly. The smile on Xia Sheng's face faded slightly, but soon, it returned to its original appearance and grinned. "Interesting, interesting. Brother Yang is really a wonderful person, much more interesting than Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai, who was not far away, suddenly said angrily, "Who are you calling Xiao Bai? Do you believe that I won't duel with you right now?" Xia Sheng shrugged with a helpless expression. At this moment, a purple light flashed. Wenzi Shan appeared in front of everyone. He raised his eyes and glanced around, then asked curiously, "The leader, Elder Gao, hasn't arrived yet?" Chen Qian stepped forward and replied, "Sister Gao should be here soon. Women are so troublesome." Wenzi Shan muttered to himself. After that, he suddenly looked up at the sky and smiled. "She's here." He didn't know why, but at this moment, he revealed a look of great anticipation, and his eyes shone brightly. Everyone followed his gaze and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a white light shooting from there at an extremely fast speed. After a short while, the white light landed in front of everyone, and when the brilliance dissipated, Gao Shueting's beautiful figure was revealed. "Elder Gao, all the disciples have gathered, you see." Qiu Ran stepped forward and said to Gao Shueting. After all, Gao Shueting was fully in charge of this trip to the Four Seasons Realm's sealed world, and she would also be the one to lead the disciples to the entrance. However, due to some accidents, there were still some things to inform everyone before they left, especially about the Star Seal. But before Qiu Ran could finish speaking, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He stared at Gao Shueting in a daze, and wailed in his heart, "This woman is definitely not Elder Gao." The visual impact was so great that he almost blurted out, "Who are you? How dare you pretend to be an elder of our temple? Quickly show your true form." Fortunately, he swallowed his words at the critical moment, but the expression on his face was very interesting. Chapter 2132. Not only Qiu Ran, but Chen Qian's beautiful eyes also widened. She covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Gao Shueting in surprise. The disciples of the Emperor Realm were the same. They were all dumbfounded. Even the disciples of the Emperor Realm, who could remain calm in the face of a landslide, were shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Everyone's gaze was focused on Gao Shueting. "Everyone, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Gao Shueting asked lightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile, but her beautiful eyes were full of coldness. An inexplicable chill descended, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Gudong, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard one after another. "Am I seeing things? Elder Gao, she's actually smiling." A voice suddenly sounded. "She's really smiling. Heavens, this disciple has been in the temple for dozens of years, but I've never seen Elder Gao smile. Now that I've finally seen it, I can die without regrets. This isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real. This is an illusion, an illusion, an illusion." The group of Dao Source Realm disciples was in a mess. None of them could believe what they were seeing. The reason was actually Gao Shueting's smile. "You all seem to have a lot of opinions about this queen." Gao Shueting's smile remained on her face, but for some reason, it seemed very stiff. Hearing the disciples' discussion, she suddenly turned her head to look at them. None of the disciples dared to look at her, and they all looked away. They were afraid of being stared at by her. "Sister Gao." Chen Qian took a step forward. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What's wrong with me?" Gao Shueting smiled sweetly and gritted her teeth. When she replied, her eyes were fixed on Wen Zishan. She said, "I'm very good." "Oh." Chen Qian didn't know what to say. Her heart was in a mess. Not to mention the Dao Source Realm disciples, even she, an elder of the sect who was often with Gao Shueting, saw Gao Shueting smile for the first time today. And that smile didn't seem to disappear, which made her feel strange and terrifying. She couldn't help but shudder. Elder Gao." Qiu Ran couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although Gao Shueting's rare smile made him feel gratified, this frightening expression wasn't as cold as her usual expression. As the Vice Hall Master, he felt that it was necessary for him to step forward and advise her. After some consideration, he said, "Don't force yourself too much." Gao Shueting turned to look at him. His face was still full of smiles as he said, "Forcing myself? I didn't. What, does Master Qiu think that this consort smile is ugly? That's not true." Qiu Ran jumped in fright and hurriedly denied it. He quickly changed the topic and said, "The disciples have all gathered. Elder Gao asked to see if there was anything that needed to be said. Tell them about it. What else do you want to say? Gao Shueting swept her gaze over the 20 Dao Source Realm cultivator and said straightforwardly, we'll talk to them on the way. Now, let's go. As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a mini-ship. Her hands formed a seal, and the ship suddenly expanded until it was over 100 feet long before it slowly came to a stop. The ship's design was smooth and exquisite. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the ship, and it was obviously much better than the ship that Yang Kai had obtained before. After all, it was an artifact from the Emperor realm, so this ship should be a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact. Everyone, get on. Gao Shueting said. The Dao Source Realm cultivator did not dare to hesitate. They all used their movement skills and leaped onto the ship. Yang Kai also mixed in with the crowd and casually found a place to sit cross-legged on the ship. Gao Shueting waited until everyone was in position before her delicate body swayed and came to the deck. Then, she slowly turned around with a gloomy and terrifying grin on her face. She stared at Wen Zishan who had been hiding in the crowd and said through gritted teeth, wait for me to come back. I'll deal with you properly. She looked like she had suffered a great humiliation. She was just short of saying that she would not be human if she did not take revenge. Bon voyage. Wen Zishan waved his hand, and his body inexplicably trembled slightly. Humph. Gao Shueting coldly snorted and pushed her source chi. The ship immediately accelerated and flew out of the Azure Sun Mountain range. When the ship gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, a continuous burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Wen Zishan laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He clutched his stomach with both hands and wanted to roll on the ground to relieve his discomfort. He laughed and said, You saw little Shueting, right? Ha ha ha, it was so interesting. Eh, what a scandal. Qiu Ran looked speechless and shook his head sadly. He flicked his sleeve and flew away. Temple Master, please have some self-respect. Another cultivator from the Emperor realm could not stand it anymore and felt ashamed to be associated with this person. You're dead meat. Chen Qian looked at Wen Zishan contemptuously and said, wait for Sister Gao to come back from the Four Seasons realm. Let's see how she will deal with you. After that, everyone left one after another, leaving Wen Zishan alone to hang on by himself. As he laughed, he also felt quite bored. His expression became solemn as he straightened his body and said to himself sadly, it seems that I haven't seen little Shueting smile for many years. I really miss it. She was such a playful and clingy child when she was young. How did she suddenly become so independent and cold when she grew up? A girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. On the ship, everyone was silent. The 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators all had to silently push their source chi to resist the coldness coming from the front. Gao Shueting had been standing at the front of the deck the entire time. However, she had been exuding a bone-chilling coldness since they set off. It was a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. From time to time, Gao Shueting would let out a nervous chuckle, which made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, who would dare to provoke Gao Shueting? Therefore, no one dared to speak, not even whisper. All of them were holding their breaths and looking down. Azure Sun Temple had 20 slots to enter the Four Seasons realm. Originally, the top 20 Dao Source Realm disciples in the Sex Martial Arts exhibition were the only ones who could enter the Four Seasons realm, but after Shui Yi was defeated by Yang Kai, there was an outsider like Yang Kai. Among these 20 people, 7 were women, and the rest were men. Yang Kai only knew Xiao Bai Yi and Xia Sheng, but he didn't know the names of the others. However, he was too lazy to inquire. His main purpose for this trip to the Four Seasons realm was to find the tribulation fruit. As long as he could find this spirit fruit, it wouldn't be Qin Chaoyang's request. The ship was indeed a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, and it flew very quickly. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. After all, there was a master from the Emperor realm overseeing the Emperor realm, who was in an extremely bad mood. The fierce murderous intent she exuded made any cultivator who sensed it retreat, lest a disaster befall them. This situation lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Gao Shueting, who had been standing at the front of the deck with her back to the crowd, suddenly turned around. Noticing this, everyone's expression froze, and they quickly opened their eyes to look at her, feeling uneasy in the depths of their hearts. But after seeing Gao Shueting's state, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because at this moment, Gao Shueting seemed to have returned to her usual indifferent and cold appearance, and the strange smile on her face had disappeared. Yang Kai heard many people secretly exhaling. Sure enough, this elder Gao is the most reassuring. Xia Sheng patted his chest and said with lingering fear, the previous elder Gao was like a completely different person, it really scared me to death. As soon as he said this, Xiao Baiyi secretly cursed and slapped him in the face. Xia Sheng was stunned and glared at Xiao Baiyi. Xiao Bai, you sneak attacked me. Despicable and shameless, do you believe that? Before he finished speaking, Xia Sheng couldn't help but shudder. He raised his head stiffly and looked at Gao Shueting, who had strangely appeared in front of him and was looking down at him condescendingly. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said weakly, Elder Gao, did this disciple say something wrong? Of course not. Gao Shueting replied indifferently. Immediately, she pursed her lips and smiled, this queen who scared you to death. Is this what this queen looks like? Xia Sheng's face turned green. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand and caught Xia Sheng off guard, then threw him out as if he was trash. Her movements were natural and unrestrained, like moving clouds and flowing water. Elder Gao. Xia Sheng's shout came from afar, but his whole body had turned into a small black dot. Alright, the annoying guy is no longer here. Gao Shueting clapped her hands casually, glanced at everyone, and said indifferently. But all the disciples she saw lowered their heads and avoided eye contact with her. That idiot. Xiao Baiyi secretly cursed in his heart. At the same time, he glanced back and saw Xia Sheng chasing after them. As the champion of the sex martial exhibition, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated, and he quickly caught up with the ship. However, there was a light curtain around the ship, so if Gao Shueting didn't open it, Xia Sheng wouldn't be able to enter no matter what, so he could only stick to the light curtain and keep begging for mercy. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Irritated by his pleas, she waved her hand and cut off the sound. Many people looked at Xia Sheng sympathetically, their hearts filled with sorrow. There is something I need to tell you, Gao Shueting suddenly said. Everyone held their breaths and looked at her intently. This time, the Four Seasons realm is a little different from previous years. Gao Shueting continued, you should have obtained the information about the Four Seasons realm before you set off, so I don't need to say much about it. However, this time, a star seal will appear in the Four Seasons realm. Star seal. Xiao Baiyi's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and said in surprise, a star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea. Gao Shueting glanced at him approvingly and said, yes, it is a star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea. A star seal is a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Those who have a star seal can enter the Shattered Star Sea when it opens. So, this queen needs you to work hard to find a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. This is your primary and only task. Chapter 2133. However, because of the appearance of the star seal, the Four Seasons realm will be much more dangerous than in previous years, so in addition to looking for the star seal, the most important thing for all of you to remember is to ensure your own safety. You are all the future of the sect, and the death of any one of you is a loss to the sect, so this queen wants all of you to retreat safely. Yes, many thanks for Elder Gao's concern. All the disciples responded in unison. Elder Gao, what does the star seal look like? Xiao Baiyi asked. The star seal, its shape is not fixed, but if you obtain it, it will brand a certain part of your body and turn into a pattern. If you really have the opportunity to obtain it, you will naturally know. Disciple understands. Xiao Baiyi nodded. In addition, the star seal can be transferred. After you bring it out, you can hand it over to the sect. Of course, in return, if any of you obtain a star seal, you will be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future. Everyone heard this and could not help but hold their breath, looking very excited. Then, what if this disciple is lucky enough to obtain 2 or more? Xiao Baiyi asked again. Gao Shueting said, keep one for yourself and hand the rest to the sect. The sect will give you a corresponding reward. Speaking of this, she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and said, you too? Me? Yang Kai looked surprised. Yes. Gao Shueting gently nodded, although you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, since you have occupied a spot in my temple, you naturally have to abide by the rules. Alright, Yang Kai nodded helplessly. He could not win against Gao Shueting. It was estimated that when he came out of the Four Seasons realm, Azure Sun Temple would examine his body in detail to see if he had obtained a star seal. That's all I want to say. As for the rest, there is nothing to say. You can do as you please. Gao Shueting did not say anything. After she finished speaking, she returned to the bow of the ship and stood there quietly. She was like a statue, motionless. Outside the ship, Xia Xing still maintained the same speed as the ship, showing a pitiful look as he opened his mouth and shouted. It looked like he was begging for mercy. But Gao Shueting did not even look at him. Xia Xing was helpless and could only turn his eyes to Xiao Baiyi, seemingly hoping that Xiao Baiyi would put in a good word for him. Xiao Baiyi decisively turned his head in another direction, on the ship. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered. He was considering whether to ask Gao Shueting for information on the Four Seasons realm. However, this woman seemed to be a bit temperamental, and because of the previous encounter, Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with her. He didn't want her to see through him. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt someone quietly poke him. He looked back. He noticed a woman sitting not far from him. She was looking at him with pursed red lips. This woman looked to be around 20 years old, but her real age was definitely higher than that. Her figure should be very tall, her skin was white, her appearance was delicate, and her hair was elegant and moving. Miss, what's the matter? Yang Kai asked curiously. You don't have this, right? This is for you. As the woman spoke, she handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and reached out to take it. He scanned it with his divine sense and checked the contents of the jade slip. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and said, what was recorded in this jade slip was information on the Four Seasons realm. Every time the Four Seasons realm opened, Azure Sun Temple would send disciples to enter it, so they were quite familiar with the situation inside. The information recorded in this jade slip not only included the dangerous barriers of the Four Seasons realm, but also the names of various monster beast species, the general division of strength, and even an outline map. He was just considering whether to ask Gao Shueting for such information, but he was a little hesitant. He didn't expect someone to take the initiative to give it to him. Icing on the cake was always better than timely help, so Yang Kai had a good impression of this woman. She probably guessed that he didn't have such a thing, so she quietly gave him a copy. From this point it was not difficult to see that this woman had a good heart. Many thanks, young lady. May I ask young lady's name? Yang Kai thanked her sincerely. The other party had done him a favor, so he had to know her name. Murong Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something more when Xiao Baiyi suddenly said, Xiao Xiao, why are you talking nonsense with an outsider? Murong Xiao Xiao heard this and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai, but she couldn't disobey Xiao Baiyi, so she could only keep quiet. Yang Kai said, "This Yang will remember young lady's kindness. Small matter." Murong Xiao Xiao smiled slightly and didn't care. "Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai turned to look at Xiao Bai again. "Who are you calling?" Xiao Bai's face suddenly turned cold. "Brother Xiao." Yang Kai changed his words, "Although I am not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, since we are going to enter the Four Seasons realm together, we can be considered companions. Who is your companion?" Xiao Bai looked disdainful. "You stole Shui Yi's slot, I will settle this with you sooner or later." "Brother Xiao, why are you doing this?" Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, "Maybe you will need my help in the Four Seasons realm." "You?" Xiao Bai coldly snorted, "If there is something this Xiao can't handle, it's useless to ask for your help. If you think so, then I have nothing to say." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that Xiao Bai now bore a grudge against Yang Kai, but this was not surprising as his relationship with Shui Yi was quite good. Yang Kai had snatched Shui Yi's spot, so as his senior brother, it was natural that Xiao Bai would not give him any face. If he were to talk and laugh with him now, there would be a real problem. It was only human nature. Gao Shueting didn't intend to pay attention to the confrontation between these Dao Source realms and just stood quietly in place, controlling the ship to fly. Time flew by and 5 days passed. On this day, a huge valley appeared in front of them. In the valley, there were many figures gathered in groups, as if they were waiting for something. From the crowd, there were even the auras of several masters from the Emperor realm. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's expression shook as he realized that he had arrived at his destination. The information provided by Qin Zhao Yang was similar to what was recorded in the jade slip given by Murong Xiao Xiao. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a nameless valley. This valley was usually unremarkable, and there was nothing special that could attract people's attention. However, before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, there would be a rich concentration of world energy gathering here. When it reached a certain level, the entrance to the sealed world would open, and it would last for 33 days. After 33 days, the entrance would close, and at that time, the cultivator who was still in the Four Seasons realm would not be able to come out. The cultivator who stayed in the valley should be the cultivator who arrived here in advance. From this point of view, Azure Sun Temple was relatively late, because in the valley, the location was better and the place with rich world energy had already been occupied. The ship came slowly, and the cultivator in the valley obviously noticed it and looked up. After seeing the symbol of Azure Sun Temple on the ship, many people's expressions became serious. After all, Azure Sun Temple was considered a top sect in the entire Southern Territory, and this ship alone represented a kind of authority and identity. From the information recorded in the Jade Slip, Yang Kai learned that top sects like Azure Sun Temple had 20 spots to enter the Four Seasons realm. The same was true for Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the Overlord of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace, they had 40 spots, which was twice as many as Azure Sun Temple. The lower-ranked sects had about 10 spots. There were even some sects that only had 3 to 5 slots. Yang Kai wasn't too clear about how these spots were divided, but presumably it had been carefully calculated and coordinated. However, judging from the 400 to 500 people gathered below, there were also a lot of sects in the Southern Territory. Gao Shueting stood at the bow of the ship and just watched for a while before finding a place to let the ship land. After the disciples got off the ship, she put away the artifact again. "You all rest here and don't cause trouble. This queen is going to find the other master to discuss some things." After leaving this sentence, she turned and left. Everyone seemed to have expected this, so they were not surprised. They took out the things they had prepared in advance from their space rings and set up tents. Huff! A person suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing a big hole in the ground. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that this guy was Xia Sheng, who had been deliberately ignored by Gao Shueting. He had been chasing the ship for a full 5 days, relying only on his own source chi and not falling behind too much, arriving here at the same time as everyone else. At this moment, even though he was a little out of breath, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Finally, I made it. Xia Sheng looked weak as he looked at Xiao Bai plaintively and said, Xiao Bai, you're too mean. The veins on Xiao Bai's forehead throbbed, but he cleverly ignored him. Brother Yang, you didn't say a good word for me. You made me fly all the way here. Xia Sheng put his hands on his knees and rolled his eyes at Yang Kai. You're so cold to me, how can we laugh together in the future? Yang Kai said helplessly, I'm just an outsider, it's none of my business. Ha, forget it, you guys are really unreliable. Xia Sheng waved his hand and sat down on the ground, like a dying fish that had finally returned to the water, a satisfied expression on his face. Kai Yang glanced at him, but didn't pay any more attention to him. He found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. Obviously, there was still some time before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, and there were many masters here. He didn't want to run around and cause trouble, so he simply sat down and rested where everyone from Azure Sun Temple gathered. Chapter 2134. Time passed slowly, and gradually, more and more cultivators arrived from all over the place. However, there weren't many of them, so they were all cultivators from small sects or families that were relatively far away. After they arrived, they were smart enough to find a place where no one was around to settle down. Those who were familiar with each other would naturally gather in one place, preparing to join forces in the Four Seasons realm and go all out. Those who could enter the Four Seasons realm were all Dao Source realm cultivators. Origin King realm cultivators were not qualified at all, so they would only be courting death if they entered. However, this did not mean that the Four Seasons realm masters could not enter from the Emperor realm. In fact, the Emperor realm could also enter, but every entry of the Emperor realm would cause some instability in the entrance. Once more than 3 cultivators from the Emperor realm entered, the entrance would close directly. As a result, the few spots for the Emperor realm could not be allocated at all, so under the proposal of Star Soul Palace, the Emperor realm cultivator would not be allowed to enter the Four Seasons realm, lest the entrance closed prematurely. Yang Kai learned this information from the jade slip given to him by Murong Xiao Xiao. He recalled the information recorded in the jade slip in his mind, trying to memorize it all while strengthening the connection between himself and Myriad Sword. Although this Emperor artifact would eventually be returned to the Qin family, it should be able to help him a lot in the Four Seasons realm. What are you doing? Suddenly, a woman's angry shout rang in his ears, and at the same time, a strong force burst out from somewhere. The woman who had shouted before immediately exclaimed and groaned as if she had been hit hard. Yang Kai opened his eyes. He frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Because he recognized the owner of this voice. It was Murong Xiao Xiao who had given him the information about the Four Seasons realm. He felt very strange. Murong Xiao Xiao was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and her cultivation was not low. Who dared to cause trouble for her in this place? Looking around, Murong Xiao Xiao was biting her red lips at the moment, looking in a certain direction with fear and anger. Beside her, another Azure Sun Temple female disciple was supporting her and asked nervously, Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Murong Xiao Xiao shook her head, indicating that she was fine. However, judging from her slightly disordered aura, it was clear that she had just experienced something dangerous. She was looking at a place where a group of Dao Source realm cultivators were gathered, and among this group of cultivator, there was one person who was extremely strange. This person was a man, but there seemed to be an invisible dividing line in the middle of his body. The skin on the left side of his body and even his hair were fiery red. On the other hand, the right side was snow white. 2 completely different colors appeared on the same person at the same time, forming an extremely strong visual impact. The left side was masculine, while the right side was feminine. Murong Xiao Xiao glared at him. It was this person. And he raised one hand high. This also meant that he was the culprit from before, and there was still a trace of power at the tip of his finger that had not dissipated. A figure flashed and stood in front of Murong Xiao Xiao, quietly staring at the monster cultivator. It was Xia Sheng. It was strange to say that Xia Sheng's figure was not tall at the moment, but it was like a thick mountain, giving people a very reliable feeling. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and slowly walked over there. Xiao Xiao, what happened? Xia Sheng asked calmly. Murong Xiao Xiao said, I don't know, this person suddenly attacked me. Oh. Xia Sheng narrowed his eyes. He said faintly, interesting, someone actually dares to bully my Azure Sun Temple. It's impossible for me to let it go. As he spoke, his eyes bloomed with a very dangerous cold light. The strange-looking cultivator on the opposite side also cast his gaze on Xia Sheng. The two's gazes collided in the void, and there seemed to be sparks sputtering. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. On the side of Azure Sun Temple, the cultivator gathered on the other side also looked solemn, secretly urging their source chi. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. The movement here quickly alarmed the other cultivator waiting here. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples set off were quickly noticed by everyone, and they all looked over curiously. Xia Sheng. The strange-looking cultivator suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, and said. It seemed that he knew Xia Sheng, but this was the first time he saw him. Wu Chang. Xia Sheng raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of the name Wu Chang before, but judging from Xia Sheng's expression at the moment, this guy was obviously not easy to deal with. This person is very likely to have some special physique. That's why he has such a strange body. He is Xia Sheng of Azure Sun Temple. It is said that he is the champion of this Azure Sun Temple's sect martial arts exhibition. Among the onlooking cultivator, someone immediately exclaimed. From the looks of it, Xia Sheng's popularity was quite high. Wu Chang. Isn't he the rising star of heavenly martial holy land? Yes, looking at him, it must be right. It is rumored that Wu Chang has a yin and yang dual body. So this is what he looks like, it's really an eye-opener. Shoo. Keep your voice down, I heard that Wu Chang is temperamental, cruel and violent. If he hears, what are you afraid of? There are so many people here, he can still. Before this person finished speaking, he suddenly shut up, because he found that Wu Chang, who was confronting Xia Sheng over there, suddenly turned his head and stared at him coldly. A mysterious power suddenly exuded from the other party's red and white pupils, manifesting in front of him, turning into a huge red and white vortex. From the vortex came a sensational strangling force, covering him. The man screamed in horror and hurriedly tried to retreat. But what caused him to be extremely horrified was that his body actually became extremely stiff all of a sudden, and he was completely unable to move. He could only stand on the spot with a pale face, and his eyes trembled as he watched the vortex ceaselessly revolve and envelop him. Ah! Asterisk pang, asterisk with a loud bang, the man's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter sputtered in all directions. The cultivator next to him hurriedly retreated. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust and bright red. It was a horrible sight to behold. The other cultivator who had been talking to this person saw that his companion had been so tragically killed, and instead of having the thought to seek revenge on Wu Chang, he was scared silly and fell to the ground, as if he had lost his soul. His upper and lower rows of teeth kept clattering together, making cracking sounds, and he couldn't say a word. These two people were disciples of some small sect or family, and it wasn't easy to get a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but one of them was met with disaster because of a slip of the tongue. At the place where Orthodoxy Temple was stationed, a handsome blue-robed man stood there and watched this tragic scene. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said to his junior brother and junior sister, remember, after entering the Four Seasons realm, if you encounter Wu Chang, run as far as you can, and never confront him head-on. Yes, senior brother Zhuang. Everyone felt the same way and quickly responded. After seeing Wu Chang's cruel killing methods, how could they have the heart to compete with him? In their minds, the only one who could compete with Wu Chang was their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan. Is that Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land? At the Star Soul Palace's camp, Lan Sun, dressed in blue, floated in the air like a fairy, with a handsome white-faced young man guarding her on her left. Lan Sun frowned slightly at this moment and asked with some displeasure. After all, she was a woman, and seeing the scene just now made her somewhat uncomfortable and unhappy. Yes. The white-faced man nodded. As he spoke, his eyes never left Lan Sun's delicate cheeks, a fanatical look of adoration flashing across his eyes as he said, "I've fought with this guy several times before, and he's very difficult to deal with. Even Big Brother Xiao can't deal with him?" Lan Sun asked with some surprise. Xiao Chen said, "If I use the Emperor artifact given to me by my father, Master, I can definitely defeat him, but the price is too high." "Is that so?" Lan Sun didn't take it seriously. Although Xiao Chen was Xiao Yu Yang's son and had an Emperor artifact given to him by Xiao Yu Yang, how could Wu Chang not have an Emperor artifact? The Heavenly Martial Holy Land he came from was not an ordinary force, and as the #1 rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it was natural for him to have an Emperor artifact to defend himself. "Does Princess not believe me?" Xiao Chen vaguely noticed something and raised his brow. "If Princess wants to see it, I can go now, no need." Lan Sun waved her hand and frowned, "I'm just saying it casually." Xiao Chen said, "But Wu Chang dared to kill people in public, he really doesn't put my Star Soul Palace in his eyes. No matter what, the Southern Territory is not a place where Heavenly Martial Holy Land can do whatever they want." Lan Sun was non-committal, her beautiful eyes flashing for a moment before she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise as she stared at a figure in the distance. "It's that guy." Lan Sun thought to herself. She still remembered that when she broke through to the Dao Source realm in the third layer of the five-color treasure pagoda last time, this guy had used some unknown method to sneak into the third layer and steal many of her principal fragments. However, it was fortunate that he appeared, otherwise, even if she could have successfully broken through at that time, she would not have been able to avoid suffering, and her Yuan Qi would have been seriously injured. Lan Sun was very interested in this person and wanted to know what method he had used to sneak into the third layer without anyone noticing. She also wanted to know what kind of divine ability he had used to snatch so much principal strength. However, after she came out of the five-color treasure pagoda, she was in a hurry to consolidate her cultivation, so she didn't think much about this person. Unexpectedly, she saw him again in this mountain valley, and he had also broken through to the Dao Source realm. Chapter 2135. So he is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Lan Sun saw Yang Kai standing with a group of people from Azure Sun Temple and thought naturally. "Princess, what did you say?" Xiao Chen asked. "Nothing." Lan Sun shook her head. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Although he was unhappy that Lan Sun didn't want to tell him anything, she was the daughter of the great emperors after all. Her status was respected, so he couldn't ask. He could only follow her gaze. After seeing Yang Kai over there, he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart, what does this little guy have that the princess cares about? On the other side, after Wu Chang killed the disciple of the small family, his face was calm, as if he had just killed a cockroach, and continued to look at Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng said, "Brother Wu Chang is so powerful." Wu Chang smiled coldly and said nothing. "I don't care about the life or death of others, but, shouldn't Brother Wu Chang give me a reasonable explanation for attacking my junior sister?" Xia Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Wu Chang said, "Brother Xia wants an explanation." "Okay. My explanation is that no one can fly over my head, except for the dead." Xia Sheng was startled. He never thought that such a ridiculous reason would cause him to attack Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao also came back to her senses at this moment, pursed her lips and said, I just wanted to go to Star Soul Palace. She had an acquaintance in Star Soul Palace who she hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, she naturally wanted to come here to catch up. How could she have known that she would be attacked by Wu Chang as soon as she flew up? Wu Chang said, Brother Xia should be glad. She is from Azure Sun Temple. Otherwise what? Otherwise she would have been a dead person. So that's how it is. Xia Sheng grinned. Suddenly, he did something that no one expected. With a leap, he flew over Wu Chang's head like a bolt of lightning, then turned around and quickly flew back to Wu Chang's side, waiting until he reached a certain distance. After a certain distance, he turned around again and flew over Wu Chang's head. As he flew, he shouted, I flew over, I flew back, I flew back, I flew back, if you have the guts, come and hit me. After flying back and forth several times, he simply stood directly above Wu Chang's head with his hands on his waist. Looking down, he said arrogantly, believe it or not, I will piss on your head. As he spoke, he actually pulled up his pants, looking as if he was ready to go all out. Murong Xiao Xiao and the other female disciples of Azure Sun Temple blushed. Xiao Baiyi and the others wore black lines on their faces as they turned their heads away, obviously not recognizing this person. Mainly because of this behavior is Xia Sheng. Therefore, the moment Xia Sheng pulled up his pants, he let out a low roar and shook his arms. A tornado-like vigorous energy soared into the sky, wanting to engulf Xia Sheng. Petty tricks. Xia Sheng coldly snorted and flipped his palm. He slapped downwards. Source chi surged, and the world principles became chaotic. A huge palm print suddenly formed, like a giant mountain falling from the sky. Before it really fell, it gave off a sense of oppression that could destroy everything. Hong, the giant palm and the tornado collided, and the world energy suddenly raged and burst out in all directions. At this moment, Wu Chang had already jumped up and put his palms together. One hand was fiery red, and the other was snow white. Two completely different auras fluctuated, and as he changed his hand seals, mysterious runes appeared around him. He rushed towards Xia Sheng with the force of thunder. A solemn expression appeared on Xia Sheng's face. He changed his hand seal, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the air. Immediately, weapons of different shapes appeared beside him. Each weapon was formed from the energy of the world. There were many of them, and there was a variety of them. He stretched out his hand, and the countless weapons slashed downwards as if they had received an order. Hong Hong Hong, more violent sounds rang out, and the dazzling light engulfed the figures of Xia Sheng and Wu Chang. For a moment, no one could see the two figures clearly. They could only hear the explosions of energy and the sounds of fists and feet clashing in the chaotic void. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the battle above. He was also dazzled. This was a contest between the top rising stars of the two top sects in the Southern Territory. In other words, it represented the highest level of strength in the entire Southern Territory. It was rare for him to witness such a battle. Not only could he compare his own shortcomings from the battle between the two, but he could also gather some information. Brother Xia, will he be okay? Murong Xiao Xiao had a look of self-blame at this moment. If she had not accidentally flown over Wu Chang's head, this kind of trouble would not have arisen. How could anything happen to him? Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted, as if he was not worried about Xia Sheng's life or death at all. He said lightly, even if an ordinary person from the Emperor realm attacked him, he would still have a chance to escape. What can a trivial Wu Chang do to him? Yang Kai's heart moved when he heard this. Xiao Baiyi obviously knew some details about Xia Sheng, but he did not say anything, so Yang Kai naturally did not ask more. However, judging from his tone, Xia Sheng's true strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Of course. Wu Chang probably did not use his full strength. Naive. In a remote place in the valley, in the encampment of a sect called the Octagonal Door, a young man sitting cross-legged and meditating watched the battle in the sky for a while and commented disdainfully. Although the Octagonal Door was not a top sect in the Southern Territory, it was still not bad. It could be considered to be on the same level as Flying Saint Palace, and there was a master from the Emperor realm in the sect. Therefore, when the Four Seasons realm opened this time, the Octagonal Door was lucky enough to get 7 spots to enter. Among these 7 people, their cultivations varied. Some were third-order Dao Source realm while others were second-order and first-order Dao Source realms. The young man who spoke was only a second-order, but the attitude of the others seemed to be following his lead. The only third-order Dao Source realm cultivator was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Luo Yuan, do you think this kind of battle is not worth your attention?" Luo Yuan said, "They're just testing each other, what's there to see?" "They're still testing each other." Another woman in the second-order Dao Source realm exclaimed, "Why do I feel like they can't wait to kill each other?" "That's because your cultivation is not enough," Luo Yuan said bluntly, not caring about the face of his fellow sect members. The woman choked for a moment and could only laugh awkwardly. The middle-aged man said, "Junior brother Luo Yuan really has sharp eyes. This time in the Four Seasons realm, we will have to rely on you, junior brother." Luo Yuan heard this and frowned, "Don't worry, this time in the Four Seasons realm, I will definitely make the Octagonal Door famous in the Southern Territory, but I have no interest in bringing along trash like you. When you enter, don't come looking for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone saw how arrogant he was, but they didn't dare to say anything. They even seemed to be a little afraid of him. The middle-aged man said, "Naturally, we won't drag junior brother down. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want." "Humph." Luo Yuan snorted coldly and closed his eyes. The others looked at each other, feeling depressed. Everyone was a Dao Source realm cultivator, and their strength wasn't too bad, but being called trash in front of them was naturally unacceptable. But knowing Luo Yuan's temper and character, they didn't dare to refute. The battle in the void was still going on. Xia Sheng and Wu Chang were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. The void was collapsing, and the world principles were in chaos. Enough. Suddenly, a furious roar filled with majesty rang out. As soon as this voice rang out, Xia Sheng and Wu Chang, who were in the middle of their battle, froze in mid-air as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces paled as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. 2 rays of brilliance flashed and appeared under the feet of the two. Immediately, the brilliance suddenly radiated out like a spider's web, turning into 2 cage-like existences in the blink of an eye, imprisoning Xia Sheng and Wu Chang in mid-air. The voice sounded again, Azure Sun Temple Xia Sheng, Heavenly Marshal Holy Lands Wu Chang, acted without permission and started a fight. This king will punish you by confinement until the opening of the sealed world. I hope you will learn from this. Xia Sheng heard this and his face turned green. He hurriedly said, "Master Xiao, disciple is innocent." He immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Silver Star envoy Xiao Yuyang from Star Soul Palace, so he quickly begged for mercy. Xiao Yuyang had no intention of paying attention to him. On the other side, Wu Chang, who was also imprisoned in mid-air, glanced at him and coldly snorted, "No backbone. It's none of your business." Xia Sheng rolled his eyes at him and continued to shout, "Master Xiao, please understand. Disciple has always abided by the rules. If it wasn't for someone provoking him, he would never do such a thing. Master Xiao, please let me go." After shouting for a while, he probably felt that it was hopeless, so he changed his tune and said, "Fine, Master Xiao, it's fine if you put me in confinement, but can you put me down? Being imprisoned in mid-air like this, it's so embarrassing. Can you shut up?" Wu Chang didn't think much of it at first. After all, it was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who punished him, so it was natural that he couldn't resist. But after Xia Sheng said this, he suddenly felt that it was really embarrassing to be looked at by so many people, and he immediately became angry out of shame. Xia Sheng glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Did I disturb you?" "Noisy." Wu Chang coldly snorted. "You still dare to blabber?" Xia Sheng was angry. He pulled up his pants and said, "Believe it or not, I'll still hit you in the face even if I'm like this." Wu Chang heard this and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and tactfully closed his eyes. Others might be shameless, but he couldn't. He just left a harsh sentence, "Wait until we enter the sealed world, then we'll fight again." Chapter 2136. Because of the interference of the masters from the Emperor realm, this fierce battle was resolved just like that. Is this enough? At the same time, somewhere in Star Soul Palace's encampment, Xiao Yuyang looked at Gao Xueting and Chen Wenhao and asked. Gao Xueting said, "Thank you, Master Xiao." Chen Wenhao also nodded slightly. Although the rising stars of the two sects were not very happy when they met, it did not affect the relationship between their respective sects in the Emperor realm. In their opinion, it was just a competition between young people. Who hadn't experienced this before? "It's fine, but those two little guys are quite active," Xiao Yuyang chuckled. "Elder Gao has Xia Sheng as his disciple, and Brother Chen has Wu Chang as his disciple. I'm so envious." Feng Ming suddenly said sourly. Gao Xueting glanced at him and said, "Doesn't Orthodoxy Temple have Zhuang Bufan?" Feng Ming smiled and said, "Bufan is extraordinary, but he only has an ordinary constitution. How can he be compared to those two little guys? Didn't Brother Feng pass down the heaven and earth reverse phantom secret art?" Chen Wenhao looked at Feng Ming and said, "There's no need to be modest at this time. Being too modest is hypocritical." "Ha!" Feng Ming grinned and responded with a smile. "That's enough. How long do you want to test each other?" Xiao Yuyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "It's a good thing that the little guys are active. Just watch and don't get involved. We're all from the Southern Territory, so infighting is not good." "Master Xiao is right." Everyone nodded in unison. "By the way, Master Xiao," Gao Xueting suddenly said, "Last time, when the three of us went to Star Soul Palace to ask for advice, did they respond?" Hearing this, Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao both looked serious. They listened attentively. Xiao Yuyang frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "About the ancient great demon, the great emperor said that the great demon is not extinct, but has gone into hibernation. However, the great emperors do not know where exactly it is." "Even the great emperors do not know?" Feng Ming's expression changed. "The great emperors only said 8 words to me," Xiao Yuyang said in a deep voice. "Which 8 words?" Gao Xueting asked. "Half dead, half alive, half alive." "What does that mean?" Feng Ming was confused. Xiao Yuyang shrugged, "I don't understand either. But you can rest assured. That ancient great demon has been sealed for so many years that he is no longer as powerful as he used to be. If he dares to appear in the future and do evil, this seat will personally deal with him. With Lord Zhao's words, we can rest assured." Chen Wenhao heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Previously, he had joined forces with Feng Ming and Gao Xueting to fight against the great ancient devil. Unfortunately, they had failed at the last moment. The great ancient devil had used a powerful divine ability to trap them in a dark and boundless world, waiting for them to escape. The great demon had disappeared. In desperation, they could only go to the Star Soul Palace to request an audience with the great emperors, hoping to get some instructions from the great emperors. Unfortunately, the 3 of them went to the Star Soul Palace but did not see the great emperors. In the end, they could only tell Xiao Yuyang. He asked him to pass on the message. As soon as Gao Shueting arrived, she hurried to find Xiao Yuyang. She wanted to know about the great demon. Well, let's not think about the great demon for now. Let's talk about the Four Seasons realm, Xiao Yuyang said. When everyone heard this, they knew that he was going to talk about the star seal. Their expressions immediately became serious. In the Azure Sun Temple's encampment, Yang Kai, who was meditating and recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. He frowned and pondered for a while, then stood up and walked in that direction. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao Xiao saw this scene and hurriedly called out. He hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" Once bitten, twice shy. Just now, she wanted to go to the Star Soul Palace to find an old friend to reminisce about the past, but she did not expect to cause such a disturbance and cause Xiaxing to be grounded. She blamed herself very much. At this moment, seeing that Yang Kai wanted to leave the encampment, she hurriedly asked with concern. "I'm just walking around." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then you have to be careful." Murong Xiao Xiao did not stop him and just reminded him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and continued to walk forward. "Why do you care about the life or death of an outsider?" Xiao Baiyi snorted unhappily. Murong Xiao Xiao said, "Junior brother Yang, he came with us after all." "You still call him junior brother?" Xiao Baiyi glared at Murong Xiao Xiao, "He is not a disciple of my temple." Murong Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother Xiao, you don't like him?" "It's not that I don't like him," Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted, "I just don't like him." Murong Xiao Xiao slowly shook her head and did not say anything more. On the other side, Yang Kai walked all the way until he walked out of the valley and came to a dense forest before stopping. The breeze was bleak and the leaves rustled. Yang Kai sighed and said, "Since you asked me to come here, why don't you show yourself?" As soon as his voice fell, he heard a burst of giggles and immediately, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on top of a tree, looking down at him condescendingly, her pair of beautiful eyes full of curiosity and a strange look. She stared at Yang Kai and clicked her tongue, "I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the Tao Source realm in such a short time. As expected of a master from a low-level star territory, your aptitude is really extraordinary." Yang Kai looked up at her and smiled meaningfully, "Protector Bien, it's been a long time." The woman who quietly sent him a message and asked him to come here to see her was Bien Yuqing, one of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect. At that time, it was this woman who accepted him into Blue Feather Sect. Blue Feather Sect was also Yang Kai's first stop in the star boundary. Bien Yuqing knew some of his details and understood that he was a cultivator from a low-level star territory. It was for this reason that Bien Yuqing accepted him as a disciple. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's second-order origin king cultivation at that time, Bien Yuqing probably would not have even spared him a glance. This woman had the cultivation of the third-order Tao Source realm. Seeing Bien Yuqing, Yang Kai remembered Lu Xianyun who was with him at that time. This woman was the same as him. Both came from a low-level star territory, but came from a place called Great Desolate Star Territory and was also accepted into Blue Feather Sect by Bien Yuqing. Unfortunately, when they were fleeing, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were separated. After such a long time, Yang Kai wondered how Lu Xianyun was doing. "It's rare that you still remember this queen is very gratified." Just as he was contemplating, Bien Yuqing smiled sweetly. With a slight push of her feet, she slowly landed in front of Yang Kai like a goddess descending from the sky. Protector Bien's great kindness is engraved in this junior's heart, how could he forget? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although Bien Yuqing might have other purposes for accepting him into Blue Feather Sect at that time, this woman did not harshly abuse him. Of course, she also did not deliberately take care of him, so Yang Kai's attitude towards her was relatively calm. Although he said so, in fact, he did not have any intention of being grateful. Bien Yuqing looked at him and said, "Your ability to lie with a straight face has improved. If you really remember this queen's kindness, how could you come over so reluctantly?" How could I? Yang Kai looked wronged. It's just. I didn't expect to meet Protector Bien here. After a pause, he said, Protector Bien didn't come alone, right? When he said this, he glanced to the side, intentionally or unintentionally. Bien Yuqing raised her brow. She said in surprise, Boy, your senses are quite sharp. She waved to the side and said, Don't hide, come out. As soon as she said this, another person laughed loudly, Junior brother Yang, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever. Yang Kai looked to the side with a smile and cupped his fists, Brother Ko. This person was Ko Wu. He was also Bien Yuqing's confidant. Ko Wu was the first Dao Source Realm Master Yang Kai saw after coming to the star boundary. It was also this guy who captured him and Lu Xianyun and brought them to Bien Yuqing. However, unlike Bien Yuqing, Ko Wu took care of Yang Kai a little during that time. So, Yang Kai's impression of him was quite good. Junior brother Yang is already a Dao Source Realm Master. This Ko is really surprised. Ko Wu looked up and down at Yang Kai with a surprised expression. After all, when he first met Yang Kai, the other party was only a second-order origin king who knew nothing about the star boundary. How long had it been since they met? The other party was already at his level. No wonder it was rumored that a cultivator from a low-level star territory had outstanding aptitude and extraordinary potential. He didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Yang Kai, he had to believe it. It was just a fluke. Yang Kai responded casually. But, what surprised this queen even more was that you actually became a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. It seems that Azure Sun Temple has put a lot of effort into you. Bien Yuqing smiled slightly. She also accidentally saw Yang Kai when she was watching the fun just now, so she secretly sent him a message and asked him to come out and meet her. Yang Kai was in Azure Sun Temple's encampment, so she naturally thought that Yang Kai had joined Azure Sun Temple. If so, it would explain why he could be promoted to the Dao Source Realm so quickly. Azure Sun Temple was not comparable to a small sect like Blue Feather sect that didn't even have a member of the Emperor Realm. The sect was rich in resources. Protector Bien misunderstood. Yang Kai shook his head, I am not from Azure Sun Temple. Do you think this queen is blind? Bien Yuqing glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai said, It's just that for some reason, I came with the people of Azure Sun Temple, believe it or not. Is that so? Bien Yuqing was stunned. Although she was also a little surprised, she felt that Yang Kai didn't need to lie to her about this matter, so she didn't ask anymore. I'm curious, which force do Protector Bien and Brother Ko represent? Yang Kai looked at the two suspiciously. Ko Wu said, Blue Feather Sect, of course. You're still in Blue Feather Sect? Yang Kai's face changed as he immediately thought of Blue Feather Sect Master, Wu Mengchuan. This guy was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. After Yang Kai released him from the bone prison, he turned the entire Blue Feather Sect upside down. Miao Qi, Tong Tsong, and Zhu Junshan, the three sect protectors, were not his opponents at all and were killed on the spot. Only Bien Yuqing had something to do at that time and escaped. Chapter 2137. At that time, Ko Wu also escaped because he followed Bien Yuqing out to handle some matters, otherwise, with Wu Mengchuan's temperament at that time, it would not have been surprising if he had killed them all. It seems, you have thought of something. Bien Yuqing suddenly sneered and gritted her teeth, smelly brat, if it weren't for you, this protector would not have fallen into such a situation. Now, my life and death are in the hands of others. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he played dumb, Protector Bien, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ko Wu sighed and said, Junior brother Yang, sect master, was it you who released him? Hearing him ask this, Yang Kai could not deny it and nodded, yes. After saying so, he quickly added, but I had no other choice at the time. Brother Ko, you and Protector Bien were not in a sect, and I was imprisoned in the bone prison. Faced with a life or death dilemma, I had no choice but to make a deal with Wu Mengchuan. Bien Yuqing snorted. As a result, after Sect Master came out, he went on a killing spree. Almost the entire Blue Feather sect was slaughtered. Only a few people were quick enough to rely on Sect Master to survive. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Protector Bien was one of them. This queen. Bien Yuqing coldly snorted. This queen was just lucky. A month after that incident, this queen and Ko Wu returned to the sect, but how could we have known that the sect had already undergone great changes? By the time we reacted, it was already too late to escape. However, Sect Master didn't kill me. Perhaps, he also felt that it wouldn't be good to kill everyone and leave him all alone. In any case, he spared my life. It's just that. At this point, her face was filled with hatred. This queen has been sealed by him. In the future, I will have to follow his lead. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. This matter was caused by you, little brat. Speak, how do you want this queen to punish you? Bien Yuqing looked at Yang Kai gloomily, obviously wanting to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai smiled and said, Protector Bien, since you chose to take action against Wu Mengchuan many years ago, you must know something about him and what kind of person he is. To such a person, either they directly cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, or they don't provoke them. Not only did you provoke him, you even imprisoned and tortured him. Didn't you think that there would be retribution? Bien Yuqing frowned and stared at Yang Kai. What do you want to say? Yang Kai said, I just want to say that even without me, Wu Mengchuan would have escaped, so what happened to you has nothing to do with me. Nonsense. Bien Yuqing's face was filled with anger. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, Moreover, isn't Protector Bien fine now? Although a restriction had been placed on him, he was still a descendant of that person. When he achieves meteoric success in the future, do you still have to worry about not having riches and honor? It's just a temporary humiliation, can't Protector Bien wait? Bien Yuqing looked at him coldly and snorted, why does it sound like this queen took advantage of you? Should I thank you properly? There's no need for that, Yang Kai waved his hand. Bien Yuqing said helplessly, anyway, it's too late to say anything now. This queen and Ko Wu can only take one step at a time. Seeing that she didn't really mean to seek revenge on him, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Ko Wu smiled and said, Protector Bien and I came to the Four Seasons realm this time. We were also instructed by Sect Master to represent Blue Feather Sect. When we saw you appear in Azure Sun Temple, we called you over to ask you something. Blue Feather Sect was a small sect. Although it did not have a master from the Emperor realm, it originally had several masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so it had at least 2 spots to enter the Four Seasons realm. Wu Mengchuan's killing spree last time caused Blue Feather Sect to be short of manpower, so only Bien Yuqing and Ko Wu could come. Information about the Four Seasons realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes, Bien Yuqing nodded. Don't tell me you don't know anything. Since you can mix in with Azure Sun Temple, you must know more than us, right? Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before saying, I do have information. However, it's their sect's secret, so I can't disclose it. Bien Yuqing smiled slightly and said, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know? Yang Kai shook his head. Bien Yuqing's face changed, and when she was about to say something, Yang Kai said, the only thing I can tell you is, Star Seals will appear in the Four Seasons realm this time. Star Seals. Ko Wu frowned, obviously not knowing what this was. However, Bien Yuqing vaguely seemed to think of something and after pondering for a while, exclaimed, you mean, a pass to enter the Shattered Star Sea? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. The Shattered Star Sea. Ko Wu finally reacted and exclaimed in a low voice, his face filled with shock. Yang Kai smiled and said, you too should work hard. If we meet in the Four Seasons realm, maybe we will have a chance to join forces. After saying so, he ignored the two and walked back the way he came. For him, neither Bian Yuqing nor Ko Wu were familiar with him. The little care he received in Blue Feather sect was enough to be repaid with the information just now. From now on, he had no grievances with these two. If they had no malicious intentions towards him, then everything was fine, but if they really wanted to do something to him, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. After all, they were now Wu Mengchuan's people. Yang Kai was very afraid of this descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. At that time, Wu Mengchuan actually taught him a complete set of heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. This was the secret art of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor relied on this secret art to become the #1 master in the star boundary at that time. Yang Kai would never believe that Wu Mengchuan had no ulterior motives. It was just that he really didn't understand what the other party wanted to do. He even did not hesitate to teach him the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. He did not cultivate this secret art himself but gave it to his embodiment. During this time, his embodiment strength had improved a lot. From his embodiment, Yang Kai also understood the heaven-defying effects of this secret art. If it weren't for some scruples, he would have been tempted to cultivate it himself. Thinking about this all the way, Yang Kai soon returned to Azure Sun Temple's encampment. Everyone was quietly meditating to restore themselves, seizing the last bit of time to maintain their perfect state. Only Xiao Baiyi opened his eyes and glanced at him, but he did not say anything. Time passed by day by day. As time passed, the world energy in this nameless mountain valley became denser and denser, until it finally reached the point where the world energy turned into mist. If one looked down from a high altitude, the entire mountain valley was wrapped in a white mist. This mist was not really mist, but a sign of the condensation of world energy. The cultivation environment here had also reached an unimaginable level. If someone could cultivate in this place for a long time, the speed at which their strength improved would naturally be extraordinary. Unfortunately, this was just a sign before the opening of the sealed world. Even a sect like Star Soul Palace did not have such a jaw-dropping cultivation treasure land. Finally, at a certain moment on the 4th day after everyone arrived in this nameless mountain valley, a strange sound suddenly rang out. The sound was faintly discernible, as if it came from the void, making it difficult to grasp. Immediately afterward, the world energy suddenly shook and boiled, the clouds tumbling, madly converging towards a certain location. And that location was the center of the entire valley, which was also the only empty area. It seemed that all the sects knew that the entrance to the sealed world was here, so no force was stationed here. At this moment, all the cultivators opened their eyes and looked in that direction. It's begun. In Star Soul Palace's encampment, Xiao Yang shouted in a low voice. All the disciples were excited and secretly rubbed their hands. The entrance is about to open. In Azure Sun Temple's encampment, Gao Shueting looked at the 20 people in front of her and said, "This elder hopes that after entering, you can travel together as much as possible to avoid being left alone." Of course, if anyone insists on acting rashly, then this elder did not say anything. After a pause, she continued, "I hope all of you can return safely." Xia Xing grinned and said, "Elder Gao, don't worry, this disciple will take good care of them." Gao Shueting nodded and did not say anything more. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the place where the world energy was converging. At this moment, all the world energy in the world was swarming towards that place. The swirling world energy brought with it a whistling wind, causing sand and stones to fly in the mountain valley, but this did not affect the observation of the Tao Source Realm cultivators. After all the world energy rushed there, it was as if it had fallen into a black hole and disappeared all of a sudden. At that point, the space suddenly became unstable. And as more world energy poured in, the instability became more and more obvious. Until a certain moment, the void suddenly cracked open, and a crack visible to the naked eye appeared. The world energy continued to pour in, and the crack grew bigger and bigger. Looking at the sky, it was as if a great master had opened a skylight. From the skylight, some scenery on the other side could be vaguely seen, ethereal and distorted. This situation lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, the world energy in the mountain valley, which was so dense that it had turned into fog, was completely gone. All of it poured into the void crack. At this moment, there was no more world energy in the entire mountain valley, and the desolate scene of the past was restored. And that crack had become more than 100 meters long and 50 meters high. The entrance is open. Someone exclaimed. Let's go. Some people couldn't wait and used their movement skills to fly over the heads of the crowd and directly rushed towards the narrow entrance. They should be a cultivator from a small sect. Like the Blue Feather sect, there were only 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. They seemed to have cultivated some kind of joint secret technique. Once they used it, their speed was as fast as lightning. The 2 people turned into streams of light and rushed into the entrance first. They seemed to think that they would have more advantages if they went in earlier. Unfortunately, things didn't go as they wished. Several cultivators from the Emperor realm just looked at them coldly. They had no intention of stopping them and just watched quietly. Sigh. Gao Shueting sighed, it seems that there are people who don't care about their lives every time. As soon as her voice fell, 2 screams came from the void. Chapter 2138. The 2 cultivators, a man and a woman from an unknown small sect, were blocked by an invisible barrier the moment they rushed into the entrance of the 4 Seasons realm, unable to enter. Not only that, the barrier that blocked the 2 of them seemed to contain an extremely ferocious killing power, directly twisting the 2 into a mass of minced meat and blood mist before exploding in the air. These 2 people had actually died in such an inexplicable manner. Huh? How could this be? Down below, many cultivators cried out in alarm, their complexions pale. If the entrance to the 4 Seasons realm was so dangerous, how could they enter? It was likely that more than half of the people present would not be able to pass through the entrance and would all die here. However, most of the Dao Source realm cultivators did not change their expressions, as if they had expected this. Yang Kai sighed slightly. He obtained the Jade Slip from Azure Sun Temple and naturally knew that the actions of the 2 cultivators were somewhat rash. If they wanted to enter the 4 Seasons realm, they could not force their way in. Otherwise, no matter how high their cultivation was, they would end up like the 2 of them, dying without a complete corpse. If they wanted to enter the 4 Seasons realm, they could only wait for the guidance of a mysterious force over there. This was the advantage of having information. If Kai Yang had come here alone and was ignorant, he would have rushed in directly, which would have led to some unpredictable consequences. At this moment, a transparent energy ball suddenly emerged from the crack. The energy ball was like a bubble, quietly suspended in mid-air. When this energy ball appeared, the disciples of Star's Soul Palace immediately took action. 10 of the 40 disciples rushed into the bubble one after another. The bubble was constantly distorted and deformed, but it never burst. It looked extremely magical. Strangely enough, the size of the bubble seemed to be just enough for 10 people to stand on. After the 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators got inside, there was not much space inside. At the same time, the bubble shrank slightly and floated towards the entrance at a very fast speed. The next moment, he then entered the entrance and disappeared without a trace. After seeing this scene, the cultivator who came to participate in the 4 Seasons realm for the first time knew what was going on. Obviously, the bubble was the key to entering the 4 Seasons realm. After a few breaths, another bubble emerged from the crack, and the Star's Soul Palace once again sent out 10 disciples to act. This cycle repeated for a total of 4 times before the disciples of Star's Soul Palace had all left. Star's Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, and being the first batch to enter the 4 Seasons realm naturally made others speechless. However, it was unknown how the Emperor Realm had negotiated the order of entry. After the Star's Soul Palace, the 20 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land were divided into 2 groups and entered the Four Seasons Realm one after another. Azure Sun Temple was in the 3rd batch. When it was Azure Sun Temple's turn, Xia Sheng took the lead and pointed out 9 people to follow him. Following the guidance of the mysterious bubble, they entered the secret realm. Yang Kai and the other 9 people followed closely behind. The bubbles appeared very magical. When Yang Kai entered, he didn't feel any resistance. Instead, he felt as if he had fallen into water. It was soft all around, but he didn't feel suffocated. And when he was wrapped in the bubble and passed through the void crack, he didn't sense any danger at all. His vision blurred, and by the time Yang Kai regained his senses, he was already in another place. The 10 people were still wrapped in the bubble, suspended in mid-air. Soon, the bubble burst and no longer existed. Everyone hurriedly circulated their chi and floated in mid-air. From the information recorded in the previous Jade Slip, Yang Kai learned that every batch of cultivator that was guided into the Four Seasons realm by the bubble would appear in the same place, but the location of the cultivator in different batches was somewhat difficult to guess. So at this moment, the 10 people were still together. Looking around, there were no other cultivator figures around, and he didn't know where the dozens of people who entered the Four Seasons realm before had been transmitted to. The second batch of 10 people from Azure Sun Temple was headed by Xiao Baiyi. After all, Xiao Baiyi ranked 2nd in the sect martial arts competition, second only to Xia Sheng. This was also discussed in advance. He and Xia Sheng would each lead a team. The moment after the bubble burst, Xiao Baiyi took out a communication artifact from his space ring and poured his divine sense into it, as if he wanted to see if Xia Sheng and the others were nearby. But after waiting for a while, there was no response, so Xiao Baiyi had no choice but to put away the communication artifact. This should be the territory of summer, right? In the team, Murong Xiao Xiao, who had been looking around, suddenly asked. The place where everyone appeared was scorching hot, and the air contained extremely rich fire attribute spirit power. The temperature was extremely high, the ground was dry and cracked, and there was very little vegetation. Obviously, this was the territory of summer, which was famous for its heat. It should be. Xiao Baiyi gently nodded. When he was about to say something again, his expression suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look in one direction. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also sank, and he shouted in a low voice, "Something is coming." Xiao Baiyi glanced at him in amazement, secretly shocked by Yang Kai's keen senses. "What do you mean?" Murong Xiao Xiao asked suspiciously. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. Just as her voice fell, a series of thumping sounds suddenly came from far away, as if a behemoth was moving quickly towards them. And the earth was shaking. Everyone looked shocked, and they all secretly urged their source chi to be on guard. The sound was getting closer and louder, and the shaking of the earth became more and more obvious. Less than 10 breaths after Yang Kai spoke, several streams of light suddenly appeared in front of them, rushing towards them frantically. The leading stream of light was red and white, extremely dazzling, and exuded an aura that made everyone feel familiar and fearful. Wu Chang. Xiao Baiyi's face sank. He did not expect that he would encounter Heavenly Martial Holy Land's evil star as soon as he entered the Four Seasons realm. He also saw the previous battle between Wu Chang and Xia Sheng and secretly felt that this person was a great enemy. If he encountered him alone, his chances of winning were less than 30%. At this moment, Wu Chang and several elites of Heavenly Martial Holy Land were rushing in his direction. Xiao Baiyi's nerves suddenly became tense. Because of the previous battle between him and Xia Sheng, Wu Chang could already be said to be an enemy of Azure Sun Temple. If he wanted to kill at this time, Xiao Baiyi was not confident that he could stop him. Just as he was secretly gritting his teeth and cursing, Kai Yang's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "It's not coming for us, something is chasing after them." Wu Chang is being chased. In the team, a male cultivator heard this and his face changed abruptly. Wu Chang was already a cultivator in the Third Order Tao Source realm, and the #1 rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. An existence that could make him flee frantically was at least equivalent to the Emperor realm. There were existences of this level in the Four Seasons realm. Over the years, many cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm had died in the hands of these existences without being able to fight back. While they were talking, the thing that was chasing Wu Chang and the others also came into view. About 100 feet behind Wu Chang, there was a monster with a height of more than 100 feet. It was wrapped in flames and had crimson eyes. It moved its 4 limbs and sprinted across the ground, leaving a long trail of red light behind it. Every time it leaped, it seemed to ignore the barrier of space. In an instant, it covered a distance of more than 100 feet, shaking the earth. Flame Beast. Xiao Baiyi's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "This is the territory of the Flame Beast." In the information recorded in the Jade Slip of Azure Sun Temple, there was a mention of this Flame Beast in the territory of Summer. This was a genuine 12th Order monster beast, which could exert a powerful strength equivalent to the Emperor realm. The place where the Flame Beast lived was also listed as a forbidden area in the Jade Slip, and disciples were not allowed to visit it easily. Everyone did not expect that they would be so unlucky as to appear in the territory of the Flame Beast as soon as they were taken in. However, it seemed that Wu Chang and the others had even worse luck. They probably appeared directly near the habitat of the Flame Beast, which led to this pursuit. Roar. The Flame Beast that had been chasing Wu Chang and the others saw that it could not catch up for a long time and roared in anger. Along with the roar, a fiery red light suddenly shot out from its mouth. The space was suddenly pierced through, and the fiery red light, which contained unimaginable lethality, penetrated from north to south, stretching for more than a dozen kilometers. Wu Chang reacted quickly. After perceiving the murderous intent behind him, his figure paused for a moment before he rushed upwards, avoiding this killing move by a hair's breadth. However, the others were not so lucky. One of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land disciples failed to avoid it and was directly hit by the fiery red light, turning into ashes before he could even let out a scream. Another disciple's arm was grazed and directly melted, letting out an earth-shattering scream. "Why aren't you running?" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice and took the lead in summoning the Tao Source Grade high-rank wooden boat. He stepped on it and pushed his source chi, causing the wooden boat to fly away at lightning speed. With his reminder, the remaining 9 people from Azure Sun Temple who were stunned finally recovered and summoned their own flight-type artifacts, transforming into streams of light as they fled in the direction of the Flame Beast. In fact, they could not be blamed for not being determined enough. The main reason was that the person from Heavenly Martial Holy Land had died too suddenly. He was an elite disciple of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, not a small fry from a small sect. In other words, the dead cultivator was on the same level as them. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. If they were in his shoes and encountered such a thing, they would definitely end up in the same situation. Therefore, the visual impact and mental shock that the scene just now brought to them was extremely strong. Following Yang Kai, the 9 people fled as fast as they could. They had no intention of stopping to fight with the Flame Beast. With the strength of the people present, there was no way to resist such a terrifying existence. The consequences of being impulsive would only lead to death. At this time, the remaining people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land also flew not far behind them. However, they were also smart. Seeing that someone was taking the blame, they quickly scattered and ran in other directions. The Flame Beast did not care which sect these people belonged to. In its eyes, anyone who trespassed on its territory must die, so it still chased after them. Chapter 2139. Wu Chang, you bastard, you will die a horrible death. Xiao Baiyi couldn't help but roar when he saw Wu Chang and the others running away while the Flame Beast chased after them. Wu Chang turned around and glanced at him mockingly, then without saying a word, fled at an extremely fast speed. Roar, the earth-shattering roar rang out again, and this deafening sound set off a terrifying sound wave, causing everyone to lose their balance. What's more, the fiery red pillar of flames that followed was the soul summoning's killing move. Fortunately, everyone had seen the terrifying means of this flame beast before, so when they heard the roar, they hurriedly changed direction and avoided this deadly attack. Split up, life or death is up to fate. Xiao Baiyi shouted in a low voice. While speaking, he was the first to change the direction of his escape, and even took the opportunity to turn around and attack the flame beast. He obviously wanted to lead the flame beast away so that the others would have time to escape. As the leader of the team, Xiao Baiyi's actions were undoubtedly very appropriate. Unfortunately, his hasty attack did not hurt the flame beast, and before it could hit it, it was destroyed by the scorching heat of its body. The flame beast did not pay attention to him at all and continued to chase after the others. After Xiao Baiyi finished speaking, the others also scattered, turning into streams of light and escaping in different directions. No way, my luck is so good. Yang Kai took a moment to look back, only to see that the flame beast was chasing after him, ignoring the others. He didn't know how he had attracted it. You're really blind, you dog. You can't chase after anyone. But, this is good, he muttered to himself. Although in the face of such a terrifying existence, he had no desire to fight, but when it came to escaping, he was still a little confident. As long as this flame beast kept chasing after him, the others would be safe. Although Yang Kai had no friendship with the people of Azure Sun Temple. Perhaps entering the Four Seasons realm could be considered as occupying one of their slots, so it was acceptable for him to contribute where he could. Therefore, when he saw the flame beast chasing after him, he instead reduced his speed a little to maintain a certain distance between himself and the flame beast. This way, he would not give himself no room to dodge the attack, nor would he allow the flame beast to be shaken off by him. Just like that, he led the flame beast deeper into the Four Seasons realm. Gradually, Yang Kai could no longer see the figures of the others. The flame beast was persistent. It kept chasing after them, and from time to time, it would spit out scorching energy attacks from its mouth. Although it was powerful, it was still a monster beast after all. Its long-range attacks seemed to be a little limited. Therefore, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to hide. As long as he was prepared in advance, there was no need to worry about being hit by the attack. Half an hour later, Yang Kai estimated that it was about time. Only then did he suddenly circulate his source chi, increasing his speed. The wooden boat given to him by Auntie Feng was a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Apart from Emperor artifacts, it was the best flight-type artifact. Moreover, it was very small and very suitable for solo flight. The flame beast could only follow behind him and eat his dust. After a while, from a very far distance, the flame beast's unwilling roar could be heard, but it had already disappeared. Obviously, Yang Kai had long shaken it off. However, Yang Kai still did not relax. While releasing his divine sense to explore the surroundings, he continued to fly. After another half an hour, when he was sure that he was safe, he slowly descended. This place was still the territory of summer, and the environment was scorching hot. The place where Yang Kai was located was a dry plain. Looking around, he could see everything within a radius of a few thousand kilometers at a glance. He took out the jade slip, checked the map of the Four Seasons realm, and then compared it with the places he had passed before to identify the direction. After a short while, he summoned the wooden boat again and flew in a certain direction. The main purpose of his trip to the Four Seasons realm was naturally to find the tribulation fruit. The tribulation fruit only grew in a cold environment all year round, so the summer territory undoubtedly did not meet the requirements. He had to rush to the winter territory as soon as possible to have any hope of finding this spirit fruit. In this secret world, he did not dare to fly too high, and he had to be vigilant at all times, which consumed a lot of his divine sense. An hour later, Yang Kai flew over a canyon that had split open. But soon, he flew back, suspended in midair, and narrowed his eyes to look inside the canyon. He did not know whether this canyon was naturally formed or not, but it was bottomless. Looking down from above, it was dark below, and from the bottom of the canyon, there was the whistling of strong winds. The reason why he flew back was naturally because he had sensed something different in that instant. Now that he had taken a closer look, his eyes could not help but light up, and he whispered, "Could it be?" While speaking, he had already rushed down the canyon. It was strange to say that the summer territory was hot everywhere, but the interior of the canyon was not affected by the environment. After entering, Yang Kai felt a trace of coldness, and the lower he went, the less he was affected by the heat. This made him feel more and more sure that his observation was not wrong. The canyon was at least several thousand feet deep, and when Yang Kai fell to 2,000 feet, he saw a layer of dense fog below. "Huh, it really is a spirit chi sea." Yang Kai laughed. From the information in the jade slip, he learned that in the Four Seasons realm, there were some places that had extremely rich world energy, like a sea of clouds and fog. This was the spirit chi sea. The world energy contained in the spirit chi sea was rich and pure, and it was most suitable for a cultivator to use for cultivation or breakthrough. However, because each time the Four Seasons realm opened, there were only 33 heavens, so under normal circumstances, even if a cultivator encountered a spirit chi sea, they would not stay for a long time. At most, they would search the spirit chi sea to see if they could find any treasures. In this kind of rich world energy place, the chances of giving birth to treasures were not small. Some people found emperor-grade spirit medicines in the spirit chi sea, and their value was immeasurable. Some people encountered accidents in the spirit chi sea. Monster beasts also liked places with rich world energy, so it was very likely that there was a powerful monster beast entrenched below. The spirit chi sea below the canyon was even more concentrated than when the Four Seasons realm opened. The lower Yang Kai went, the more he could feel the amazing world energy. In this kind of place, even if he did not use his cultivation, the omnipresent world energy would enter through his pores, allowing him to recover the strength he had consumed. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the bottom of the canyon. There was a gravel field below. It was a bit messy, but there did not seem to be any danger. After Yang Kai released his divine sense, he did not detect any signs of life here. He did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he wandered around and checked. After confirming that the area within 100 kilometers was extremely safe, he returned to the starting point. He opened his mouth and spat out the sealed world bead, injecting a stream of source chi into it. The next moment, 3 beautiful figures appeared together. One of them was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. The other was standing quietly with an expressionless face. The other was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He looked bored and had nothing to do. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Yang Kai glanced at the figure lying on the ground and could not help but sneer. "Sir." Zhang Ruoxi, who was meditating cross-legged, opened her eyes and saw Yang Kai appear in front of her. She hurriedly got up and shouted. Lu Yen, who appeared at the same time, also gently nodded to Yang Kai, then looked around with her beautiful eyes to check the situation. Hua Qingxi, who was lying on the ground with a languid and half-dead appearance, was stunned for a while. She was still a little confused about the situation, but soon, she jumped up from the ground nimbly and pushed the source chi in her body. She looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, "You bastard, what do you want to do?" She had been imprisoned in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, and the most hateful thing was that Yang Kai had placed a barrier under her, limiting her range of movement to 1,000 meters. In that damned place, she was all alone, and there was no one to talk to. She was almost tortured to death. Just now, she was lying on the ground, but she did not expect to be directly summoned by Yang Kai, causing her image to be greatly damaged. As a woman who cared about face, she was naturally angry out of shame. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes burst into flames and her silver teeth creaked. Her beautiful eyes looked around and suddenly fixed on Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Before you act, I have to warn you. If you dare to attack her to threaten me, I advise you not to move, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Hua Qingxi's expression could not help but change slightly, and a trace of hesitation flashed across her face. She did want to attack the weakest Zhang Ruoxi just now. Although she did not know the relationship between Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai, Hua Qingxi still heard the little girl call Yang Kai sir. As long as she could capture Zhang Ruoxi, she should have the capital to talk to Yang Kai. Her expression changed, and Yang Kai said again, "The idea of attacking me is even more stupid. Since I dared to let you out, I can throw you back in again. If you don't want to suffer, just stand there obediently and don't move." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, "You demon, I curse you to die without a complete corpse. Verbal attacks that don't hurt or itch are meaningless to me." Yang Kai curled his lips. After that, he ignored Hua Qingxi and turned to Zhang Ruoxi and said, "The world energy here is very rich. Cultivate well here. Lu Yen will protect you." "Yes." Zhang Ruoxi did not ask any more questions and followed Yang Kai's arrangement. She continued to sit cross-legged and closed her eyes to cultivate. "But I won't give you much time, 2 days at most," Yang Kai added. After that, he stretched out his hand and patted the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead immediately flashed a ray of light. Then, a crazy attractive force came from inside the sealed world bead, pulling in the surrounding world energy and pouring it in. On the surface of the sealed world bead, a visible eye appeared directly, and as it rotated, the world energy was constantly being sucked in. Chapter 2140. When ordinary martial artists encountered a spirit aura sea, they could only look at it and sigh. It was impossible for them to waste their precious time here and use the abundant spirit aura to cultivate. Yang Kai wouldn't do that either. But he had the sealed world bead. Although the world energy inside the sealed world bead wasn't thin, it was still quite lacking compared to here. As long as he used the sealed world bead to absorb all the world energy here, the cultivation environment inside the sealed world bead should become better. Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. After all, the sealed world bead had absorbed a large amount of world principles in the 5-colored treasure pagoda last time. Since it could even absorb world principles, there was no reason it couldn't absorb world energy. Sure enough, this experiment was a success. A huge wind eye condensed on the surface of the sealed world bead, and as it rotated, the surrounding world energy was sucked into the emperor bead and filled the sealed world bead. Yang Kai was overjoyed. The success of this experiment meant that he could improve the cultivation environment of the sealed world bead to a level comparable to the best cultivation paradise in the star boundary in the future. Of course, the premise was that he had to find more spirit energy seas. He handed the sealed world bead to Lu Yen and asked Lu Yen to take care of Zhang Ruoxi while holding the emperor bead. Lu Yen understood tacitly and took it without saying a word. He then retreated a little to avoid the sealed world bead disturbing Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation. Only then did he tilt his head at Hua Qingxi, motioning for her to step aside to talk. Hua Qingxi said angrily, "Am I your pet? Do you think I can be ordered around by you?" Yang Kai said, "If you don't want to, then forget it. Just go back and wait." Good, you have guts." Hua Qingxi was so angry that smoke came out of her head. Her vitality was surging. But he had no choice but to endure the humiliation for the time being. After leading Hua Qingxi some distance away and confirming that they wouldn't disturb Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai looked around and asked, "Have you thought about what I told you before? What's the matter?" Hua Qingxi casually responded to Yang Kai while looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, what she didn't understand was that Yang Kai, the First Order Dao Source Realm, had his back to her the entire time. His entire body was full of openings. It was as if he didn't take her seriously at all. Combined with his previous arrogant words and confident attitude, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but feel a little worried. She didn't know what would happen if she really launched a sneak attack. She had had enough of being imprisoned in the small sealed world. If she were to be locked up again, she would go crazy. Playing dumb. Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look at her. I don't know what you're talking about. Hua Qingxi looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Yang Kai grinned and said, I'll explain it to you first. I just think it's inhumane to keep you locked up in there. After all, you and I have no enmity. You're so reasonable. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Kai eagerly. If that's the case, then, in your dreams. Yang Kai snorted coldly, turned around, and continued to walk forward, but you know my biggest secret. Therefore, if there is no way to restrain you, this time is an exception. You won't have such a good opportunity next time. If you really don't want to give up your soul brand, then be prepared to be locked up by me for the rest of your life. Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, will you give up your soul brand to someone you don't know and not be able to control their life and death? I won't. Yang Kai shook his head. Then isn't that right? If you won't, then why should I? Because I'm stronger than you. Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly. Hua Qingxi's mouth twitched. She said, a mere first-order Dao Source realm dares to say such things in front of me. Where does your confidence come from? There's no need to test me. If you really thought you could beat me, you would have already done it. Why bother to trick me? Yang Kai sneered. He turned around again, his eyes cold and emotionless as he looked at Hua Qingxi and said, my patience is limited. You must give me an answer now. If you don't want to give up your soul brand, then be prepared to endure the suffering of being locked up forever. I won't give you another chance in your life. Seeing him so serious, Hua Qingxi's heart sank. She realized that in front of Yang Kai's ultimatum, she could no longer bluff her way out. She gritted her teeth and opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Yang Kai said, the reason why I didn't force you last time was because I wanted to give you some time to think carefully. I think, you should have thought it through long ago. It's just a choice. Is it that difficult? Yes, I have thought it through. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and answered. Oh. Then your answer is. Yang Kai looked at her with interest. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, if I give up my soul brand to you. Damn it, can you not show such a scheming smile? It makes me feel like I've been tricked. Continue. Kai Yang replied in a deadpan manner, taking advantage of this opportunity to restrain his expression. Will you ask me to do something that will endanger my life? Hua Qingxi asked sharply. I've always been tolerant and generous to my own people. If there's something really dangerous, I'll do it myself. When Yang Kai answered, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes stared at his eyes, as if she wanted to see if he was lying. But what surprised her was that Yang Kai's eyes were very calm, and he didn't avoid looking at her. Hua Qingxi nodded. I need my own privacy. You can't pry into my secrets, and you can't order me to do things that go against my will and conscience. Okay. Yang Kai agreed readily, which made Hua Qingxi stunned. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Will you be good to me in the future? Hua Qingxi asked again. Yang Kai said with a strange expression, are you going to marry me? Why are you asking such a shameful question? Hua Qingxi flew into a rage out of humiliation, you're thinking too much, you're shameless. Yang Kai smiled and said, my answer is, even if I raise a dog. Before he could finish speaking, Hua Qingxi punched him in the face. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it and said, I'll also be good to it, not to mention you're a human. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and suddenly jumped back a few steps. Source chi surged from her body and she shouted, "One last question, since you want me to offer you my soul brand, you must have strength that I recognize. Although I don't think I can beat you, but I have to try." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and summoned her ribbon artifact. The ribbon rose in the wind and suddenly turned into a rainbow bridge, running from north to south and wrapping around Yang Kai with destructive power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Kai Yang stood in place and didn't move, coldly saying, "After seeing my methods, you won't have the chance to refuse." Hua Qingxi didn't answer. Instead, she formed a series of hand seals and the rainbow bridge formed by the ribbons suddenly condensed into a rope. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Yang Kai like a dumpling. Even his nose and mouth couldn't be seen. Ah! Hua Qingxi was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to be so easy to deal with. If so, before she could feel the joy in her heart, she heard Yang Kai suddenly snort and say, "It seems you're mentally prepared." At this point, Yang Kai's figure suddenly became illusory, as if he had disappeared from this space. The ribbon that tightly wrapped around him also loosened. Space Secret Technique, Nihility. Once this move was used, Yang Kai could escape into a void crack, thereby avoiding some fatal attacks. In addition, he could also use Nihility to hide his figure and aura, allowing him to gather information. How is this possible? Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed. Haven't you seen a space secret technique before? Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the other side. Hua Qingxi's face changed again as she turned her head and saw Yang Kai floating there unscathed, looking at her with a playful expression. Space secret technique. Hua Qingxi shouted, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Moon blade. Yang Kai raised his hand and dozens of pitch-black void cracks with crescent-shaped blades appeared and slashed towards Hua Qingxi. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this strange attack, Hua Qingxi did not dare to be negligent and shouted, "Butterfly dance." Her tender body spun and a multicolored light burst out, transforming into multicolored butterflies that flew forward to meet the attack. Hong hong hong. The moon blade collided with the countless butterflies, creating a violent explosion as energy surged and the world energy aura became chaotic. Star-chasing arrow. Seeing her first move fail, Hua Qingxi immediately used another Star Soul Palace secret technique. After all, she was from Star Soul Palace, the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, and she had a powerful third-order Dao Source realm cultivation. Hua Qingxi was by no means an ordinary person. Whether it was her combat experience, her strength, or her ability to adapt on the spot, she was outstanding. As soon as the secret technique was used, specks of starlight appeared on the surface of Hua Qingxi's body and condensed into an arrow. With a slight tremor, the arrow pierced through space and arrived directly in front of Yang Kai, intending to pierce through his head. Child's play. Yang Kai coldly snorted, principal strength lingering around his hand as he grasped the star-chasing arrow and crushed it to pieces. Hua Qingxi's heart thumped violently, as if what Yang Kai had crushed was not the star-chasing arrow but her own heart, asking in amazement, how can you do this?" Yang Kai grinned fiercely and said arrogantly, "The 3,000 great paths and thousands of secret techniques are nothing more than a combination of world energy and world principles. Your secret technique only relies on world energy, not world principles. As long as you understand the power of this world energy, breaking it will be a piece of cake." Hua Qingxi's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. She was already in the third-order Dao Source realm and was only a step away from the Emperor realm, and the Star Soul Palace she came from was not a small sect, but she had never heard such an outrageous viewpoint. However, it was precisely this absurd statement that touched and inspired her greatly. Her brow furrowed as she suddenly withdrew her hand and fell into contemplation. Chapter 2141. Hua Qingxi didn't make any more moves, and Yang Kai didn't counterattack either. He just stood there and waited quietly. After a while, Hua Qingxi sighed slightly and looked up at Yang Kai. She still had trump cards and ultimate moves that she hadn't used yet. She had only used half of her strength in the probing and attack just now. However, she also understood that Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength either. Even if she could defeat this man in his normal state, how could she defeat him in his demon form? The scene of her being subdued by this demon in one move was still vivid in her mind. Every time she thought about it, Hua Qingxi shuddered. That was an absolute suppression of strength, and she couldn't resist at all, therefore, Hua Qingxi didn't want to continue probing. With the other party's current cultivation in the first-order Dao Source realm, the fact that he could deal with her attacks so easily was enough to prove his strength and heaven-defying aptitude. What's more, this person actually knew the Tao of space. He even had an emperor artifact like the sealed world bead. Resign to your fate. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He could read some information from the look in her eyes. Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. Don't show such an aggrieved expression. I can't bear it. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. In a few years, you'll understand how wise your choice was today. If you miss an opportunity like today, even if you cry and beg to join me in the future, I won't take you in. Your ability to boast shamelessly is top-notch. Hua Qingxi said sarcastically. Let's wait and see. Yang Kai smiled and said, all right. Let's not waste any more time. I still have things to do. Obediently offer up your soul brand. Hua Qingxi sighed again and sat down cross-legged. She closed her beautiful eyes and silently circulated her secret art. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai's expression became serious and he floated down. Standing not far in front of her. After a short while, Hua Qingxi's body suddenly trembled. Her facial features were somewhat distorted, as if she was enduring great pain. A burst of pure spiritual energy suddenly burst out from her knowledge sea and shot straight towards Yang Kai. Noticing this, Yang Kai hurriedly opened up his knowledge sea's defenses and accepted this spiritual energy. Closing his eyes, his soul avatar manifested in his knowledge sea. Yang Kai discovered that there was a strange spiritual force in his knowledge sea. This spiritual force lingered together, forming a brand shape, quietly suspended in midair. Within the brand, there was Hua Qingxi's spiritual aura. Yang Kai's soul avatar formed a series of hand seals. Following that, he moved. His sea of knowledge churned, converging into a monstrous wave. He opened his mouth and swallowed the brand into his stomach like a ferocious beast. Below the canyon, Hua Qingxi suddenly shuddered. She opened her beautiful eyes and found Yang Kai looking at her with a smile on his face. She immediately snapped, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai said, "Quite the temper." "Humph." Hua Qingxi coldly snorted in dissatisfaction and said with an awkward expression, "It feels strange." This was the first time she had offered her soul brand to someone else. Although this practice had no effect on her body, it still gave her a subconscious feeling of discomfort. It was as if something precious had been taken away from her. "You'll get used to it," Yang Kai said. "Now that we're on the same side, we're not outsiders. I hope we can get along well in the future. Don't think that saying this will improve my impression of you. I'm just being oppressed and enslaved by you," Hua Qingxi replied coldly. "Think what you want," Yang Kai shrugged. "I wanted to ask just now." Hua Qingxi changed the topic, looking around and asking, "What is this place? How can there be a spirit chi si?" "You really do know about spirit chi sis," Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Although there aren't many spirit chi sis, there are still some in the star boundary. My star soul palace has a spirit chi si." Hua Qingxi glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously. "This is the Four Seasons realm," Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi was stunned and immediately exclaimed, "Huh? You said this is the Four Seasons realm?" Yes. Hua Qingxi frowned, but soon, as if thinking of something, she muttered to herself, yes, it's time for the Four Seasons realm to open. But, how did you get the qualifications to enter this place? I remember that Maplewood City doesn't have a quota. By chance, I came in with the people of Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai replied. Why did the people of Azure Sun Temple bring you in? Hua Qingxi was even more puzzled. Every quota to enter is extremely precious. I can't explain it clearly for a while, anyway, I took one of their quotas. Yang Kai waved his hand. Took. Hua Qingxi's expression was very interesting. While the two were talking, a fork in the road appeared in front of them. Yang Kai stopped and said, let's go separately. The probability of heaven and earth treasures being born in this place is not small. It would be a pity to miss it. Let me make it clear first, if I find something good. Hua Qingxi's adaptability was also quite strong. After the initial depression, she was now bargaining with Yang Kai. It's yours, I won't take it from you, Yang Kai replied readily. I was waiting for you to say that. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, taking the lead to rush to the left fork. Come back and meet me in 2 days at most. Yang Kai said behind her back, not knowing if she heard him or not. But it didn't matter. Now that he had control of Hua Qingxi's soul brand, as long as they were not too far apart, Yang Kai could clearly see her location. Shortly after she left, Yang Kai stepped into the right fork. This place was relatively far from where Zhang Ruoshi was, but the world energy was still like a fog. However, it was obvious that under the pull of the sealed world bead, the rich world energy was flowing madly in a certain direction, decreasing at a very significant rate. In a place like the Spirit Chi Sea, there was a high possibility of precious treasures being born. Not long after Yang Kai entered the right fork, he found an earth blood ghost orchid on the stone wall. Although it was only a Dao source grade mid-rank spirit herb, it was an extremely rare spirit herb. Although it was rare, it could be used as the main material for refining many spirit pills, so its value was naturally not low. Most importantly, there was no market for it. Yang Kai carefully picked it and stored it in a jade box, preparing to transplant it into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead when he returned. Only in this way could the medicinal properties of the spirit herb be completely preserved, and he could even use the characteristics of the medicine garden to enhance its efficacy. In the next few hours, he repeatedly harvested in the bottom of the canyon. The rich world energy here nurtured spirit grasses and miraculous medicines that were rarely seen in the outside world. For an alchemist like Yang Kai, this was tantamount to a treasure trove. After this trip, he actually obtained 7 or 8 different kinds of herbs of different grades, which was a small harvest. But what made him feel regretful was that he didn't find any Emperor-grade precious treasures, only Dao Source-grade ones. Although Dao Source-grade and Emperor-grade herbs were only 1 grade apart, their effects were completely different. Every Emperor-grade herb contained the power of world principles, and whether it was swallowed or used for alchemy, it could allow a cultivator to comprehend the power of world principles, which was extremely useful to any cultivator. This canyon seemed to stretch on for an unknown number of kilometers. Although Yang Kai's speed wasn't fast because he was looking for treasures, after walking for a few hours, he had covered at least a few hundred kilometers, yet he still hadn't seen the end. Just as he was about to continue exploring, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He frowned and glanced back in the direction he came from. In the next moment, his face changed slightly and he shouted, "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his wooden boat and stepped on it, rushing back the way he came at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, somewhere in the canyon, Zhang Ruoshi was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body, and her own aura was rising at a clear speed. She was only a second-order Saint King, but she actually climbed to the third-order Saint King realm in a very short time, and showed no signs of stopping. Soon, she was close to the threshold of the origin returning realm. Not far from her, Lu Yen was holding the sealed world bead, looking ahead with an indifferent expression. 3 men stood a few dozen meters away. The 3 of them didn't look alike, but their clothes were very similar. If someone who was familiar with the sects in the Southern Territory was here, they would be able to tell from the patterns on their chests that these 3 were from a sect called Evil Moon Valley. Evil Moon Valley and Blue Feather sect were similar in strength, so when the 4 Seasons realm opened this time, they also obtained 3 spots to enter. After these 3 were accepted into the 4 Seasons realm, they just happened to appear near this canyon. Among the 3, one was an elderly man, and the other 2 were middle-aged men. The elderly man was a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the 2 middle-aged men were both 2nd-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't intend to explore this canyon. After all, from the top, the inside of the canyon was dark, and they didn't know what kind of shocking danger it contained. Although the cultivation of these 3 wasn't weak, compared to the disciples from the great sects, they were actually much weaker. They also knew their limits and didn't dare to take risks easily. But what they didn't expect was that there would be an unusual energy fluctuation coming from below the canyon. When the sealed world bead absorbed the world energy in this spirit chi sea, it produced a very obvious movement. Out of curiosity, the 3 didn't care too much and flew down the canyon, wanting to see what was going on. After all, no one could say for sure what kind of opportunity it was. What if this was a great opportunity that would allow them to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? But when they discovered that there were 2 women at the bottom of the canyon, the 3 of them were suddenly stunned. Lu Yen wasn't too bad. Although he didn't give off the feeling of a flesh and blood life form, he still had the appearance of a 1st-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so it made sense that he could enter the 4 Seasons realm. The other little girl was outrageous. A trivial 3rd-order Saint King cultivator actually appeared in the 4 Seasons realm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the 3 of them would have thought this was a dream. And, looking at the appearance of the little girl, it seemed that she wanted to use the rich world energy here to cultivate. What's going on? The 3 of them were confused. Chapter 2142. Brother Huagu. One of the middle-aged men glanced at them for a while before whispering suspiciously to the elderly man, "Did a Saint King realm cultivator enter the 4 Seasons realm? Damn it, it must be a disciple of one of those great sects." The other middle-aged man suddenly gritted his teeth in anger. "My Evil Moon Valley only occupies 3 spots in total, and even these 3 spots were obtained by paying a lot of tribute to Orthodoxy Temple. But these great sects can actually squander them so wantonly and let a Saint King realm disciple occupy one of the spots. This is outrageous." Hearing what he said, the elderly man named Huagu also nodded slightly and said, "Junior brother Zhouan is right. These 2 women should be from a great sect, which is why one of them is qualified to enter this place with a Saint King realm cultivation. Looking at her appearance, she is about to break through to the origin returning realm." While speaking, Huagu also felt a little envious and jealous. Thinking back to when he was cultivating, he had to take 1 step at a time, each step filled with thorns. For a little bit of cultivation resources, he had to risk his life, but these disciples from great sects were treated completely differently. They could casually enter the sealed world that he and the others had to go through a lot of trouble to enter and easily break through here. Comparing the 2, he suddenly felt a little unbalanced. The middle-aged man who spoke before showed a look of fear and hesitated. "Since they are from great sects, let's go first. If they misunderstand, it will be bad." "Xiong Ning, what are you afraid of?" The middle-aged man named Zhouan glanced at the man who spoke and coldly snorted. "Even if they are disciples of great sects, they are just 3rd-order Saint Kings in the 1st-order Dao Source realm. If they misunderstand, so be it. What can they do to us?" "Who said I was afraid?" Xiong Ning was a little angry and shouted in a low voice, "I just don't want to cause trouble for no reason." "Humph, gutless rat." Zhouan coldly snorted with a look of contempt. It seemed that he looked down on his fellow disciple. The bead in that woman's hand should be a good artifact. Hua Gu suddenly whispered, his eyes staring straight at the sealed world bead in Lu Yan's hand. Zhou rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Brother Hua Gu, you mean?" Xiong Ning seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Hua Gu smiled faintly, "This place is deep underground, and there are few people here. The opponent's strength is low. And he's holding a great treasure." When Zhou heard this, he understood tacitly and said with a smile, "I've long been displeased with the disciples of these large sections. They always flaunt their strength and are insufferably arrogant. Wasn't it just finding a good backer? What's so great about it? Brother Hua Gu, tell me what to do, junior brother will accompany you to the end." "This isn't good, is it?" Xiong Ning's legs trembled as he said incoherently, "If the sect behind them knows, not only are we finished, I'm afraid Evil Moon Valley will." Zhou glanced at Xiong Ning coldly and said, "If you're afraid, get the hell out of here now. Don't make sarcastic remarks, but I'll make it clear first. You won't get a share of the artifacts and spirit stones. Since these two women are from large sections, they should have a lot of good things on them." When Xiong Ning heard this, he swallowed his saliva, and a greedy expression appeared on his fearful face. He was silent for a few breaths, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll accompany you two brothers. That's more like it." Zhou saw him compromise and couldn't help but smile. "You three trash. Not far away." Lu Yan suddenly said coldly, and her first sentence made the three Evil Moon Valley people's eyebrows jump. "What are you mumbling about? What are you up to?" Hua Gu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. He laughed and said, "Young lady, you've misunderstood. The three of us merely sensed a strange energy fluctuation at the bottom of this canyon, so we came to investigate. We didn't expect the two of you to cause such a disturbance. Please forgive us for disturbing you." "That's it?" Lu Yan was still as cold as ice. "That's it," Hua Gu replied. "Since you've finished investigating, why don't you get the hell out of here?" Lu Yan's words were sharp, and she didn't mean to give the other party any face. This made the three Evil Moon Valley people feel that Lu Yan must be from a large sect. Only the disciples of these large sects would be so arrogant and domineering. The anger in Hua Gu's heart rushed straight to his head, but he still had a smile on his face as he asked, "Miss, which sect are you from? What does it have to do with you?" Lu Yan coldly snorted. "Miss, don't be so polite." Hua Gu smiled slightly, "But in my opinion, Mrs. Sect is nothing more than a few. My Evil Moon Valley has a lot of exchanges with those large sects and we have a good relationship with each other. Although we took the liberty to disturb you, since we've met the two of you, it's fate." He paused for a moment and turned his eyes to Zhang Ruoxi. "I think this girl seems to be at the threshold of breaking through a great realm. The world energy here is rich, and I don't know if there are any fierce monster beast here. If a monster beast covets this place, with your cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to deal with it." As he spoke, he put on a righteous posture and volunteered, "We are not talented, but we are willing to stand guard for the two of you." Zhou also nodded fiercely and said, "Yes, yes, we will stand guard for you. Even if a monster beast comes, miss, you don't have to be afraid." Xiong Ning was silent, obviously having the same attitude. Lu Yan sneered, "You three trash. If a fierce monster beast really comes, I'm afraid the three of you won't be able to handle it. Miss, your words are too hurtful." The flames in Hua Gu's heart rose as he said with a gloomy face, "We have good intentions. Even if you don't want to accept it, you don't have to belittle us like this. Yes, although my Evil Moon Valley is not a great sect, it is not something that can be insulted by just anyone." Zhou shouted righteously. It was unknown how he connected Lu Yan's words with belittling Evil Moon Valley. "What's the point of all this nonsense? Have you taken a fancy to me, or have you taken a fancy to this artifact?" Lu Yan said as she played with the sealed world bead in her hand, just grab it yourself, there's no need to beat around the bush. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of Hua Gu and the other two changed slightly. Brother. Zhou turned to look at Hua Gu. Hua Gu pondered for a moment and whispered, "It seems that she doesn't have any fellow disciples nearby. Otherwise, why haven't any of her fellow disciples appeared after we dealt with her for so long? This is really a heaven-sent opportunity." Zhou had an excited expression on his face as he licked his lips with an eager expression. He was too lazy to pretend anymore. Instead, he looked at Lu Yen with a ferocious expression and said coldly, "Little girl, when I beat you to the ground and strip you naked, don't cry and beg for mercy." He didn't have any thoughts about Lu Yen, but Lu Yan's words just now stimulated the darkness and evil in the depths of his heart. He immediately decided that he must snatch the artifact, and he must snatch the person. When he thought of the opportunity to ravage and sully this proud daughter of a great sect that he didn't even dare to look at in the eyes before, Zhou's blood boiled. "Do it!" Hua Gu shouted. In an instant, the three from Evil Moon Valley pushed their source chi. Although they were facing a woman whose cultivation was lower than theirs, the three of them didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness and used all their strength. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a large bell. The bell was densely engraved with countless small mysterious characters. After the source chi was poured into it, a halo visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared around the bell. It looked like it was impregnable. This big bell was a defensive artifact. Hua Gu summoned this artifact not to defend himself, but to drive it towards Zhang Ruoxi. His train of thought was very clear. Whether Lu Yen was difficult to deal with or not, Zhang Ruoxi was just a third-order Saint King. She was vulnerable in front of him. As long as he could capture Zhang Ruoxi first, what was there to fear about Lu Yen? Therefore, his target was Zhang Ruoxi. But just as the big bell was about to envelop Zhang Ruoxi, Lu Yen suddenly sneered, "Wishful thinking." With a wave of her hand, a black feather about a meter long flew out leisurely and flew directly to Zhang Ruoxi's side, turning into a burning barrier that wrapped around Zhang Ruoxi's body. The moment the feather manifested a barrier, a pressure that didn't belong to this world suddenly descended, scaring the three from Evil Moon Valley and causing them to tremble, their faces filled with fear. It was as if there was a very strong will hidden in the void, eyeing the three of them covetously. In an instant, the three of them broke out in a cold sweat, soaking their clothes. "What is this?" Hua Gu's eyes widened as he stared at the black flame barrier around Zhang Ruoxi. A terrifying burning force spread out, as if it wanted to burn everything. However, Zhang Ruoxi, who was sitting inside the barrier, remained unmoved, as if she wasn't affected at all. The bell-like artifact, on the other hand, flashed wildly under this terrifying heat, and the small, intricate characters engraved on its surface were broken one by one. Not only that, as soon as the bell came into contact with the black flame barrier, it was tainted with a trace of black flame, but this flame did not extinguish and instead continued to incinerate the spirituality of this artifact. The aura of a divine spirit. Hua Gu shouted in horror. He was also a cultivator of the third-order Tao source realm. Even if he had never seen a divine spirit, he could infer some clues from it. The terrifying pressure, the evil fire that seemed to be able to burn everything, all pointed to the most terrifying existence in this world, the divine spirit. He was right. The black feather was indeed the feather of a divine spirit, the Luan Feng. Yang Kai had given the Luan Feng feather he picked up to Lu Yen. After a long time, Lu Yen finally finished refining it and obtained a trace of divine spirit power from it. Even if this divine spirit power was weak, it was not something a Tao source realm cultivator could contend with. That was why Lu Yen didn't have the slightest fear of these three. Chapter 2143. The moment the three from Evil Moon Valley made their move, Lu Yen made a prompt decision and summoned the feather of the divine spirit to protect Zhang Ruoxi. Only then could she act freely. Asterisk screech, A loud cry spread throughout the wilderness, waking up Hua Gu and the others who were immersed in shock and fear. The three of them looked up, but Lu Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead, they saw a strange bird with a body length of more than 10 meters, burning with red flames, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Inside the strange bird's body, there was a faint trace of lightning, indicating that it possessed two domineering attributes, thunder and fire. A confession. She's not human. Only then did Zhouan realize what was going on and shouted loudly. Lu Yan's appearance finally made him understand why he felt a little strange before. When he first saw Lu Yan, he felt that this woman was somewhat different from ordinary people, as if she was not made of flesh and blood. But now, he could completely conclude that Lu Yan was not a living creature. This is an artifact spirit. Hua Gu also reacted. His originally fearful eyes suddenly bloomed with a greedy light, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. This old master was worried that he couldn't upgrade the grade of the Hellfire Pestle, but I didn't expect to meet an artifact spirit here. As he spoke, he suddenly shouted to the other two, junior brothers, this brother only wants this artifact spirit. After I get it, I'll let you divide the rest equally. Do you have any objections? Zhouan and Xiongning heard this, looked at each other, and nodded, we'll follow brother's decision. Good. Hua Gu nodded and stared at Lu Yan gloomily, looking at your form, you already have your own consciousness. It's not easy to cultivate to this point. This old master is kind enough to let you live. If you obediently enter my Hellfire Pestle, I promise not to erase your divine sense. What do you think? As he spoke, he summoned a club-shaped artifact. This artifact had a rich aura and was full of spirituality, impressively at the level of Dao Source grade high rank. Such a secret treasure was also an extremely rare treasure. If an artifact spirit like Lu Yan could enter it and be refined by Hua Gu, the karmic fire pestle might be qualified to be promoted to an emperor artifact. Hua Gu of the Third Order Dao Source realm could even use the power of an emperor artifact to pry into the mysteries of the emperor realm. Therefore, even though he felt that the sealed world bead was very valuable, it was still not cheap. He also reluctantly gave it up, hoping that he could subdue Lu Yan. After all, his cultivation realm was the most fundamental power. After Hua Gu finished speaking, Lu Yan's reply was a pillar of fire. The raging flames that reached the heavens sprayed down from the sky, as if they were going to melt the earth, carrying with them a scorching heat. The evil Moon Valley trio hastily dodged. Hua Gu still didn't give up and shouted, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Perhaps this old man would still fear it, but now that you've turned it into a barrier to protect this woman, what are you going to use to fight us? The thing he was referring to. Naturally, it was the feather of the Yuan Phoenix. In his opinion, Lu Yan's decision to use her most powerful artifact as a shield was simply a mistake. In this way, although she could protect Zhang Ruoxi, she was definitely not the opponent of the three of them. After the three of them joined forces to deal with Lu Yan, how could Zhang Ruoxi survive alone? It was better to just ignore Zhang Ruoxi's life and death. She directly attacked the three of them with the power of the divine spirit in the Yuan Feng's feather. Huff! Another pillar of fire sprayed down from the sky. Playing with fire in front of this old man. Hua Gu snorted coldly, and the hellfire pestle spun. It faced the pillar of fire sprayed by Lu Yan in the air. It was sucked up by the hellfire pestle without a single drop falling to the ground. At this time, he shouted with victory in his hand, it seems that your mind is also very limited. Screech! A clear cry rang out again. Lu Yan opened his mouth, and a group of fireballs the size of washbasins came crashing down from the sky. I already said it's useless, yet you're still coming. Hua Gu shouted impatiently, and the hellfire pestle met the attack again. Boom boom boom, a series of huge explosions rang out, and the world energy suddenly became chaotic. The fat man from the land of rebirth. What? At this moment, Hua Gu's face suddenly changed. He quickly made a hand seal and took back his hellfire pestle. Looking down, he found that his Dao Source grade high-rank artifact was actually wrapped in lightning arcs. When he held it in his hand, the pure lightning power transmitted to his body, causing his whole body to go numb. The power of the thunder attribute is also so strong. The greed and possessiveness in Hua Gu's eyes became more and more obvious. Such an artifact spirit was hard to come by in 10,000 years. If he could subdue it, his hellfire pestle might not only be promoted to an emperor artifact, but also possess the power of the thunder attribute. Brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Since she doesn't want to surrender, we'll beat her until she does. Zhou dodged 2 attacks with an impatient look. Okay, but be careful. Don't hurt her spirituality. Hua Gu nodded and did not forget to remind him. Zhou coldly snorted and said, Junior brother doesn't know how to control your strength. If you really hurt her, she asked for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou flicked his wrist and a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear bloomed and shot towards Lu Yen. Xiong Ning, who had been silent all this time, also summoned his killer move. He put his palms together and pushed his source chi forward. Chaos Origin Divine Spear. Burning Sun Ghost Hand. The attacks of the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator both borrowed the power of world principles. Drawing on the power of the world, their attacks were majestic and sharp as they blasted towards Lu Yen. Lu Yan's body flickered, and a layer of burning flames appeared around her huge body, turning into a barrier that blocked the attacks from both sides. Hong Hong, Lu Yen let out a shrill cry as the flame barrier shattered in an instant. Although it blocked most of the damage, there was still some remaining power that penetrated into her body, causing her body to change shape. She was almost unable to maintain her original appearance. At the moment when the barrier disappeared, Hua Gu's figure mysteriously appeared not far in front of Lu Yen. With a cold expression, he shouted at Lu Yen, "Look into this old master's eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious power bloomed from his eyes, turning into 2 vortexes that constantly rotated, as if trying to pull Lu Yan's soul out of her body. This was undoubtedly a soul secret technique. Hua Gu used it at the most appropriate time, making it impossible for Lu Yen to avoid. Although Lu Yen had just broken through to the Dao Source realm not long ago and her combat power was quite good, the other party had the advantage in numbers after all. Furthermore, each of their cultivations was much higher than hers. Under the joint attack of the 3 of them, she was completely powerless. After being hit by the soul's secret technique, Lu Yan's body suddenly froze in mid-air, and the frequency of her flapping wings slowed down. It seemed that her mind was a little chaotic, and she had no strength left to resist. Seeing this scene, Hua Gu was overjoyed. He felt that things were progressing unexpectedly smoothly. He could already imagine the wonderful scene of subduing this Firebird artifact spirit and refining it into his Hellfire pestle, so that his artifact could be promoted to an Emperor artifact. A beautiful picture of the future seemed to be slowly unfolding in front of him. "Brother, be careful." Zhou suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" Hua Gu was shocked, but soon, his eyes widened because he saw an unusual flame burning in the pupils of the Firebird in front of him. The flame seemed to be able to burn the divine soul. As soon as he came into contact with it, it made his sea of knowledge tumble and gave him a headache. The 12 steamed buns. Sun's true fire. Lu Yen had followed Yang Kai so far and had swallowed a lot of Sun's true fire contained in the Sun's true essence. Her body had also integrated with the heavenly thunder flame. If not for this, it would have been impossible for Lu Yen to gain sentience as an artifact spirit. It could be said that Lu Yan's flames were extremely complex, but each one was extremely rare. Hua Gu wanted to use a soul secret technique to deal with Lu Yen, but it was obviously a bit whimsical. In an instant, Hua Gu screamed and retreated. He covered his head with his hand and roared at Lu Yen unwillingly, "Are you so unwilling to submit to this old master? He was a little crazy as he hysterically roared, "Good, since you are unwilling to submit, this old master will destroy your mind." Having said that, he formed a seal with both hands and the hellfire pestle suddenly grew bigger, turning into a flame. It trembled slightly in the void and shot towards Lu Yen like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, Zhouan and Xiongning both showed their killing moves again. With the three of them joining forces, a trace of panic finally appeared in Lu Yan's eyes. With a twist of her body, countless bolts of lightning and fire flew out, mixed with a light blue ice flame in an attempt to resist. An earth-shattering sound rang out as a violent energy sputtered out. Zhouan and Xiونgning's attacks were blocked, but the karmic flame pestle still shot straight towards Lu Yan without slowing down in the slightest. According to this posture, the hellfire pestle was bound to penetrate Lu Yan's body and cause her serious injuries. "You asked for it." A trace of distress flashed in Hua Gu's eyes, but there was no regret. After all, an artifact spirit with its own sentience was much more valuable than a chaotic and ignorant artifact spirit. Unfortunately, the other party was unwilling to submit, so he could only kill her. But at this moment, an unusual power fluctuation came and a heroic figure appeared in front of Lu Yan like a ghost. He stretched out his hand and gently patted forward, whispering, "Exile." The big hand slapped down and a dark black hole formed in the void. The hellfire pestle plunged into the black hole. "Not good." Hua Gu's face changed dramatically, and he quickly urged his source chi to summon his artifact back before the black hole closed. Seeing the black hole quickly closing, Hua Gu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had never seen a similar secret technique, he knew that if he hadn't reacted quickly, his artifact would have disappeared forever. "Who is it?" Zhouan saw that he had failed and couldn't help shouting, looking at the newcomer with an unfriendly expression. Xiongning also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Above, a young man stood quietly in front of the Firebird. His eyes swept down coldly and his face was livid, as if he was extremely angry. Yang Kai was naturally in a bad mood. He originally thought that the bottom of the canyon was very safe. He had also checked the surrounding environment in advance and found no signs of a monster beast, so he was relieved to leave Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yan here. He even left the sealed world bead behind. But he didn't expect that such an accident would happen not long after he left, forcing him to rush back. Chapter 2144. Master. When Lu Yan saw that Yang Kai had finally arrived, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His huge body flickered as he transformed back into his human form and stood respectfully behind him. Yang Kai glanced at Zhang Ruoxi and saw that she was wrapped in a black flame barrier. The black flame contained an aura that made him wary yet familiar. He immediately understood that Lu Yan had used his strongest power to protect Zhang Ruoxi. If not for this, even if Lu Yan was no match for these three, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. "You've done well. Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded. "It's my duty." Lu Yan replied lightly. Yang Kai turned his head again and glanced coldly at the three people below. "Who are you?" Hua Gu almost suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai just now, so he shouted indignantly, "Why are you ruining our business?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what she called me just now?" Hua Gu frowned and said, "So, you are the master of this artifact spirit. At least you're not an idiot." Yang Kai sneered. "Presumptuous." Hua Gu shouted angrily and said fiercely, "Trash from the First Order Dao Source Realm deserves to have such an artifact spirit. Boy, this old master advises you to obediently hand over this artifact spirit and this old master may spare your life. Otherwise, today, this place will be your burial place." Hua Gu shouted. "Ha ha ha ha." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh arrogantly, as if he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. After a while, his smile faded. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, "If you say so, then, die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. Along with his movement, a strange pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Below the canyon, the light was already dim, but at this moment, it suddenly became even darker. It was as if something was blocking the light from above. Hua Gu and the others looked up in amazement, and the next moment, they exclaimed in unison. "What the hell? This is not good, hide." The three shouted and scattered to the sides. Kong, the ground shook and the mountains shook. A behemoth suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering it. The behemoth looked like a humanoid monster. It was as high as 7 or 8 stories as his body. Hua Gu and the others were dumbfounded. Even with their knowledge and experience, the three of them had no idea what this thing was. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the legendary golem. But upon closer inspection. However, he soon realized that this thing was not a stone demon. Because it was, of course, it's impossible. "Oh. You're finally willing to let me out. It's the embodiment." Since the day the embodiment swallowed the floating continent, Yang Kai had cooperated with it to deal with the Purple Star's master and kept it in the sealed world bead. Over the years, the embodiment had never left the sealed world bead. After all, its body was formed from the fusion of an entire continent, so it was too big. If Yang Kai wanted to summon it out of the small sealed world bead, he would need to use a large amount of divine sense. It would require a huge amount of divine sense, so how could Yang Kai have the spare energy to summon his embodiment while fighting? He could only let it stay inside. As time passed, the benefits of the stone mongoose's special physique slowly manifested. It continued to temper its body, removing impurities, and making its huge body gradually smaller. But it still couldn't summon it at will. The appearance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique was a turning point. This technique could be said to be tailor-made for the embodiment. Since practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique, coupled with the stone mongoose's divine technique, the embodiment's body had been greatly improved in a very short time. Even so, it was still a huge monster for humans. After Yang Kai summoned it at this moment, he felt that nearly 1/3 of his divine sense was consumed. Such a huge body was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Coupled with its strange appearance, Hua Gu and the others were all stunned for a while. It was as if they were in a dream. They couldn't believe their eyes. As the avatar warmed up, the gravel on its body kept falling down with a clattering sound. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. As soon as the embodiment appeared, it immediately knew what was going on in front of it. It also knew that Hua Gu and the others were enemies. It grinned at the dumbfounded Hua Gu and said in a low, muffled voice, "A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, as the first one to die by my hands after so many years, it's not a disgrace to my status. Well, I'll leave it to you. I'd like to see what kind of divine technique you have now." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "There will be an unexpected surprise." The embodiment smiled. As it spoke, it suddenly bowed and punched at Hua Gu. The fist didn't seem to carry any trace of energy. It was just a direct hit, but where the fist passed, the wind rolled up like a gale rushed toward Hua Gu, wanting to engulf him. Hua Gu was shocked and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" He didn't dare to be negligent. He jumped and flew into the air. Although his cultivation was not weak, it was enough to reach the level of the third-order Dao Source Realm, but how could he dare to take the blow of such a behemoth? The embodiment's body was huge, so it was naturally not very flexible. However, it seemed to have expected this, so the moment Hua Gu jumped into the air, it clenched its other hand into a fist and blasted it into the air. Hua Gu screamed again and hurriedly dodged. All of a sudden, the situation had turned into an overwhelming advantage. After dodging several attacks from the embodiment, Hua Gu's heart was relieved. He thought that this huge stone man looked good, but its attacks were simple and monotonous, so it was easy to avoid. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the embodiment suddenly snorted and said, jumping around like a flea, "If you're a man, fight me face to face." Hua Gu shouted, "Do you think this old man is a fool? How can you say such childish words? Hey!" The embodiment grinned, "It's not like you'll die if you try. If that's the case, then." As he spoke, he turned his hand over, palm down, and a strange force came out. On the ground, the soil and gravel tumbled as if attracted by some force and quickly rushed to the palm of the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, a spear-like thing appeared in the embodiment's hand. The spear was purely composed of gravel and soil from the bottom of the canyon, but it looked extremely sturdy and indestructible. It was obviously strengthened by the power of the embodiment. With the spear in hand, coupled with the huge body of the embodiment, it looked really majestic and insufferably arrogant. It held the spear, pointed it in the direction where Hua Gu was, and stabbed fiercely. Whoosh, a sharp sound broke through the air, and a huge vortex appeared in the void. It was a crack torn by a powerful force. This blow seemed to ignore the obstruction of space and directly arrived in front of Hua Gu. Hua Gu's eyes widened in horror. He opened his mouth and summoned a shield-like artifact, which turned into a light curtain, blocking in front of him. Hong, the spear bombarded the light curtain, and the momentum was like a rainbow. It directly shattered the light curtain, and the remaining force hit the rock wall of the canyon. A louder sound came out, and the gravel rustled and fell. A huge circular crater appeared where the spear bombarded. Hua Gu was covered in cold sweat, and he hid with a pale face, groaning in the depths of his heart. If he hadn't dodged quickly, this terrifying blow alone would have been enough to crush him. His round shield was a Dao Source grade mid-rank defensive artifact. It had followed him for countless years and had made great contributions in all kinds of battles. Even a Dao Source grade high-rank offensive artifact would find it difficult to leave a mark on it. But today, it was shattered by a strange stone giant. A Dao Source grade mid-rank defensive artifact was no different from paper. The most important thing was that the spear was purely made of soil and gravel, and the whole process of its formation was clearly seen by Hua Gu. The opponent's attack was so ridiculous, how could he fight this battle? At this moment, Hua Gu couldn't help but want to retreat. At the same time, he was extremely annoyed in his heart. As early as when Kai Yang had appeared, he should have realized that if he were to fight with a disciple from a large sect, he would not be able to gain any benefits. Even if these disciples from large sects were not as strong as him, they would definitely have powerful skills and artifacts bestowed upon them by their elders. None of them could be underestimated. But he was blinded by his own greed and covetousness. Yang Kai's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm made him somewhat underestimate him. Now, it was too late to regret. Why is your face so pale? Where's the courage you showed just now? The embodiment's voice came. Hua Gu looked over and suddenly, the soles of his feet cramped. He saw the embodiment's hands facing down, and the soil and gravel on the ground were constantly rolling and squirming, quickly forming two spears in his hands. At the same time, Lu Yan and Xiong Ning had already begun fighting. Lu Yan was besieged by these three people and fell into a disadvantage. She was full of anger, so when the embodiment dealt with Hua Gu, she found Xiong Ning. Even if Xiong Ning's cultivation was higher than her by a small level, Lu Yan was still evenly matched with him, and even had the upper hand. This time, Lu Yan did not show her true body, only fighting in her human form. In this form, Lu Yan could only exert 80% of her strength. It could be seen that if Lu Yan really let go of her hands and feet and showed her true body, she could definitely suppress Xiong Ning. After all, Lu Yan had swallowed and absorbed so many rare flames of heaven and earth, and the promotion of a weapon spirit was extremely difficult. It was many times more difficult than the promotion of a human cultivator. This kind of special creature like Lu Yan, born in accordance with the destiny of heaven and earth, often had the ability to fight above their level. It was natural that Xiong Ning was not her opponent. Below the canyon, two battlefields were fighting fiercely. Yang Kai didn't move, and neither did Zhouan. Yang Kai didn't move because he wanted to see what kind of surprise the embodiment was going to give him. At the same time, he wanted to protect Zhang Ruoxi, lest the embodiment's movements were too big and interfere with her cultivation. Chapter 2145. The only reason Zhouan didn't move was because of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense shrouded the top of his head, like a sharp knife hanging upside down, giving him a horrible illusion that he would be cut into pieces if he made the slightest move. This made his face pale, and he was terrified deep in his heart. He could perceive that Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it was comparable to the third-order Tao Source realm. It was far beyond his own. If he fought with such a person, he would definitely not gain any advantage. Looking at the battlefield, both Hua Gu and Xiong Ning seemed to be at a disadvantage. He secretly felt bitter in his heart, knowing that this time he was in big trouble. Quietly glancing at Yang Kai, Zhouan found that the other party was not paying attention to him. His heart skipped a beat, and he squeezed a smile on his face and cupped his fists. "Friend." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned to look at him and said lightly, "What are your last words?" Zhouan's mouth twitched, and he said embarrassedly, "Friend, you misunderstood me. I want to tell you that I don't know these two people. I just met them by chance, so I decided to go with them." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, unmoved. On the other hand, the other two people were shocked when they heard his words. Xiong Ning looked at Zhouan in disbelief while dodging Lu Yan's killing move, and said, "Brother Zhou, what are you talking about?" Huan was also infuriated. He said angrily, "Zhouan, you still want to stay out of this? Just do it now. That man called you brother." Yang Kai glanced at Xiong Ning while speaking. Zhouan said seriously, "There is something wrong with his head. Friend, don't listen to his nonsense." He put on a flattering smile. Then he said to Yang Kai, "Friend, I really don't want to harm you. It's just that I was dragged by that man, so I had to come down to investigate. Just now, I had no choice but to attack your artifact spirit. Fortunately, your Excellency's artifact spirit is not damaged, which is a blessing in disguise. Master, I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me." As soon as he said these shameless words, Yang Kai didn't have time to respond. On the other side, Hua Gu was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew into a rage, and blue veins popped out all over his body. He angrily shouted, "Shameless bastard, do you have any sense of shame? Shut up!" Zhouan suddenly shouted at the other side with righteous indignation. Said, "From now on, I have nothing to do with you." Wahahaha. Hua Gu was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He let out a strange cry. While he was distracted, the Dharmakaya finally found a flaw. The Dharmakaya stomped on the ground with one foot. He roared, "Draw a circle around the prison." A strange power gushed out from that huge body. All of a sudden, the ground began to flow as if it had turned into liquid. Not only that, but long hands even grew out of the flowing soil and flew into the sky like whips. Hua Gu did not notice and was directly entangled by these long whips. "Not good!" Hua Gu exclaimed. He was about to break free from the shackles of these long whips, but he felt a huge force pulling him from below. His body was pulled down uncontrollably and sank directly into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. It was strange. The moment Hua Gu sank into the ground, the flowing liquid-like earth returned to its original state. Not only that, but it also became impregnable. No matter how Hua Gu struggled, he could not break free. He was like a man who had fallen into a swamp, with no way to advance or retreat. He was completely imprisoned. The huge body of the Dharma body stood in front of him like a mountain, blocking all the light in front of him. Oh! New divine technique. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he was quite surprised. He remembered that the Dharma body did not use this kind of secret technique before. He did not know whether it was the Dharma body himself, or the talent of the Stone Mongoose clan, or the credit of the heaven-devouring great emperor. On the other side, Zhou En's legs and stomach were shaking. Seeing that Hua Gu of the Third Order Dao Source realm was defeated in a short time, how could he dare to continue to stay in place? He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "That's all I have to say, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, he was about to leave this place and drag out an ignoble existence. "Did I say you could leave?" Yang Kai waved his hand and a crescent blade cut in his path. Zhou paused, turned around, and said with a smile, "Then I don't know. What other orders do you have?" Although he had adopted a servile attitude, the depths of his eyes were still filled with vigilance. Kai Yang didn't doubt that if he were to attack him, Zhou would definitely retaliate in the first instant. A guy like him who could casually betray his own senior and junior brothers probably wouldn't trust anyone. "I don't have any orders," Yang Kai said lightly, "but since you said you're not on the same side as them, you have to do something to prove it, right?" "Do something." Zhou En's eyes flickered, but soon, he nodded and said, "I understand, just wait and see, friend." After saying this, he once again summoned his long spear artifact, poured his source chi into it, and the power of law lingered on it. With a leap, he rushed towards the battle circle of Lu Yan and Xiong Ning. As the long spear shook, a halo of light burst out from the tip of the spear. "Chaos Origin Divine Spear!" He shouted, his eyes full of murderous intent, and his target was Xiong Ning. Xiong Ning was shocked. Under Lu Yan's attacks, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand, and Zhou En's shameless actions had disrupted his concentration. At this moment, he was struggling to hold on, so when Zhou En suddenly attacked with his spear, he instantly smelled the scent of death. After barely blocking Lu Yan's blow, Xiong Ning shouted, "Brother Zhou, are you crazy?" Zhou En coldly snorted and did not speak. The long spear in his hand suddenly condensed, retracted, and sent out again. When the terrifying attack was a few centimeters away from Xiong Ning, it directly changed direction and blasted towards Lu Yan. "I knew you would do this." Lu Yan panicked but did not panic. He coldly snorted, opened his mouth, and a pillar of fire mixed with the violent power of thunder and lightning rushed forward. Hong, a huge halo of light burst out, drowning the figures of the three people on the battlefield, and did not dissipate for a long time. At the same time, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose. A sneer appeared on his face. He clearly saw it. After Zhou En feinted the spear, he immediately used a secret technique, burning his blood essence. His whole body glowed with a dark red light, as if he was wrapped in a blood mist, and he fled into the depths of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. Capricious, truly a vile character. Kai Yang praised. If he were in Zhou En's position, if he wanted to survive, he would not be able to do anything better. However, his feint not only disturbed Lu Yan, but also deceived Xiong Ning. So, after this attack, Xiong Ning was completely dumbfounded. He thought that he was going to die, but when he realized that he was unharmed, Lu Yan rushed towards him again. He could only brace himself and continue to fight. Deep in the canyon, Zhou En fled frantically. After seeing that Hua Gu was imprisoned, he knew that if he did not escape, he would definitely die. No matter what the strange stone giant was, the young man from the First Order Dao Source realm was definitely not someone he could deal with. He had never seen such a monster. The divine sense strength of the First Order Dao Source realm cultivator was actually comparable to a Third Order cultivator. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Zhou En had always been a flexible character. In the sect, he was good with money. He was good at managing interpersonal relationships. This blood-burning technique consumed a lot of his body, but it could increase his speed by 50% for a short time. He was confident that no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to catch up to him. But, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a ripple appeared in the void in front of him. A clear fluctuation of space force came from there. Zhou was taken aback and looked forward suspiciously. He saw a figure slowly walking out of the void, staring at him with a playful gaze. You. Zhou's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" However, he was also very knowledgeable. He immediately thought of something and said in horror, "The space divine technique?" Zhou could not find a second explanation for the scene in front of him except for the legendary teleportation secret technique performed by a cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space. Although there were some special artifacts that could penetrate the void and do similar things, Zhou did not see any signs of Yang Kai using such artifacts. He immediately understood that the guy in front of him was a cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space. After figuring this out, Zhou's face turned ashen. As long as one had a brain, one would not run away from someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. It was just a waste of energy. At this moment, Zhou's mouth was stuffed with bitterness. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Yang Kai directly interrupted him, "I'll take whatever you say as a fart." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and dozens of moon blades shot out crazily. Zhou's heart sank to the bottom. He waved the long spear in his hand and spun it in front of him to block the attacks. With a series of clanking sounds, although the moon blades were blocked, Zhou was forced to retreat again and again. Before he could stabilize his body, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of him. Zhou was shocked and quickly released his divine sense, but he could not find any trace of Yang Kai. He instinctively turned around and stabbed his spear, but he hit nothing. There was no one there. A voice that made his hair stand on end came from behind his head, like the summons of the Grim Reaper, "Million Sword Chi, chasing moon swallows the wolf." A sensational sword intent filled the air, and the boundless sword Chi slashed down. The dark canyon was instantly lit up as if it was daytime. At this moment, Zhou felt as if he was being assisted by a god. He shouted and rose to block, using everything he had learned in his life. His source Chi madly poured into the long spear in his hand, and thousands of spear shadows appeared. Violent energy sputtered in the void, and the power of the ultimate move burst out in all directions. Muffled groans could be heard, and blood splashed. After the dazzling white light dissipated, Yang Kai stood quietly with the myriad sword in his hand. Not far away, Zhou was covered in blood, and his body was covered in wounds. His flesh was torn, and his bones were exposed. His clothes were tattered, and the burning red light outside his body had disappeared. His aura was so weak that it was almost undetectable. He turned his eyes with difficulty and fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said bitterly, "Emperor, treasure, this Zhou's death was not unjust." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell straight to the ground. In mid-air, his eyes quickly lost their light. Chapter 2146. By the time Yang Kai returned, the battle between Lu Yen and Xiong Ning had already ended, and the result was as expected, Lu Yen won. However, she did not kill Xiong Ning, but instead crippled him and threw him to the ground. Xiong Ning's aura was weak, and he was constantly groaning and screaming, looking very miserable. On the other side, Hua Gu was still imprisoned in the ground, only his head was exposed. The embodiment was sitting cross-legged in front of him, its huge hands stretched out like two giant claws, grabbing towards Hua Gu's position. A magical power came from the two giant hands. Under the influence of this power, the source Qi in Hua Gu's body, and even the essence of his flesh and blood, were all turned into pure world energy and poured into the embodiment's body, being absorbed by it. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. "Master." Lu Yen came over, her beautiful eyes filled with horror, and asked in a low voice, "What secret art is this?" She was also frightened by the embodiment's actions. Although Hua Gu and the other two's actions were despicable and vile, what the embodiment was doing at this moment seemed to be extracting the essence and strength of Hua Gu's body and transforming it into his own strength. With the embodiment's actions, Hua Gu's body quickly shriveled, like a fruit that had lost its moisture. His skin cracked, and his face became sallow. His cultivation realm in the third-order Tao source realm was also weakening at an extremely terrifying speed. This kind of despair and torment before death was far more terrifying than being torn into pieces. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Yang Kai replied in a low voice. He was also a little surprised. He did not expect the embodiment to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to this extent. The scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, back in the Blue Feather Sect's bone prison. When he released Wu Mengchuan. Wu Mengchuan used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to devour all the other cultivator in the bone prison, causing those cultivators to die an unnatural death, thus restoring him to his peak state in a very short time. The embodiment obviously could not achieve the level of Wu Mengchuan, but the nature was the same, absorbing the strength of others to strengthen himself. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. It could devour all spiritual things in the world, and cultivate to the extreme. It was extremely overbearing and unstoppable. The heaven-devouring Great Emperors cultivated this battle technique, precisely because of this secret art. It provoked the public anger, and laid the groundwork for their own destruction. This secret art is too overbearing and evil. Lu Yen frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Yang Kai nodded lightly in agreement. After witnessing the scene in front of him, he had to admit that this was an extremely evil and overbearing technique. While the two of them were talking, Hua Gu had already lost his vitality. His whole body was just skin and bones. It seemed that even his flesh and blood had disappeared. But the embodiment, the time. Tragic cries rang out, echoing throughout the canyon for a long time. After a while, Xiong Ning also became a mummified existence. Only then did the embodiment breathe a sigh of satisfaction. Yang Kai clearly felt that after using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to devour all the cultivation of the two Tao Source Realm cultivators, the embodiment's aura had become much stronger. His originally clear eyes flashed with a strange light at this moment. Through the connection of his divine sense, Yang Kai faintly felt that the wisp of soul clone living in the embodiment's body had become a little different. A strange aura lingered in it. This secret art, you didn't cultivate it back then. It was a wise decision. The embodiment said in a muffled voice. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his brow. The embodiment said, before, I was just absorbing the essence of various minerals, so I didn't notice anything. I only felt that this secret art was extremely powerful, and my strength improved quickly when cultivating it, but now, something is affecting my soul, making me involuntarily bloodthirsty. I want to kill and devour more. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a faint red light. Are you addicted? Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. The embodiment shook his head and said, that's not the point. The point is that when using this secret art to devour energy, it will also devour some other things, which will affect my soul. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and asked again, so now I'm fine. The embodiment waved his hand. I speculate that the other things being devoured should be the remnant thoughts of the dead cultivators, or the panic and anger before their deaths. If you were to absorb these things, it would be extremely difficult to dissolve them, but I'm different. At this point, the embodiment grinned and patted his body, proudly saying, this is the body of the Stone Mongoose clan, which can naturally purify impurities. I think. I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be fine. Then there's no time to lose. Come back first. Yang Kai said and took the sealed world bead from Lu Yan's hand. With a thought, he put the embodiment into it. Will the big guy, be okay?" Lu Yan asked worriedly. "No, the physique of the Stone Mongoose clan is very special. However, before he completely purifies the things that affect his soul, he shouldn't be able to use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art to devour energy anymore," Yang Kai replied. However, after this, he somewhat understood why the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had reached the end of his path when he was at the peak. It seemed that it wasn't just his practice of devouring everything that had aroused the disgust of others, but also his change in temperament. Think about it, such a powerful cultivator would only think about devouring this and devouring that all day long. No one would feel safe. Moreover, at the level of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, only other Great Emperors could interest him in devouring, even if it was for self-preservation. The other Great Emperors would have to join forces to eliminate him. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and looked to the side, saying in surprise, "She's about to break through." He suddenly found that there was an unusual energy fluctuation coming from Zhang Ruoxi's side. It was a sign that she was about to break through. Without needing his instructions, Lu Yan took back the Wanfeng feather. "The little girl's physique is a little strange." Lu Yan looked quietly at the other side and said, "She seems to be able to directly devour the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's world energy. It doesn't take too long for her to transform it." "Physique?" Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "There shouldn't be any problem with her physique. I checked it before, and it's just an ordinary physique. However, the power of the bloodline hidden in her body is a little unpredictable." The space spirit jade only reacted to Zhang Ruoxi. Obviously, it was because she had inherited some kind of bloodline power from her ancestors. However, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of bloodline it was, let alone what the reaction between her and the space spirit jade meant. No matter what the reason was, Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation speed was incredible. She didn't have a good cultivation environment before, so her performance was quite normal. Although her cultivation speed wasn't slow, it was also thanks to the marrow washing pill given to her by Yang Kai. This kind of spirit pill could allow any cultivator below the Origin King realm to break through extremely quickly. It was a kind of spirit pill that could improve aptitude. However, once a cultivator broke through to the Origin King realm, the effect of this spirit pill would disappear. As for this spirit qi, it was as if some kind of restriction in her body had been lifted. It madly swallowed the surrounding world energy, allowing her to break through to the Third Order Saint King realm in a very short time. Now, she was on the verge of breaking through to the Origin Returning realm. When a cultivator broke through from the Saint King realm to the Origin Returning realm, the first thing they had to do was condense their shi. Yang Kai had also experienced this step in the past, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. So, he quickly held his breath and prepared to send a message to Zhang Ruoxi to secretly give her some pointers. With his current cultivation, he was qualified to do so. But before he could speak, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Because a layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had suddenly appeared around Zhang Ruoxi's body. This aura condensed her essence and was maintained within a 10-meter radius, allowing her to instantly notice even the slightest movement within this range. Sure. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. Zhang Ruoxi had condensed her shi so easily and without warning, and this was before breaking through to the Origin Returning realm, let alone seeing such an incredible thing. Yang Kai had never even heard of it before. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes also flashed with a look of surprise. The wind and clouds converged in the sky as the qi sea below the canyon churned. After Zhang Ruoxi condensed her shi, her world energy baptism also followed. Like a bolt from the blue, the world energy gathered into a pillar and fell down, blasting Zhang Ruoxi's delicate body. With a muffled groan, Zhang Ruoxi showed a look of pain. Yang Kai and Lu Yan immediately retreated and watched from a distance. The difference between their current cultivation and Zhang Ruoxi's was too great. If they rashly entered the range of her breakthrough, it was very likely that they would interfere with the world principles and cause some unpredictable consequences. Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough could only be achieved by herself. However, the little girl had always looked weak and delicate, so whether she could succeed or not was something Yang Kai was secretly worried about. Before he could finish this thought, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked behind Zhang Ruoxi. Behind the little girl, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. The illusory figure was ethereal and transparent, looking extremely unreal. But soon, the illusory figure suddenly swelled and turned into an existence that was dozens of feet tall. This is... Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lu Yan's face, on the other hand, turned pale. She didn't know why, but she felt a fatal threat from this phantom, a kind of panic that came from the depths of her heart, making her want to get as far away from it as possible. At this moment, the silhouette of the figure was revealed. It looked like a woman that had been magnified countless times. She was wearing armor, and her cape was fluttering behind her. Her hands were crossed, and she was standing on the hilt of a huge sword. The woman's figure was curvaceous, valiant, and her hair fluttered in the wind. The appearance of this phantom couldn't be seen clearly, only a rough outline. It was unstable and constantly distorted, but it was somewhat similar to Zhang Ruoxi, as if the projection of her in that outfit had been enlarged. Chapter 2147. As soon as this huge phantom appeared, it slowly raised its head and glanced at the surging world energy gathering in the sky. Immediately, it opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. What happened next was a shocking scene. Under her suction, the world energy that was supposed to affect Zhang Ruoxi was sucked into her stomach and disappeared. After doing all this, the woman's phantom lowered its head and suddenly shrank into Zhang Ruoxi's body and disappeared. But before she left, Yang Kai faintly felt that she seemed to be looking down at him. Even without meeting the other party's eyes, Yang Kai was inexplicably horrified and felt a sense of inferiority. What was that? Lu Yan's voice trembled a little. Although the strange phantom had disappeared, the fear it brought to her didn't diminish. It made her shiver all over. Yang Kai shook his head numbly. Kong. A halo of energy suddenly burst out with Zhang Ruoxi as the center and radiated in all directions. After the phantom shrank into her body, she directly broke through to the origin returning realm without any hindrance. It could even be said that it was a matter of course. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Whether it was Zhang Ruoxi directly condensing her shi, or the appearance of the strange phantom, or her sudden breakthrough, it was all beyond his comprehension. All of this seemed so unreal. At this moment, there was only one thought lingering in his mind. What kind of bloodline did Zhang Ruoxi inherit? Was that phantom the projection of the Zhang family's ancestors' will? Master. I want to go back first, Lu Yan suddenly said. Yang Kai glanced at her. Noticing that her state was a little strange, he didn't force her. He nodded and put her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi, who had broken through to the Tao source realm, showed no signs of stopping. She was still madly devouring the surrounding world energy. At this moment, she had become a bottomless pit. No matter how much world energy there was, she could absorb it all. Coupled with the absorption of the sealed world bead, the world energy sea below the canyon became thin at an extremely fast rate. One day later, the originally cloudy and misty canyon was no longer the same as before. The world energy sea was also gone, becoming the same as the rest of the Four Seasons realm. It was not until then that Zhang Ruoxi let out a moan and slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the changes in her body. After opening her eyes, she frowned slightly, spread her hands in front of her, and slightly clenched them. After a while, she came back to her senses and noticed that someone was watching her. She raised her head and met Yang Kai's gaze. Sir. Zhang Ruoxi got up. He called out softly. Congratulations, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and said, I don't know what happened. I feel like I just fell asleep and became like this. Slept. Yang Kai raised his brow. So, you don't know anything about what happened before? Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and asked in amazement, what happened? She turned her head and looked around, only to find two shriveled corpses. She screamed in fright and her face turned pale. Did someone attack us? Zhang Ruoxi asked in fear. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how to explain the abnormal scene to her, so he just said, a few guys who didn't know the difference between life and death. However, Zhang Ruoxi's reaction made him have some guesses. It was rumored that some powerful exotic beasts, especially those holy spirits, were born with great strength. Furthermore, they didn't need to cultivate too hard to increase their strength. They only needed to wait for the accumulation of time, and the bloodline power in their bodies would slowly awaken. They would slowly grow, and in the end, they would stand at the peak of this world. Zhang Ruoxi's situation was somewhat similar to these monster beast and divine spirit inheritances. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how her strength had improved so much in just 2 days without her noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai asked, Ruoxi, has anyone ever explained to you how to break through to the origin returning realm and condense one's shi? No. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. When I was at home, Ruoxi's strength was still very low. Old ancestor told me to wait until I reached the third order Saint King realm before explaining these things to me. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. He remembered that he had never told Zhang Ruoxi about these things either. Breaking through to the origin returning realm wasn't a big deal. Even if she didn't understand it, she could still explore it on her own and improvise. However, the condensation of shi wasn't something that could be grasped overnight, yet Zhang Ruoxi was able to condense her shi in one fell swoop. In other words, the method to condense shi was deeply rooted in her soul. This was definitely because of her bloodline inheritance. Sir, is there a problem with Ruoxi's cultivation? Zhang Ruoxi asked uneasily. No, there's no such thing. Yang Kai quickly shook his head to prevent her from misunderstanding, pausing for a moment before continuing, you just broke through, so consolidating your cultivation is more important. Go back to the sealed world bead first. Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded meekly, relaxing her body and mind, allowing Yang Kai to put her into the sealed world bead. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out the situation. He didn't ask Zhang Ruoxi about the huge woman phantom just now because she probably wouldn't be able to give him an answer. After a while, he turned his head and looked to the side. Not far away, a stream of light was quickly approaching. After a while, Hua Qingxi appeared in front of him with a happy look on her face. Obviously, her harvest was not small. What happened? Hua Qingxi asked in shock when she saw the two dried corpses on the ground. Someone was looking for trouble. Yang Kai explained lightly. He didn't ask her what she had gained. After all, they had agreed before that she would keep all her gains. He just said, you come back first, I have to rush to the winter territory. Wait a minute. What is it? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. I suddenly remembered something on the way back. Yang Kai didn't answer. He just motioned with his eyes for her to continue. There is a hidden treasure in the Two Seasons mountain range. Are you interested in exploring it? Hua Qingxi asked with a smile. How do you know? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi said, I am a member of the Star Soul Palace. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be one of the 40 spots in the Star Soul Palace this time. I have been preparing for the Four Seasons realm for a long time. What's so strange about knowing a hidden treasure? The Two Seasons mountain range? Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look. Don't worry, although I don't know what you are going to do in the winter territory, it's just on the way. It won't take long. Do you have the exact location? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, the hidden treasure is just some clues I found from the ancient records of the sect. Although there is a map, the direction is not very clear. It only outlines a general area. If you really want to go, you have to find it yourself. So, you don't know what's inside? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi looked at his reluctant appearance and couldn't help but curl her lips. It seems you don't know much about the Four Seasons realm. Why do you say that? Yang Kai frowned. Hua Qingxi giggled. Do you know who gave birth to the Four Seasons realm? Do you know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Hua Qingxi said proudly, if I don't know, why would I ask you? Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Speak. Seeing his threatening look, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but pout. Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors, have you heard of them? Yang Kai shook his head. Hua Qingxi's expression froze. She said, since ancient times. Those who are qualified to be called Great Emperors are all the top masters in the world. However, even if they are the top, there is still the possibility of falling. In historical records, there are at least dozens of Great Emperors who have fallen, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor is one of them. The divine art that this Great Emperor cultivates is called the Flowing Time Great Emperor Divine Art. Once the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique is used, 1,000 years will pass in an instant. Those who are hit will silently lose their lifespan. Naturally, they will die. No one knows how these Great Emperors fell, but it is rumored that the Four Seasons realm is a secret cave of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The power of the Four Seasons in the secret territory is also manifested by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique, and it has not dissipated for countless years. It is also rumored that somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, there is a majestic temple called the Flowing Time Temple, which contains endless benefits left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor Great Emperors. If one can get one or two of them, their future prospects will be smooth and there will be no more obstacles. This rumor has been circulating among the great sects, but unfortunately, no one can prove it, only some vague records. The secret territory I mentioned is most likely related to the Flowing Time Temple. She proudly described it, and sure enough, it aroused Yang Kai's interest. But if you don't want to go, then don't go, Hua Qingxi said, trying to whet Yang Kai's appetite. Yang Kai decisively reached out to her. What are you doing? Hua Qingxi asked vigilantly. Give me the map. Hua Qingxi immediately covered her space ring, jumped back a few steps, and gritted her teeth. I'm warning you, if you dare to use force, you will what? Yang Kai approached her with a grin. This place is deserted, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. Besides, as soon as I give the order, you will have to obediently hand over the map. You're shameless, you beast. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll scream. Fine, I'll give it to you. Hua Qingxi took out a piece of animal skin from her space ring and threw it to Yang Kai as she angrily said, what's so interesting about this? A big man bullying a weak woman like me, don't you have any shame? Yang Kai ignored her and just looked at the simple map drawn on the animal skin in his hand. He found that, as Hua Qingxi said, there were not many clues on the map, and the direction was unclear. Chapter 2148. The entire Four Seasons realm was divided into four major territory: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The environment was different and the climate was complex. The location of the junction of each territory was particularly strange. As for the Two Seasons Mountain, it ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, like a continuous line that divided the territory of the four regions that were close together. Yang Kai had seen this information from the Jade Slip, so when Hua Qingxi mentioned the Two Seasons Mountain, he was not too surprised. However, from the information revealed by Hua Qingxi, Azure Sun Temple was still hiding something from him. At the very least, they did not share the information about the Flowing Time Temple with him. This was to be expected. After all, he was just an outsider. Murong Xiao Xiao gave him the jade slip that recorded most of the information about the Four Seasons realm. He was afraid that Gao Shueting had tacitly agreed to it. Any more and it would be leaking the sect's secrets. However, Yang Kai was sure that the people of Azure Sun Temple should know about the Flowing Time Temple, if the Flowing Time Temple really existed. On the map that Hua Qing Si gave to Yang Kai, the location of the Flowing Time Temple was recorded in the Two Seasons Mountain between the Summer Territory and the Winter Territory, so for Yang Kai, this trip was really just on the way. He put away the map and let Hua Qing Si hide in the sealed world bead. He then summoned his wooden boat and rushed all the way in the direction of the Winter Territory. A day passed in a hurry, and a continuous mountain range suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking from a distance, the mountain forest was verdant and lush. The side facing him was scorching hot, but the top of the mountain was covered in silver and white snow. On the other side of the mountain range that Yang Kai could not see. It must be an extremely cold world. This was obviously the Two Seasons Mountain. Yang Kai did not hesitate too much. While releasing his divine sense to check the surrounding situation, he directly plunged in. In the jungle, the climate was sultry, but for a cultivator like Yang Kai, it would not affect him much. He memorized the information recorded in the map in his mind and began to search for the Flowing Time Temple without deviating from the direction of the Winter Territory. He thought very clearly. Since the existence of the Flowing Time Temple was elusive and almost no one had found it during the opening of the Four Seasons realm, he naturally could not have too much hope, lest he waste of energy in time. For him, it would be good if he could find it. But if he could not find it, then he could directly cross the Two Seasons Mountain and enter the Winter Territory. The Tribulation Fruit was the biggest goal of his trip. With this kind of mentality, Yang Kai was relaxed. He controlled the wooden boat to fly at a low altitude. In this mountain forest, there seemed to be some traces of monster beasts, but they weren't too strong. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to find trouble with them, so he just ignored them. Occasionally, one or two rare medicinal herbs could be found. They were all carefully collected by Yang Kai. He transplanted them to the medicine garden in the small sealed world. Half a day passed in a flash. Although he did not find any trace of the Flowing Time Temple, it was not without gains. At a certain moment, just as Yang Kai was flying at a low altitude and investigating his surroundings, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction. On the other side, a series of rustling noises could be heard from a distance, as if something was fleeing, but because of the forest's obstruction, Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. He released his divine sense. He immediately noticed an aura equivalent to a second-order Tao source realm coming from that direction. But at this moment, the owner of this aura seemed to have been seriously injured, and its energy fluctuations were extremely unstable. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, a monster beast suddenly leaped out of the jungle in front of him. This monster beast looked like a lizard that had been magnified dozens of times. It had a pointy head and a long body, but it had two fiery red wings on its back. There was a diamond-shaped mark on its head, as if it had been branded with a soldering iron. It looked extremely strange. It was unknown who it had fought a life-and-death battle with. At this moment, one of the wings on its back had been chopped off, and its tail was nowhere to be found. Its entire body was dripping with blood with countless wounds, and its flesh and blood were overturned. It leapt towards Yang Kai in a panic, not expecting that Yang Kai would block its path. In the blink of an eye, the giant lizard's eyes turned red as it opened its mouth and launched an attack towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai only saw a flash of scarlet light before a sharp wave of energy rushed towards him. He could clearly see that the giant lizard's attack was actually its long tongue. That scarlet tongue was straight like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp. In a hurry, Yang Kai's figure flickered and dodged, causing the long tongue attack to hit empty air. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and shot a dozen moon blades at the giant lizard. The giant lizard was in mid-air, so it could not dodge, so the moon blades directly cut its body. However, this giant lizard's body was quite sturdy, and Yang Kai's hasty moon blade was unable to kill it immediately. Instead, it only managed to create a few sparks on its body, causing it some minor injuries. Using the force of the slashes, the giant lizard fell straight down. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He condensed his body and took a step forward. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he arrived above the giant lizard's head. In the next moment, he directly used his dragon transformation secret technique. His right fist turned into a dragon claw, clenched tightly, and smashed towards the back of the giant lizard's head. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the giant lizard's body suddenly bent at a right angle from its neck. Its scarlet tongue stuck out, and its eyes were bloodshot. Its body twitched and struggled, but it was still unable to reverse its fate of death. With a thud, the giant lizard's corpse fell to the ground, and Yang Kai landed lightly beside it. This giant lizard was an 11th order monster beast, comparable to a 2nd order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If it had not been seriously injured before, Yang Kai would not have been able to kill it in such a short time. It did not look like a rare monster beast, but with its level, its monster core should be quite valuable. Thinking so, Yang Kai bent down and prepared to take out its monster core. But at that moment, something strange happened. The diamond-shaped brand on the giant lizard's forehead suddenly rotated. As if it had a life of its own. Then, it turned into a stream of light and directly left the giant lizard's forehead, rushing towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked. With a tap of his foot, he hurriedly retreated. He thought that the giant lizard had been blown up and used some kind of strange method. After all, an 11th order monster beast had a high level of intelligence, so it was completely possible for it to play such tricks. His movements were fast, but the stream of light was faster. Yang Kai was unable to avoid it. The stream of light instantly broke through his source chi protection, circled around his body, and then fell on the back of his hand. What the hell? Yang Kai's face was aghast as he exclaimed. The moment the stream of light fell on the back of his hand, he felt a burning pain on the back of his hand. It was as if there was really a soldering iron burning his hand, causing him to retreat in panic. But soon, he found that he was overthinking things. The pain only lasted for a moment, and after a breath, it disappeared. Instead, it became cold and comfortable. Looking down, Yang Kai immediately found that on the back of his right hand, there was a diamond mark. There was actually an additional diamond-shaped mark, which was exactly the same as the one he saw on the giant lizard's forehead. Whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, several figures suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. When these people appeared, they all cast their gazes towards the giant lizard's corpse on the ground. Then, they looked up at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. Yang Kai was also shocked. When he noticed that the giant lizard was severely injured, he vaguely guessed that there were probably people chasing after it. However, he was distracted by this brand, so he did not notice when these people approached him. Now, he realized. It was too late. It's you. It's you. Among the cultivator looking at Yang Kai, there were two exclamations, but the tone was not quite the same. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly felt a headache, because he suddenly realized that the situation in front of him was slightly complicated. The cultivator chasing after the giant lizard was not from the same force, but was divided into 4 groups. Among the 4 groups of people, he knew half of them. The group on the left was Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao from Azure Sun Temple. He did not know if the 2 of them had always been together or if they met by chance. Anyway, when they were chased by the flame beasts in the territory of summer, the 2 should have separated. At this moment, they appeared together in the 2 Seasons mountain range. At this moment, Xiao Baiyi looked at Yang Kai indifferently. His expression was indifferent as usual. On the other hand, Murong Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly at Yang Kai. Next to these two was Heavenly Martial Holy Land's yin-yang twin body, Wuchang. Yang Kai's memory of this guy was still fresh in his mind. After witnessing the battle between him and Xia Sheng, Yang Kai secretly decided that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would absolutely not have any disputes with this person. It wasn't that he was afraid of him, but rather that this guy was very difficult to deal with. Yang Kai knew that if he wanted to defeat him, he would probably have to use all of his means, and even then, he might not necessarily be able to kill him. On Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, there was only Wuchang. This was not surprising. Wuchang had a violent personality and acted strangely. Even his brothers and sisters from the same sect would not have an easy time getting along with him. The disciples of Heavenly Martial Holy Land probably did not want to or dare to be with him, and Wuchang preferred to act alone. To him, everyone was a burden. The third group consisted of two people, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The former had the cultivation of the third-order Tao Source realm, while the latter was only first-order. Yang Kai didn't know who these two were, but what made him feel strange was that the third-order Tao Source realm man had a slightly gloomy look in his eyes when he looked at him, while the woman had a smile on her face. Judging from the patterns on the clothes worn by the two, this man and woman were disciples of Star Soul Palace. They should not be underestimated. The last group, like Wuchang, was all alone. Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this guy did not come from a great sect. The sect logo on his clothes was also extremely unfamiliar, so he should be from some medium-sized or even small force. However, this guy showed no fear when facing the elite disciples of the three great sects. His expression was extremely calm, which was quite surprising. Chapter 2149. Does this girl know me? Yang Kai glanced around and saw all four groups of people, then asked the female disciple from Star Soul Palace suspiciously. Because of the two sentences that were shouted just now, one of them was shouted by Xiao Baiyi, while the other was shouted by this girl. If they didn't know each other, how could she shout out such things? However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that the female disciple from Star Soul Palace smiled slightly, shook her head, and said, "You've got the wrong person." Lan Sun said this because although she remembered Yang Kai's appearance, Yang Kai did not recognize her. That time in the third layer of the five-color treasure pagoda, Lan Sun used the false appearance bead to change her appearance, so what Yang Kai saw was not her current appearance. Yang Kai was speechless and turned to Xiao Baiyi. "Xiao Bai, you're here too, it's a small world." The veins on Xiao Baiyi's forehead throbbed as he shouted, "Do you want to die?" Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and smiled, nodding slightly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Why are you so cold? It's rare for us to meet here, it's fate." Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted, "Who's fated with you? However, you were able to escape the pursuit of that flame beast alive, it's really a bit surprising." Although he was praising him, his tone was full of ridicule, and no one knew why. At that time, the flame beast from the realm of summer seemed to have gone crazy. So many people had fled in all directions, but it had chosen to target Yang Kai. Many people thought that Yang Kai was doomed, and Xiao Baiyi also thought so. After all, even Wuchang was chased away. How could Yang Kai, a first-order Tao Source realm cultivator, possibly survive? However, the truth was shocking. Yang Kai appeared in the Two Seasons mountain range unscathed. The man and woman from Star Soul Palace's expressions changed slightly when they heard the two words, Flame Beast. It was obvious that they knew about the existence of the monster beast that was comparable to the one in the Emperor realm. Wuchang raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. He could not understand how such a weak cultivator could escape the pursuit of the flame beast. The previous matter. If it weren't for the Azure Sun Temple's group attracting the flame beast's attention, he would have been in big trouble. "You flatter me," Yang Kai said modestly. "Escaping is my strong suit." Yang Kai's unashamed look made Xiao Baiyi stare at him for a while. Let's cut the crap. At that moment, the young man in blue robes, who seemed to be from some unknown sect, suddenly shouted coldly and shouted at Yang Kai, hand over your star seal and we'll spare your life. As long as Kai Yang cooperated with him, he would let Kai Yang off the hook. His tone and demeanor were like a matter of fact. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at him. The other party just looked at him coldly, without any intention of avoiding his gaze. The two from Star Soul Palace did not speak. The handsome man just frowned, seemingly a little displeased, while the woman turned her beautiful eyes with interest, as if she was waiting for a good show to begin. Although it's a little redundant. But I still want to ask, how should I address your excellency? Yang Kai looked at the young man in black with a smile. He did not seem angry at all. While speaking, he had already contacted the small sealed world bead with his divine sense and asked Hua Qing Si to help him identify the man and woman from Star Soul Palace. After all, Star Soul Palace was her sect, so she should recognize these two. The young man in black heard this and coldly snorted, octagonal door, Luo Yuan. So it's brother Luo, it's an honor to meet you. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, as if he had really heard of Luo Yuan's name. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of the octagonal door. The look of contempt on Xiao Baiyi's face became even stronger as he snorted, fortunately, you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, otherwise, I would have already cleaned up the sect. Ha! Yang Kai laughed, but suddenly, his face changed slightly. At this time, he had already received the answer from Hua Qing Si from the embodiment, but what he did not expect was that the man and woman from Star Soul Palace were both people with great backgrounds. The man was Xiao Yu Yang's son, Xiao Chen. Yang Kai knew about Xiao Yu Yang, a powerful second-order emperor realm master and the Silver Star envoy of Star Soul Palace, famous throughout the Southern Territory. It should be said that a tiger father would not beget a dog son. Xiao Yu Yang was powerful and respected, and his son was not mediocre either. Together with Wu Chang, Xia Sheng, Zhuang Bufan, and others, they were all rising stars in the Southern Territory and had made a name for themselves at a young age. Xiao Chen was one thing, but the woman's background was even more frightening. She was actually the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, Princess Lan Sun. She was the most desired target for young unmarried men in the entire Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. If such a woman could be taken in, it would save them at least a few hundred years of hard work. With a father-in-law like the Bright Moon Great Emperors, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in the entire star boundary? Who would dare to provoke them? However, although Princess Lan Sun's reputation was great, she rarely went out, so basically, outsiders couldn't see her. Yang Kai didn't expect that with her identity and status, she would come to the Four Seasons realm for life experience. Moreover, she came in with the same cultivation as him. Were the Bright Moon Great Emperors not afraid that his precious daughter would have an accident in the Four Seasons realm? Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chen again. With this flower guardian, Lan Sun should not be allowed to take any risks. These thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning. Although everyone saw that his expression was strange, they did not know what he was thinking. They only thought that he was frightened by Xiao Baiyi's words and could not help but despise him. Yang Kai lowered his head, looked at the diamond-shaped brand on the back of his hand, and muttered to himself, "This really is a star seal." Just now, he had a faint guess in his heart that this was most likely a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea, but before he could finish this thought, Wu Chang and the others appeared, giving him no chance to verify it. Luo Yuan's words undoubtedly confirmed his conjecture. The star seal actually appeared on the forehead of a monster beast, and after being killed by Yang Kai, it was transferred to his hand in such an obvious position on the back of his hand. This made it impossible for Yang Kai not to cause trouble. Yang Kai's heart moved, and he turned to Wu Chang and said, "Brother Wu Chang, with a hero like you here, is it really okay to let a guy from a small sect act so arrogant and presumptuous? If word of this spreads out, what will happen to Brother Wu Chang's reputation? Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai indifferently, unmoved. Although he had a strange temper and a violent personality, since he had cultivated to the level of the third-order Dao source realm, he was naturally not a fool. How could he easily let Yang Kai cause trouble? He just coldly snorted and said, although I don't like this guy's arrogance, what he said does make sense. Hand over the star seal, otherwise I'll take it myself. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and said awkwardly, the two of you are saying that, you want to take it by force. At this point, he looked up at Lan Sun and Xiao Chen and asked, will Star Soul Palace intervene in this matter? Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. I can only promise not to steal it from you. Xiao Chen didn't speak. He just coldly snorted, and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. He couldn't understand why Princess Lanxuan seemed to care about such a guy. Moreover, the words he blurted out just now made him realize some problems. With Lan Sun's words, Yang Kai sighed helplessly and said, if possible, would be happy to hand over this star seal, but I don't know what to do to make the star seal leave the back of my hand. Do you two have any advice? Simple. Wu Chang immediately replied, his tone calm, just cut off your hand, that's all. Good. Luo Yuan also nodded and said, your hand or your life, choose for yourself. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright as he stammered, I want both. Is there any other way to do it safely? Luo Yuan coldly snorted and said, how can there be such a cheap thing in this world? It seems that you don't want either of them. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Having said so, he pushed his source chi and took a step forward, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving in front of Yang Kai. A golden light condensed on his palm and he slammed it towards Yang Kai's chest. At the same time, Wu Chang also moved. Now that the star seal was on the back of the hand of a nobody like Yang Kai, whoever struck first would get it. With Wu Chang's arrogant temperament, how could he allow Luo Yuan to monopolize the benefits? As such, he also arrived behind Yang Kai at once, his palm suddenly becoming crystal clear, as if it was carved from white jade, and containing an extremely cold power, he slammed it towards Yang Kai's back. The two masters from the third-order Dao source realm showed no mercy, each of them filled with murderous intent, only daring to kill Yang Kai in front of the other. After all, the transfer of the star seal would be transferred to the person who killed the carrier. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao Zhao's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she exclaimed, dodge. Xiao Baiyi frowned, not having expected that Wu Chang and that guy named Luo Yuan would suddenly attack without warning, their ferocity becoming second nature. Although he didn't like Yang Kai and had even threatened to teach him a lesson in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had entered the Four Seasons realm with the people from Azure Sun Temple and occupied one of their spots, so any excess star seals he obtained would have to be handed over to the temple. In any case, Xiao Baiyi couldn't sit back and watch Yang Kai be killed. Otherwise, he would not be able to get away with it when the matter was investigated. Yang Kai's death was a small matter, but interfering with the interests of the sect was a big matter. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to take action. On the other side, Lan Sun's pretty face also changed slightly, a look of reluctance appearing in her eyes. In her opinion, Yang Kai was definitely dead this time, but it was impossible for her to save Yang Kai as doing so was tantamount to offending Wu Chang. Overconfident. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he watched coldly. Hong, with a loud explosion, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who were sandwiching Yang Kai from the front and back, were both stunned at this moment. Both of them felt a huge force and energy impact coming from the front at the same time, causing them to involuntarily be knocked back several dozen meters before they could stabilize themselves. Chapter 2150. Somewhere in the Two Seasons mountain range, the atmosphere was tense. Both Luo Yuan and Wu Chang looked stunned as they stared ahead. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao also widened their eyes, somewhat unable to believe what they were seeing. On the other side, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Xiao Qin even whispered, "What's going on?" Just now, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang attacked Yang Kai at the same time, and everyone thought that Yang Kai would die. Regardless of whether the arrogant and domineering Luo Yuan was an embroidered pillow or really had the capital to be proud of, Wu Chang alone was not an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master. He was notorious for his cruelty, so how could anyone he targeted have a good end? These two attacked at the same time, one in front and one behind, without any warning. Yang Kai had no way to avoid them. Everyone could almost imagine the tragic scene of Yang Kai dying in front of them, but the result was that Luo Yuan and Wu Chang, who attacked, were pushed back while Yang Kai showed no signs of injury at all. How did he do it? Looking over again, Yang Kai was still standing in place, motionless, but his face was pale and his expression was flustered, as if he had been scared out of his wits. His body was trembling slightly and his forehead was sweating. Although he cut a sorry figure, he was completely unscathed. This boy, what did he do just now? Xiao Chen was a little confused. It was impossible for Luo Yuan and Wu Chang to be pushed back for no reason, so the only explanation was that Yang Kai had secretly used some amazing means to turn the situation around, but no one saw it clearly. Xiao Chen's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He secretly felt that there was something wrong with Kai Yang. Interesting. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up. She showed an interested look. She looked at Yang Kai with interest. Although she was only at the level of the first-order Dao Source realm, because she was the pearl in the palm of the great emperors and had inherited the special physique of the great emperors, she had been influenced by the great emperors since she was a child, so in terms of knowledge, experience, and vision, she was better than anyone present. Although she did not understand much, she was better than the others. Just now, at the moment when Luo Yuan and Wu Chang's attacks were about to hit him, Lan Sun clearly saw Yang Kai's body turn illusory for a moment. At that moment, he seemed to have disappeared from this world and entered another space. At the same time, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan's attacks arrived. Having lost the target of their attacks, the two men's moves collided with each other. In other words, the one who repelled Luo Yuan was an Anitya Hellguard, and the one who repelled an Anitya Hellguard was Luo Yuan. The two of them had only exchanged one move each. What a strange secret technique. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up. Glancing over at Luo Yuan again, Yang Kai thought to himself, this guy is ridiculously strong, actually being able to fight evenly with Wu Chang. The octagonal door. When did such a monster appear? It seemed like his father, Master, was right. Never underestimate anyone, even if they came from a humble background. He could also have a bright and promising future. This Luo Yuan is the best example. The other guy is definitely not as bad as he appears to be. Humph, this show is too fake. Only a smelly man with a brain full of muscles would really believe it. But then again, what's this guy's name? All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Lan Sun's mind as she firmly believed that Yang Kai was playing the pig to eat the tiger. She couldn't help casting a mocking look at Yang Kai, who was shivering mid-air, as if she had long seen through his disguise. At that moment, Wu Chang finally recovered and looked over at Yang Kai. Staring at Luo Yuan coldly, he asked, "Do you want to die?" Although he did not understand when Yang Kai had repelled him just now, Wu Chang was able to figure out who had struck him. With his arrogant personality, he naturally pointed his spear at Luo Yuan. He thought it was Luo Yuan who had ruined his plan and given Yang Kai the opportunity to use his strange secret technique to resolve the crisis. "Who are you asking?" Yang Kai looked flustered as he pointed at himself. "Are you talking about me? I don't want to die, please don't kill me." As he spoke, he also called out to Xiao Baiyi, "Xiao Bai, can you explain to Brother Wu Chang and ask him to let me go? Xiao Bai-yi glared at him and gritted his teeth, I really want to rush over and kill you right now. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, otherwise, Xiao Bai-yi would have really done such a thing. It was really shameful to be in the same sect as such a person. Xiao Bai-yi secretly hated himself for not seeing Yang Kai's true nature before, otherwise, he would not have agreed to give Shui Yi's spot to Yang Kai. Even Murong Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, cast a strange look at Yang Kai. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. Luo Yuan's eyes also crossed Yang Kai, his sonorous voice and determined expression showing that he was not afraid of the famous Wu Chang at all. In fact, deep down in his heart, he could not wait to fight Wu Chang to prove himself. The two of them ignored Yang Kai together. You've got guts. Wu Chang grinned, his expression very pleasant, I haven't met a guy like you in a long time, you're really interesting. As he spoke, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lower lip. He looked like a pervert who had just met a naked beauty. The two's eyes met mid-air and sparks flew, the atmosphere in the air becoming extremely tense. Yang Kai stood between the two of them, and although he was ignored, he had to bear the pressure of the two at the same time, causing his already pale face to become even more unbearable. Asterisk hoo hoo hoo, asterisk even the noisy wind was filled with cold murderous intent, sending chills down one's spine. Enough. Seeing that Luo Yuan and Wu Chang were about to fight, Lan Sun really couldn't stand it anymore. After shouting softly, she took 2 steps forward and said, both of you are rising stars of my southern territory, future pillars of the Four Seasons sect. There is no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Before coming in, Uncle Xiao also said that he hoped everyone would focus on the overall situation. Our opponents are not each other, but the people from the other 3 territories. I ask the 2 of you to give us some face and turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Hearing this, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan frowned at the same time, seemingly not having expected Princess Lan Sun to come forward to mediate at this time. Although they were a little unhappy in their hearts, the 2 of them really didn't dare not give face to Princess Lan Sun. Offending Lan Sun here was nothing, but once they left the Four Seasons realm and word of this spread, their sects would no longer dare to shelter them. Since the princess has said so, the 2 of you should stop, otherwise, you will become this Xiao's enemy. Xiao Chen also stood up. As a qualified flower protector, he naturally knew what to say at this time. Consider yourself lucky. Wu Chang and Luo Yuan said this sentence almost at the same time, restraining their auras, as if their master had magnanimously let the other party off the hook. Wu Chang glanced at Luo Yuan and said to Lan Sun, Your Highness, this Wu Chang will give you face this time and not bother with him, but if there is a next time. Even if the great emperors are here, I will kill this piece of garbage who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In his eyes, except for a few people, all other cultivators could be classified as garbage. He didn't even put the elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple and Orthodoxy Temple in his eyes, so how could he respect Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door? Being provoked by a piece of garbage like this, if it weren't for Lan Sun's interference, he wouldn't have tolerated it. I have long heard of Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Wu Chang's strength, but now it seems that all he has is a big mouth. Luo Yuan was not someone to be trifled with, and his words were laced with sarcasm, almost provoking the peaceful atmosphere again. Enough, enough. Lan Sun also felt a headache coming on. If you really want to fight over some rare treasure, I won't bother to stop you, but if it's just because of a single star seal, it's not worth it. There is more than 1 star seal in the Four Seasons realm, and there is still plenty of time. Everyone can just go and find one. While speaking, she glanced at the back of Yang Kai's hand and continued, and, this is just a single rhombus-shaped star seal, it's even less worth it. What? Star seals are divided into grades. Yang Kai immediately heard a trace of unusual information from Lan Sun's words and asked in surprise. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Xiao Chen glanced at him indifferently and said sarcastically, since you survived, you should obediently run away with your tail between your legs. Are you still going to stay here and wait for death? Ha! Yang Kai's mouth twitched a few times as his expression became awkward. He turned his gaze to Xiao Baiyi, wanting to ask about the specific situation of the star seal, but he didn't expect Xiao Baiyi to look away directly with a look of silence. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. However, looking at Xiao Baiyi's appearance, he should know something, but this information was probably the same as the existence of the Flowing Time Temple, a sect secret, so it was not convenient for him to reveal it. On the side, Murong Xiao Xiao showed an apologetic expression to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and no longer asked any more questions. Good, now that this star seal has an owner, there's no need for any more superfluous ideas. Go do what you need to do. Lan Sun's words were like the final nail in the coffin, helping Yang Kai in disguise. After hearing her say this, as long as someone had some dignity, they would no longer try to snatch Yang Kai's star seal. Although Wu Chang and Luo Yuan were belligerent and unruly, they still had some dignity and wouldn't say one thing in public and another behind their backs. As soon as her voice fell, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan glanced at each other, both of their eyes conveying the same message: don't let me see you again, or I'll teach you a lesson. Immediately, the two of them coldly snorted at the same time, turned their backs to each other, and prepared to leave. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the depths of the Two Seasons mountain range, there was a strange vibration, bringing with it a series of rumbling sounds, like muffled thunder shuttling through the earth, making people unable to stand still. The faces of everyone present changed drastically as they looked around in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Before the sound was over, someone exclaimed, "Look at the sky, something is falling." Chapter 2151. The one who spoke was Murong Xiao Xiao. At this moment, she was looking up at the sky while pointing her finger upwards, her mouth slightly open, her expression full of surprise. Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked up and was stunned for a moment. In the sky, streams of light cut through the sky, like meteorites falling from the sky, dragging long gorgeous tails behind them as they fell in a certain direction. At first, there were only a few streams of light, but soon, the number of streams of light increased, making it look like a meteor shower was falling from the sky. Star seals. Lan Sun looked shocked and shouted, "So many star seals. What?" Xiao Chen was taken aback when he heard this. "Princess, are you sure these are all star seals?" Lan Sun stared at the sky, seemingly using some kind of secret technique as her eyes flashed faintly. She nodded lightly and said, "Yes, they are all star seals." As soon as her voice fell, a soft sound came from the side. Everyone looked over and saw that Wu Chang's whole body had turned into a red and white brilliance, quickly chasing in the direction of the falling star seals. Wu Chang reacted quickly, and as soon as he heard that the things falling from the sky were star seals, he immediately acted. Behind him, Luo Yuan's figure flickered and he followed closely. "Let's go." Xiao Baiyi naturally did not neglect and shouted as he and Murong Xiao Xiao hurriedly chased after them. They had been in the Four Seasons realm for 2 to 3 days now and had only encountered one star seal in the Two Seasons mountain range. That star seal was a brand that had appeared on the forehead of a giant lizard monster beast. Everyone had attacked and seriously injured it, but after chasing it, Yang Kai had unexpectedly picked up a ready-made star seal. Even Luo Yuan and Wu Chang almost fought over it. At this moment, with so many star seals appearing, even if everyone present divided them equally, each person could get 6 or 7. A star seal meant a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea, which was of great significance to any sect. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao did not dare to neglect. "Princess." Seeing that everyone was leaving as fast as lightning, Xiao Chen immediately became anxious. "We'll go too." Lan Sun naturally would not miss such a good thing. Lan Sun replied immediately. Xiao Chen nodded, and together with Lan Sun, flew over. However, as soon as the two of them set off, a boat-like flight-type artifact flew alongside them. Lan Sun turned her head and saw Yang Kai standing on the wooden boat as if nothing had happened. His black hair fluttered in the wind as the wind blew his black hair back. Lan Sun couldn't help but sneer. After all, at this moment, Yang Kai's image was completely different from his previous cowardly self. It looked like he was trying to attract her attention. She understood Yang Kai's approach very well. Basically, there were very few men who could maintain their nature in front of her. Those people were always trying to get her attention, as if they could get some satisfaction from it. Humph. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, looking displeased. He had been unhappy with Yang Kai for a long time, and now this guy was shamelessly pretending to be cool. It was simply unbearable. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his attitude. Pretending to be familiar with her, he turned to Lan Sun and asked, "Young lady, why does this friend next to you call you princess? Is this young lady's name or something? Who would have the word princess in their name?" Lan Sun smiled slightly and shook her head. "You think too much." "Then. I don't understand." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I can see that young lady's temperament is extraordinary and her manners are elegant. Obviously, she is of noble birth and has a good upbringing, but, what does this have to do with being a princess? Can young lady clear up my doubts?" Lan Sun frowned and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She couldn't tell Yang Kai that she was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, which was why she was called princess. If she said that, she would be blowing her own trumpet, even if it was the truth. She could only ask back, "I am from Star Soul Palace, can't you guess?" In her opinion, as long as someone had a little common sense, after hearing this sentence, they should be able to connect the dots, so there was no need for her to answer. But to her surprise, after pondering for a while, Kai Yang actually shook his head in a serious manner. Yang Kai's ignorance made Xiao Chen unable to stand it anymore, and he couldn't help but coldly snort. "Star Soul Palace is a sect founded by the great emperors of Bright Moon, and the one in front of you is the pearl in the palm of the great emperors." "Huh?" Yang Kai was shocked and stammered, "So you are the daughter of the great emperors?" He looked extremely shocked. "Origin doesn't mean anything." Lan Sun smiled slightly and was quite approachable. On the contrary, Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? He hasn't even heard of Her Highness's name, yet he still entered the Four Seasons realm. He is simply a disgrace to all of us." "Your Highness, don't bother with this person," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "I used to cultivate in the mountains and came out to experience things not long ago, so I don't know much about the outside world." Heh, but I have heard of the name of the great emperors of Bright Moon." "Is that so?" Lan Sun didn't know whether to believe it or not. Anyway, he couldn't tell from her expression. "It seems that you are the kind of cultivator who works hard in seclusion. It is normal that you don't know much about the outside world." "Your Highness is overpraising me, I am just ignorant." Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said modestly. "At least you have some self-awareness." Xiao Chen said. "By the way, what is your name?" Lan Sun asked. Xiao Chen said, "Princess, why are you asking for this country bumpkin's name? Don't dirty your ears. What's wrong with asking?" Lan Sun frowned. Obviously, she didn't like Xiao Chen poking his nose into her business. If it weren't for the great emperors of Bright Moon personally instructing her before coming out, she wouldn't have stayed with Xiao Chen all the time and would have gone out on her own. For her, nothing was as happy as her own adventure. That kind of excitement and unknown danger made her unable to stop. "This humble one is Yang Kai." Lan Sun nodded and suddenly showed a smile. She said, "There is one thing I don't understand. I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to enlighten me." Yang Kai's eyes flickered and he chuckled, "Your Highness, if you have anything to ask, this Yang will tell you everything." Lan Sun said, "Brother Yang, you can't be so sure. Maybe the question I ask is related to your secret, playing hard to get." If it were a man who wanted to hook up with you, I'm afraid he would have already patted his chest and asked you to ask as much as you want to win a good impression. Sure enough, this little girl is not to be trifled with. Yang Kai said in his heart. He vaguely guessed what Lan Sun wanted to ask, so he said without fear, Your Highness is giving me face by asking me something. What can I say? As soon as this remark came out, Xiao Chen secretly felt that something was wrong. Although this country bumpkin named Yang Kai was a wild boy who jumped out of the mountains and forests, he seemed to know a woman's heart well. He had just met the princess and was already chatting so congenially. How could this be tolerated? The most important thing was that Her Highness, who had never spoken to a man, had been dealing with this country bumpkin with a smile. Xiao Chen felt a sense of crisis in his heart, so he immediately cast a threatening look at Yang Kai. It was a look that said, If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will teach you a lesson. Because of the position and angle, Lan Sun couldn't notice his action, and it was smoothly transmitted to Yang Kai's vision. Who would have thought that Yang Kai didn't look at him at all? It was as if he was completely fascinated by Lan Sun, and his whole mind was devoted to the princess. Xiao Chen felt a sense of powerlessness as if he had punched cotton. Just now, those two people besieged you one after the other. How did you get out of danger? Lan Sun asked bluntly. It was indeed as she said. This question was definitely related to Yang Kai's secret. A first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could be unscathed under the attack of two third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. He must have used some kind of amazing secret technique. How could such a secret technique be leaked casually? So as soon as Lan Sun said this, Yang Kai immediately showed an embarrassed look. He smiled and stammered, actually it's fine if you can't say it, just pretend I didn't ask. Lan Sun said. These words sounded understanding, but it was also a move to loosen the reins. A man like Yang Kai who was completely fascinated by Lan Sun at this moment could only think with his body. How could he bear to refuse to answer this question? Under normal circumstances, he would have to say it even if he didn't want to. So he sighed and said, It's not that I can't say it, but, at this point, he suddenly put on a solemn expression, and at the same time lowered his voice and said, Please keep it a secret for me, princess. If this secret technique is spread, it won't work. The next time I encounter this situation, I'm afraid I will definitely die. As he spoke, he deliberately moved closer to Lan Sun and almost put his mouth on her ear. A fragrance immediately lingered at the tip of his nose. The two were too close, and Lan Sun couldn't avoid it. Her delicate ears suddenly turned red. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen couldn't bear it and shouted. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand and pointed at Yang Kai across Lan Sun. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly pulled away and said innocently, I didn't do anything, what do you mean by this? You just. Xiao Chen said halfway and couldn't continue. After all, although Yang Kai was closer to Lan Sun, he really didn't do anything. If he really pursued this, he would be too stingy. He could only snort and say, in short, just stand there and talk. If you dare to come closer, I will take your head. Yang Kai said in amazement, this friend is really strange. Fine, then I'll stand here and explain. Your Highness, please enlighten me. My secret technique is called the universe-shifting divine art. Once I use it, I can borrow the force of my opponent's attack and defeat the strong. Borrow force to defeat the strong? Lan Sun looked surprised. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, the two guys before, one in front and one behind, both wanted to take my life, which happened to meet the key points of the Qian Kun shifting divine art, so I. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand to draw a semicircle, just a little bit and let them fight on their own. Lan Sun said thoughtfully, so, if only one person attacked you at that time, then I'm dead. Yang Kai spread his hands, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.